Chapter 1927. For super clans, there were no eternal friends or enemies in this world. This was the way of survival for super forces. If they did not follow this principle, super forces would not survive for long. Shin clan was naturally not such a force, because it had existed even before Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. It had grown during Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's era and had existed for a long time. As a former member of Shin clan, Shin Shang did not object to the alliance between Shin clan and Fang Yuan. He was even happy about it. Because there were no formation path Gu immortals among this group of people from Shin clan. Shin Shang wanted to use the formation to seal himself. He naturally had to use Fang Yuan's method. Hearing Shin Shang's words, Shin Songxing's expression turned a little strange. He had spent a lot of effort to save his ancestor, but now, his ancestor was requesting to be sealed by the formation again. However, Shin Songxing understood the reason. He kept silent and looked at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's expression was slightly grim. Shin Shang, although your clan has allied with me, the underwater formation's immortal Gu already belong to me. Now, you want me to contribute these immortal Gu to construct an immortal formation to seal you? This request is quite difficult for me. Shin Songxing quickly said, this can be discussed, Fang Yuan. We can even exchange immortal Gu. At this point he saw that Shin Shang had regained his rationality. He naturally did not want to give up. Fang Yuan shook his head, his expression was solemn. Shin Songxing, have you forgotten what our mission was? The mission clearly stated that we need to eliminate the demonic immortal inside the formation, which is Shin Shang. What does this mean? Fang Yuan paused before continuing. This means that the merit obelisk does not think highly of Shin Shang. It thinks that his problem is too severe to be salvaged. Even if I reconstruct the formation, it will not help. Shin Songxing's expression changed slightly. He was about to persuade him but was stopped by Shin Shang's hand. Shin Shang smiled at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan, you don't need to worry about this. I am not asking you to contribute immortal Gu. The Gu worms used to construct the immortal formation are all from me. Watch. Saying that, he took out an immortal Gu from his immortal aperture. The immortal Gu looked like a silkworm. It was light yellow in color and curled up into a ball, making it look even more delicate and cute. I'm afraid Shin Songxing has already roughly explained my situation to you. Shin Shang explained to Fang Yuan, I am most proficient in healing methods. This is the human path immortal Gu I created back then, heal injuries. With this as the core, I later developed a human path killer move called heal the wounded and rescue the dying. As long as the difficulty is not high, I can even revive a dead person on the spot. Fang Yuan looked at the Gu worm in front of him and could not help but be shocked. This was clearly a pure human path immortal Gu, and what was even more shocking was that this was a genuine rank 8 immortal Gu. Rank 8 human path immortal Gu. Seeing that the immortals were silent, Shin Shang smiled faintly and said, did you realize that the human path is the most effective way to deal with the black fire? Shin Songxing shook his head. We have not realized this, but we know that even healing killer moves have an effect on the black fire. There is no difference in using offensive or healing killer moves against the black fire. Shin Shang nodded, watch. Saying so, an aura surged out of his body. Seeing that he was preparing a killer move, the surrounding Gu immortals quickly retreated with vigilance. After Shin Shang regained his senses, he did not have any intention to harm them. He slowly opened his palm and aimed at the black fire. Suddenly, a stream of light yellow light shot out from his palm. The light surged and spiraled forward. It was not fast, but it eventually shot into the black fire. The black fire lasted for a while in the yellow light before quickly dissipating. Shin Shang stopped his killer move and said to the immortals, you saw it earlier, this is my killer move, heal the wounded and rescue the dying. As expected, human path killer moves are quite effective against the black fire. Seeing was believing, Fang Yuan immediately nodded, acknowledging Shin Shang's words. As expected. Shin Songxing said joyfully, the underwater battle earlier was an earth path immortal formation. It was hard to resolve the problem with Ancestor's body. But if Ancestor's human path immortal Gu is used, there is hope. Fang Yuan did not relent. He looked at Shin Shang with rapt attention. You have human path quasi-supreme grandmaster attainment level? Shock flashed across Shin Shang's eyes as he nodded. Indeed. To think that you, Fang Yuan, are also proficient in human path. Different professions were worlds apart, paths were the same. Since Fang Yuan could guess Shin Shang's human path attainment level, he clearly had a lot of attainment in this aspect. The immortals immediately looked at Fang Yuan with peculiar gazes. They sighed inwardly. This is the famous demon, unfathomable. Fang Yuan asked again, do you have a formation diagram? Xin Shang smiled and showed a helpless expression. I do have a formation diagram, but it is incomplete. I think I created it myself, but I cannot remember it completely. What do you mean? Xin Songxing became nervous. Xin Shang heaved a deep sigh. I lost my memories. Every time I fall into madness, a portion of the memories I have will disappear. So I need to resolve this problem as soon as possible, otherwise I might not even know who I am. Fang Yuan laughed. Xin Shang, you are quite lucky to have met me. Xin Shang nodded in agreement. This is indeed my luck. It is very difficult to set up a human path immortal move that satisfies my requirements. There are many conditions. First, I need a human path immortal goo, then I need to deduce and modify the formation diagram, and finally, I need to set up the formation. Setting up the formation requires formation path attainment, deducing and modifying the formation diagram requires wisdom path attainment, and because it is a human path immortal formation, I also need human path attainment. Any other formation path goo immortal, even if they have rank 8 cultivation level, would not be able to satisfy my requirements. But it is you, Fang Yuan, who fulfills all 3 requirements. So from now on I really need to rely on you. Please lend us a hand. Fang Yuan, whatever remuneration you need, just tell me, I and Xin clan will do our best to satisfy you. Xin Songxing made a solemn promise. Fang Yuan nodded. When Xin Shang mentioned the request of setting up the immortal formation, he realized that this was a good opportunity. Not only could he set up the formation, he could also obtain abundant immortal materials from Xin clan. What he was more concerned about were Xin clan, Xin Songxing, and Xin Shang. By cooperating with Xin clan, he could influence Eastern Sea's Gu immortal world to a deeper level. He could influence the entire world. Even though Fang Yuan's human path attainment level was Grandmaster, he still had no idea how to deal with the human path killer moves of the Celestial Court. If Xin Shang made a move, the situation would be completely different. The Celestial Court was too powerful. They had accumulated their strength for countless years. Fang Yuan could not resist them for the time being. He needed to form alliances and ingeniously borrow the strength of others. Fang Yuan thought about it for a while before stating his conditions. Out of Xin Shang and Xin Songxing's expectations, Fang Yuan's conditions were very relaxed and not harsh at all. Fang Yuan did not need many immortal materials, he also did not ask for immortal goo. The only condition that he had to fulfill was that Xin Songxing and Xin Shang had to take action and become enemies with the Celestial Court. They had to stop the Celestial Court from repairing Fate Gu. But the truth was, even without Fang Yuan's request, stopping Fate Gu from repairing was already the consensus of all the super forces in the world. Many ambitious people were brooding over Fate Gu. They were even more worried than Fang Yuan. After all, they were not otherworldly demons. Once the Celestial Court was repaired, the Celestial Court's status would be unshakable. Several days later, a brand new formation was constructed at the bottom of the sea. Xin Shang entered the formation. The main formation core was controlled by Xin Songxing with Fang Yuan assisting him. The formation was slowly activated, and streams of white light formed into chains that tied Xin Shang up. Xin Shang was silent, he sat cross-legged and soon, his whole body was covered in a layer of white fog. A moment later, the formation slowly came to a stop. Fang Yuan, Xin Songxing and the rest did not find anything. They could not find any black fire in Xin Shang's body. Xin Shang sighed, I have already checked countless times, only when I go berserk again will the black fire appear. Fang Yuan's eyes flickered with uncertainty. Are you sure you can't remember anything related to the black fire? Xin Shang only shook his head. Xin Songxing sighed, if that's the case then we can only wait. We will leave this mission here for now, I will send someone to guard the formation. This arrangement was very reasonable. Gu Immortal's range of movement in Dragon Whale Paradise was limited. They could not enter and leave as they pleased. Using the Merit Obelisk's teleportation ability and group names, they could communicate with each other. Once Xin Shang went berserk, they would gather together. Those arranged to guard the formation were definitely Xin clan's direct descendants. Sometimes Xin Songxing would even go there personally. With this restriction, Xin clan was even less of a match for Fang Yuan in the merit board contest. Time continued to pass. Day by day, Fang Yuan's merit points rose from 1,000 to 10,000, and continued to increase from 10,000. During this process he often exchanged for names. But he did not know about the secrets of the names. In the previous life, Miao Mingxin's group had not explored to this extent yet, so they could only rely on Fang Yuan's guesses and deductions. Fortunately, even if his deductions were wrong, the names he exchanged for were useful to a certain extent. With so many merit points, Fang Yuan did not exchange for any immortal Gu. He did not lack immortal goo, what he lacked were some rare immortal materials. Several times, Fang Yuan expended his merit points to exchange for immortal materials from the merit obelisk to help the hairy man goo immortals advance their immortal goo. Fang Yuan had a large number of immortal materials, but he still lacked some rare immortal materials. The merit obelisk made up for his final shortcoming. When Fang Yuan had another breakthrough, the first super mission appeared. Get rid of the black fire on the heavenly spine? Fang Yuan was slightly stunned. Why is there still a black fire that has not been dealt with? Some time ago, missions related to the black fire appeared one after another. The Gu Immortals completed these missions to clean up Xinshang's mess. Don't tell me this was not left behind by Xinshang? Fang Yuan suddenly had a flash of inspiration. It was easy to verify this guess. Using the merit obelisk, Fang Yuan directly teleported to the mission location. At the next moment he was at the peak of the clouds at the highest point of the sky. There was no wind, the sun was shining brightly. This is... Fang Yuan's pupils shrunk, he raised his head and saw countless black fires burning silently. The scale of the black fires was huge, they were like dark clouds in a storm. The total amount of black fires that Fang Yuan and the immortals had used all their strength to exterminate was not even 1/10,000th of the black fire in front of him. Chapter 1928. The black fire did not burn in the air, it was attached to the bones. The bones were milky white, they gave off a holy feeling. The bones had a main trunk that stretched from east to west, connecting heaven and earth. It was like a dragon that stretched from the 9 heavens, extending beyond Fang Yuan's vision. And on the 2 sides of the trunk, there were countless neatly arranged branches that extended outwards, they resembled huge elephant tusks. The entire skeleton was like the spine and ribs of a giant, supporting the sky. Heaven's spine. Fang Yuan muttered, the scene in front of him was grand and majestic, he was as tiny as a mosquito under the huge bones. And these bones were like towering trees, the black fire gathered like clouds, covering most of the bones. After Fang Yuan sized them up, he understood some profundities. This heaven's spine is actually a rank 9 bone path immortal material. Just this point alone was already incredible. The heaven's spine should not be a human bone, which Gu Immortal had such a huge body? Since it was not a human bone, it had to be a beast bone. But how could there be such a ferocious beast that could reach the 9th transformation level? This was impossible. Rank 9 was the level of Gu Venerables, only humans had ever appeared. Throughout history there were only 9 of them, the other races at most had rank 8 cultivation level, or were immemorial desolate beasts or immemorial desolate plants. Were there still rank 9 desolate beasts and desolate plants in this world? Only such existences would leave behind such an immortal material after death. Other than that, was it created by Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable? Fang Yuan was filled with doubts. The possibility of this was very small. Because Fang Yuan had already seen through the use of Heaven's Spine, it only had one use, it was to reinforce this dragon whale paradise. If Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable wanted to reinforce this paradise, he could use Earth Path methods or even Sound Path methods. This was Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's specialty, why would he seek Bone Path? Also, why did Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable make such arrangements to reinforce Dragon Whale Paradise? It is as if Dragon Whale Paradise is not safe and can collapse at any time. But the truth is, the blue dragon whale is a legendary immemorial desolate beast, its strength is at the peak of the world. There are very few existences that can threaten it. If its life is in danger, would it be useful to strengthen the Dragon Whale Paradise? The biggest question is, why is there such a huge black flame on Tianxiong's back? This was obviously not caused by Xinshang. If Xinshang was able to leak the black fire of such a scale, how could he have possibly come back alive and kicking, and taken the initiative to ask to be sealed? What is the connection between the black fire here and Xinshang's black fire? Fang Yuan continued to calculate. During this process he saw a rib branch completely melt in the black flames. The black flames that filled the sky were corroding fiercely, continuously destroying the sky's spine. What would happen if Heaven's back was completely destroyed? Fang Yuan didn't know, but he was sure it wasn't something good. He tried to control Myriad Year Flying Warship and controlled the Daybreak Swords to attack the black flame. Just as he expected, the black fire was like a sea, and his attack was like a stone thrown into the sea, unable to cause even the slightest change. Fang Yuan tried for a while and gave up helplessly. Even a person like him felt powerless. This was the difficulty of a super mission. Fang Yuan thought about it before leaving this place, returning to the starting island and going to the underwater formation. Xin Shang was still awake, so Fang Yuan told him about the situation of Heaven's Back. Do you have any impression of this place? Fang Yuan asked. Xin Shang shook his head in distress. I have no impression. But this definitely has a connection with my black fire. If I can figure out the mystery of the black fire, I might be able to see through Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's scheme back then, as well as the deepest secret of Dragon Whale Paradise. Saying this, Xin Shang paused. I want to take a look myself, can I? Of course. Fang Yuan agreed. Since he told Xin Shang about this, he did not intend to hide it. If he tried to complete this super mission alone, he would be too weak. He needed to gather the strength of all the Gu immortals. Soon the immortals gathered and arrived at Heaven's Back. Seeing the sea of black flames in the sky, the immortals' expressions changed. They gasped in amazement. The immortals tried to get rid of the black fire, but there was little progress. It seemed that the larger the black fire, the harder it was to get rid of it. Among the immortals, only Xin Shang's human path methods were outstanding, the others were inferior to him. After several days of clearing out the black fire, Immortal Hua Dai was the first to give in. It was not that she was in a bad state, but she had expended too much immortal essence. This mission is too difficult, I suggest we give up. Miao Mingxin secretly found Fang Yuan and discussed with him. Even without his words, Fang Yuan was already thinking of giving up. By now, the immortals had used all their strength to get rid of 1 hectare of black fire. And such a scale was not even 1,000th of the black fire in the sky. If I use rank 8 battle strength, the efficiency will increase greatly, but it is too low. I might as well complete large-scale missions. After a few times, I will be able to accumulate a lot of merit points. I'm afraid only venerables can complete such a super mission easily. Fang Yuan decided to give up. Xin Shang and Xin Songxing expressed their understanding. But they were not willing to give up. They only asked the other Xin clan Gu immortals to follow them. Xin Shang said to Fang Yuan, I want to explore a bit more. I will walk along the giant bone's trunk and see if I can find some crucial points. Fang Yuan looked at him deeply before nodding and leaving. Soon, only Xin Shang and Xin Songxing were left on the heavenly spine. Come with me. Xin Shang sighed. Xin Songxing followed closely behind and took the initiative to ask, Ancestor, you took the initiative to send everyone away, could it be that you have recalled something? Xin Shang shook his head. I intend to pass my human path inheritance to you. Xin Songxing was stunned. He could hear an ominous meaning in Xin Shang's tone. He quickly said, Ancestor, you don't have to be in such a hurry. I believe there will be a way to solve your problem. Xin Shang smiled. I have not given up hope, but I have to think about the clan. If I leave behind my human path inheritance, the clan will benefit from it. It will be my repayment to the clan. Xin Songxing was silent. Xin Shang continued, I cannot pass the inheritance to you in the underwater formation. After all, that is a formation that Fang Yuan personally set up. But here it should be safe. I will not pass the human path immortal Gu to you directly because I still need them. I will impart to you my cultivation experience as well as the killer moves and immortal Gu recipes that I created. Xin Songxing said solemnly, I will not let down ancestors' good intentions. Xin Shang smiled bitterly, my memories are very fragmented, my memories are limited. Let's start from the beginning. I once cultivated sound path, but in an accident, I refined heal injury immortal Gu and saw the hope of human path. In order to cultivate human path, I did many things secretly. These things went against the rules of the righteous path. The clan protected me and helped me conceal them, but I could not hide them from Lord Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. Lord Paradise Earth found me. I was not his match. I could not even take one attack from him. But Lord Paradise Earth didn't kill me, nor did he imprison me. Instead, he gave me a chance to atone for my crimes on account of my many years of saving lives. He also promised me that if I could grasp this opportunity, I might be able to achieve my goal and successfully cultivate human path. Thus, I came here and cultivated in the underwater formation that Lord Paradise Earth set up. My memories of cultivation are already completely blurry. I only remember that during this process, I obtained the help of the underwater formation and broke through time and time again, making steady progress. I started from heal injury immortal Gu and gradually expanded. I created heal injury, light injuries, heavy injuries, fatal injuries, emotional injuries, 5 laborious injuries, 7 injuries and other killer moves. Finally, one day I created the killer move accumulated injuries. From this killer move, I deduced the immortal Gu recipe of scar injury immortal Gu. I refined it and replaced it with my vital Gu. With this immortal Gu, any attack that causes damage to me will turn into injuries. The accumulation of injuries can increase the power of the mutual injuries killer move. In the previous battle, the reason why I forced Fang Yuan to retreat was because I used the mutual injuries killer move to injure him. Please remember, Scar Injury Immortal Gu is the core of my human path inheritance, while mutual injuries is my main offensive method. Shen Songxing's mind was shaken as he listened. Shen Shang's human path true inheritance was so profound that it shocked him both physically and mentally. Ancestor, this true inheritance that you created has great potential. It might be able to create a brand new path in human path. Shen Songxing praised sincerely. Ha ha ha. Shen Shang laughed proudly, patting Shen Songxing's shoulder. I'm afraid I won't be able to do it. I will leave the inheritance to you. If you want, you can cultivate human path in the future. If you have no intention of doing so, you can choose a suitable inheritor. Southern Border. Moral Paradise. A female immortal wore a purple silk dress. She was beautiful and mysterious. She walked down the mountain step by step. Her skin was white as snow, her hair hung down to her waist, her eyes were like deep pools, her brows were shrouded in sorrow. It was the leader of the Celestial Court, the person in charge of Star Constellation Chessboard, the #1 wisdom path great expert in the world, Fairy Myrtle. Right now, Fairy Myrtle was covered in sweat. She had a haggard expression, but her eyes were shining brightly. She was in high spirits. At the foot of the mountain, Lu Weiyin had been waiting for a long time. Lady Ziwei, it seems you have gotten what you wanted. Fairy Myrtle smiled. I have benefited a lot from this trip. I have already borrowed Benevolence Gu, thank you for your help. Lu Weiyin also smiled. Lady Ziwei, I did not do it to help you, I did it to help the world, to protect the peace of the 5 regions. Sai, the world is filled with demonic immortals now. Not to mention Fang Yuan, a Blood Path rank 8 great expert has appeared in Western Desert recently. He is finding trouble with super clans, he has repeatedly invaded their resource points, he is extremely arrogant and has terrifying methods. Chaotic times are coming, I only hope that this moral paradise can become a paradise. Fairy Myrtle sighed. Ziwei understands your meaning. In the future, when the 5 regions change, I will definitely repay you generously. Goodbye. Chapter 1929. Dragon Whale Paradise. Under the Merit Obelisk, Fang Yuan and Shen Songxing stood side by side, staring at the obelisk. The super mission to clear away the black fire was still there, but tomorrow was the final 300-day time limit. Fang Yuan's merit points were at the top of the list. This was a huge sum. After he found out that the black fire mission was too difficult, he only chose large and mid-sized missions to gain merit points. Miao Ming Shen's group had been assisting him, they had also gained a lot. After Shen Songxing and the rest realized the difficulty of the super mission, they wisely learned from Fang Yuan. Their merit points had accumulated to a considerable extent. 300 days passed in a flash, it feels like we just arrived here yesterday. Shen Songxing smiled bitterly. This was a true treasure land. By completing all sorts of missions, Gu Immortals could directly obtain Immortal Gu recipes and all sorts of killer moves. Even a rank 8 Gu Immortal like Shen Songxing was enjoying this place, he did not want to leave. But there was no choice, once the time limit was up, they would be kicked out of Dragon Whale Paradise. It is a pity that we have not explored all of Dragon Whale Paradise's secrets yet. Fang Yuan sighed in regret. There were still many mysteries about Dragon Whale Paradise. The black fire was a crucial point. Where did this black fire come from? Why were there so many changes? Why could it not be seen what path it belonged to? Why were human path methods so effective against it? Other than the black fire, where did the heavenly spine left behind by Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable come from? What was Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's true intention? What agreement did Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable and Shen Shang make back then? Shen Shang cultivated human path inside the underwater formation, but he was somehow infected by the troublesome black fire. Also, other than Shen Shang, Fang Yuan did not see any other Gu Immortals. Dragon Whale Paradise did not have any Gu Immortals? And where did the Immortal Gu in the Merit Obelisk come from? If they were all produced naturally, the quantity would be too much. Shen Songxing was silent for a while before saying, we can only explore these secrets in the future. Fortunately, we've already exchanged for titles. Once the blue dragon whale is born, we'll be able to sense it and come back to explore. Fang Yuan nodded. This was indeed a delightful discovery. Just as he had deduced, Miao Ming Shen was able to find the exact location of the blue dragon whale because of this name. He didn't know who had secretly transferred this title to him. Among all the titles provided by the Merit Monument, there were very few titles that could be transferred out. There was another discovery which was also related to titles. After exchanging for this title, when the Gu Immortal leaves Dragon Whale Paradise, they can teleport to any location within 100,000 li. This was the excuse that Fang Yuan used to deceive Miao Mingshen and the others, but in fact, it really existed. At this moment, the words on the merit monument suddenly floated and changed. Small, medium, large, and even super quests had all disappeared, leaving only one ultimate quest. Ultimate mission: leave with the blue dragon whale and return successfully. This is... Shin Songxing was shocked. Fang Yuan frowned. Don't tell me there is an ultimate quest above super quests? The description is very vague, but I'm afraid the difficulty is much higher than clearing away the black fire. At this time, the words on the merit monument changed again. Shin Songxing stared with wide eyes as he repeated, "The time limit for the mission is not fixed. After accepting it, you can stay in the paradise for an unlimited period of time. After completing the ultimate quest, you can obtain the qualifications to become the owner of the merit monument and keep your merit points." Fang Yuan's eyes shined with bright light as he thought, "So Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable has already made arrangements to choose a new owner for the merit monument. As long as I follow his arrangements, I can become the owner of this rank 8 Immortal Gu house. What a pity, what a pity." Fang Yuan felt regret. He had already found a way to obtain the merit monument, but his strength was limited. He could not even complete the super quest, not to mention the ultimate quest. The ultimate quest was clearly very difficult. Even rank 8 Gu Immortals did not have much hope. This was easy to deduce. The Gu Immortals who came to Dragon Whale Paradise were not limited to Fang Yuan's group. When the previous people came here, some might have accepted this ultimate quest, but the merit monument was still ownerless. This meant that no one had ever succeeded. There was another reason why Fang Yuan did not want to accept the mission. That was the description on the merit monument. The time limit for the mission was not fixed. If the time limit was too long, by the time he finished the mission and left, he would find that the Celestial Court had already repaired Fate Gu. What was the point of Fang Yuan then? Sigh. Shin Songxing let out a long breath of air. He had regained his rationality and recognized the risks. His gaze was no longer burning. Fang Yuan pointed at the mission on the merit monument and analyzed, "Brother Shin, this ultimate quest has a hidden meaning. After choosing this mission, the Gu Immortals' merit points will be preserved. This means that those who do not accept it will have their remaining merit points erased once they leave Dragon Whale Paradise." Shin Songxing's heart tightened as he nodded. "I'm afraid that is the case. When we first came here, there was no one on the merit board. This way, the Gu Immortals would have to spend as much of their accumulated merit points as possible. But as for how to spend it, the Gu Immortals would need to consider it themselves." The next day, at a certain corner of Eastern Sea, 3 lumps of white light flashed as Fang Yuan, Shin Songxing, and the 3 immortals appeared. All the Gu Immortals gave up on the ultimate quest and chose to leave. But Miao Mingshen's group did not leave with Fang Yuan. They were still worried about Fang Yuan. Ren Xiaoping and Tong Hua left with the other Shin Clan Gu Immortals. These 2 Eastern Sea lone immortals had completely boarded Shin Clan's ship after this matter. Fang Yuan turned around and looked back, only to see the sky was empty, the sea was calm, there was nothing behind him. He did not want to give up. He went with Shin Songxing and Shin Shang to investigate the surroundings, but there was nothing behind him. "The 3 of us purposely chose the location of the Blue Dragon Whale, but where is the Blue Dragon Whale? Stop looking, this is Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's method. Don't be fooled by the vivid scene in front of us. What if it is an illusion? Speaking of which, we have not seen the true appearance of the Blue Dragon Whale from start to finish." The 3 immortals sighed. The Blue Dragon Whale had many secrets. The Blue Dragon Whale was transformed by Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. It had an immortal aperture and could cultivate as a legendary immemorial beast. It had intelligence that was not inferior to ordinary people. But the Gu Immortals did not see the Blue Dragon Whale contacting them during their exploration. The Blue Dragon Whale's movements were also very mysterious. When did it appear, how did it disappear, and where did it go during this process? The world did not know. The 3 Gu Immortals here, even though they had gone to the Dragon Whale Paradise, did not know about it. Fang Yuan sighed internally. He had wanted to take the Blue Dragon Whale and the Merit Obelisk for himself. But the truth was, he was thinking too much. This was Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's grand arrangement. It had a mysterious motive. Like Northern Plains' Crazed Demon Cave, it was personally created by Limitless Demon Venerable. It was also a grand arrangement. Fang Yuan could only go to the 8th layer. He could not enter the core 9th layer. Wait, Crazed Demon Cave? Crazed Demon? Fang Yuan's heart jumped. The crazed demon cave created by Limitless Demon Venerable had demonic sounds that could cause living beings to go crazy. In Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's Dragon Whale Paradise, the black fire could also cause living beings to go crazy. Was there any connection between the two? Thinking about it, there are actually many living beings that have gone crazy in Dragon Whale Paradise. For example, the Tiger King Salamander that I killed earlier. Fang Yuan thought. These living beings were incurable when they went crazy. Fang Yuan could not find out the reason, he could only exterminate them. Other than the fact that they did not emit black fire, they had the same problem as Xinshang. From this, one could see how strong Xinshang was. Even if this person was struck by black fire, he would only go crazy for a period of time. Relying on his deep human path foundation and Dao marks, he would be able to hold on until he regained his sanity. Even Fang Yuan did not have the confidence to do this. He asked himself, even though he had many Dao marks, they were not the accumulation of human path. Currently, Xinshang is probably the #1 human path cultivator in the 5 regions. Even old man Jing Yuan of the Celestial Court cannot compare to him. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan could not help but feel some anticipation. The Fate War was not far away. Maybe Xinshang's appearance could bring some trouble to the Celestial Court. The 3 immortals could not find the blue dragon whale, they bade farewell. In this trip to Dragon Whale Paradise they had great gains. But the one with the most gains was undoubtedly Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was alone, he transformed into Qi-Si ancestor's appearance and returned to Qi-Si stealthily. The formation in the depths of Qi-Si was still operating. Inside the formation he saw Wuxia who was guarding this place. Wuxia went to southern border to trade dream realms with Qi clan. Qi Chuyu saw the chance to raise the price. Wuxia did not want to lower himself to Qi Chuyu's level, he wanted to settle the score later, he wanted to continue the transaction. But unexpectedly the loss of the dream realms was discovered by Wu Yong. He flew into a rage and found Qi Chuyu to have a private discussion. Qi Chuyu naturally denied it, even if it was exposed he would not admit it. But after being warned, Qi Chuyu could only restrain himself and temporarily cut off the Dream Realm transactions. Wu Shuai had no choice but to return to Eastern Sea. Fang Yuan met with Wu Shuai and learned about the current situation. The situation was somewhat terrible. In southern border, Wu Yong's influence was growing. Because of the mysterious disappearance of the Dream Realms, Qi Chuyu was unavoidably suspected. Wu Yong used this chance to gain the upper hand, he could use his political skills more easily. And in Western Desert, Fang Dichang's clone, whom Fang Yuan had placed high hopes on, fell into a quagmire. After he allied with several super clans to repel the Celestial Court, a blood path great expert appeared in Western Desert, he created chaos everywhere, he seemed to hate super forces very much, Fang clan was one of the victims. Other than this, an immemorial desolate beast appeared in Fang clan's Ice Fire Desert. This immemorial desolate beast was very crafty, Fang clan's many attempts to encircle it ended in failure. As for profound literature Grotto Heaven, Li Xiaobai's situation was rather smooth. Chapter 1930. Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven. The sky had already disappeared for several months, the whole Grotto Heaven was filled with black poisonous smoke. A vast amount of poisonous smoke covered the sky, the smoke clouds rumbled endlessly and condensed into the shape of dragons from time to time, spreading poisonous smoke to wreak havoc in the world. Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven was already filled with mournful cries, the future was bleak. Star Collection City was the #1 city in Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven, it was also the largest gathering point of humans. Star Collection City's walls were tall and there were many towers in the city. Jean Budu was standing on the highest tower, looking at the surging poisonous smoke in the sky. He had an exhausted expression and his body was covered in injuries. Behind him, a female combat beast warrior was healing him. My main body adjusted the time flow of Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven to become faster, causing calamities and tribulations to descend frequently. In this Grotto Heaven, any calamity or tribulation will turn into a beast calamity. However, before the previous beast calamity was exterminated, another beast calamity arrived. These beast calamities spread all over the place, involving the strength of all the Gu immortals in the Grotto Heaven. After accumulating, they actually fused into one, turning into this monster. Sigh. This time my main body miscalculated. Jean Budu's brows were tightly furrowed, he was deeply worried. The combat beast warrior who was healing him consoled, "Little Du, you should rest for a while. You have already fought for 3 days and 3 nights without resting. If this continues, even if your body is made of steel, you won't be able to endure it." Jean Budu sighed deeply, I am now the strongest combat beast warrior, I need to give it my all. If I were in the battlefield, everyone's sacrifices would be much lower. Little do you have already done well. If you had not sensed something amiss and informed everyone, allowing the cities to gather the commoners in advance, we would have suffered great losses. Little do, you are truly our savior, you saved the lives of hundreds of thousands of people. The combat beast warrior said. Even though she was a senior combat beast warrior, she admired this junior, Jean Budu. During this period of time, Jean Budu had convinced everyone in the grotto heaven. Not only was he strong in combat, but more importantly he cherished civilians, sacrificed himself for others and fought on the front lines selflessly. Today Jean Budu had become a great hero, a moral model and an idol of the people. But in fact, Jean Budu just wanted to protect his assets. Be it him or Fang Yuan's main body, they had long regarded the Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven as their own. Although the Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven had preserved most of its vitality because of Jean Budu's timely warning, the amount that had been lost was enough to make Jean Budu's heart ache. It's coming again. Jean Budu's expression tightened as he suddenly said. The beast warrior beside him also tensed up, hurriedly looking up at the sky. The poisonous smoke churned intensely in the sky. A dragon roared, and a huge dragon made of poisonous smoke descended. The huge dragon's body was extremely huge, it was 800 feet long, and the huge dragon head was like a small mountain as it crashed towards Star Collection City on the ground. Once it crashed, more than half of Star Collection City would be instantly destroyed, and after the poisonous smoke spread, hundreds of thousands of civilians would die. Of course, Jean Budu would not allow such a situation to happen. With an eagle cry, an arrow-tailed eagle flew out of his immortal aperture. Combat Beast Warrior Transformation. In an instant he turned into an eagle beast, flapped his wings and flew into the sky. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. Jean Budu attacked crazily, sending out countless wind blades that were extremely sharp and ferocious like a storm. Hundreds and thousands of huge wind blades landed on the dragon head, and the poisonous smoke dragon head lasted for a moment before collapsing. It's Little Do. As expected, it's him again. As expected of Little Do, the combat beast warriors reacted one after another and praised. And when the civilians in various parts of Star Collection City saw this, they all shouted, Savior Jean Budu. Very soon, such cheers spread throughout the whole city, and wave after wave filled the whole Star Collection City. It was extremely fanatical. Jean Budu did not relax and instead looked up at the sky vigilantly, shouting, Everyone be careful, another wave of attacks is coming. The poisonous smoke surged and more than 10 poisonous smoke dragons suddenly appeared, charging towards Star Collection City. The cheers of the civilians stopped abruptly. The combat beast warriors' faces turned as pale as paper. In the past the attacks were at most 3 to 5 poisonous smoke dragons, but now the number had increased by 5 times, and it was not something they could resist at all. Is it going to end like this? Damn it. I don't want to die yet. At the crucial moment, starlight suddenly soared into the sky from the Star Snail Hall, and a giant suddenly appeared, standing on the battlefield. Everyone was overjoyed, and Jean Budu also pretended to be overjoyed, but in his heart he already knew, that old fellow is finally willing to make a move. This was the current combat beast king, and it used the corpse of the Star Sea Snail to transform. It was the strongest combat power in the Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven, and also the last trump card. Back then, when Fang Yuan transformed into the bull-headed demonic god, he had also fought with the combat beast king. The giant was wearing heavy armor, and he continuously punched out, shooting out fist after fist like meteors shooting into the sky. The meteors collided with the poisonous smoke dragon heads, and the effect was extraordinary. Several poisonous smoke dragon heads exploded on the spot, and the momentum of the poisonous smoke dragon heads stopped, which bought crucial time for the other combat beast warriors. Then the giant stomped on the ground and its hands held up the sky, and a hemispherical screen of starlight rose, covering the whole city. The poisonous smoke dragon was temporarily blocked by the screen of starlight, and the combat beast warriors were enveloped in a layer of blue light, floating out, and fighting intensely with the poisonous smoke dragon heads. The combat beast warriors were only made of flesh and blood, and they were quickly at a disadvantage. The poisonous smoke dragon heads were endless. No matter how many were destroyed, a corresponding number of poisonous smoke dragon heads would be produced. If this continues, I'm afraid that Star Collection City will be destroyed today. Realizing this, the combat beast king made up his mind. He shouted loudly, his voice reverberating in the battlefield. The situation is urgent, little do, go and receive the final inheritance. Right now, only you have hope of saving everyone. This old guy is finally willing to take out the final inheritance. Jean Boudou sneered in his mind. Right now, he had already obtained the Beast Calamity true inheritance in all the important areas, and only the final part was left. He had been in Star Collection City for many days, but the current Combat Beast King did not mention this. Jean Boudou could only pretend that he did not know that the final inheritance was in Star Collection City. Little do, go, I will guard this place. Go little do, it's up to you now. We will fight for time for you, even until the last moment of our lives, we will do our best. The Combat Beast warriors urged. Undeniably, the Gu Immortals and Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven were truly different from the outside world. They had the spirit of sacrificing themselves. Jean Boudou flew to the underground of Star Snail Hall, arriving in front of the final altar. The altar shined as the Qilin Heavenly Spirit appeared. Young man, you are qualified to inherit the complete Beast Calamity true inheritance. It is time to tell you the truth of the world. The Qilin Heavenly Spirit's voice was like that of a child, crisp and cute. As the memories were transmitted, Jean Boudou pretended to be shocked. So our world is so small, true cultivation is using goo worms, not transforming. This is too unexpected. Heavenly Spirit, what should I do next? The Qilin Heavenly Spirit came to Jean Boudou and lowered its head. Master, I don't have any good ideas. Ever since the tributary of the River of Time changed, the Grotto Heaven's calamities and tribulations have become more frequent. This calamity and tribulation contains the power of a myriad tribulation. I am afraid I will not be able to escape this time. I will open the door, Master, please leave quickly. When Jean Boudou inherited the complete Beast Calamity true inheritance, the Qilin Heavenly Spirit recognized him as its master. Jean Boudou heaved a deep sigh. He was about to speak when his expression changed, revealing true joy. No need, my main body is here. At the crucial moment, Fang Yuan's main body finally arrived. Looking at the poisonous smoke that filled the sky, Fang Yuan felt a headache. Jean Boudou ordered the Qilin Heavenly Spirit to open the Grotto Heaven's entrance. Fang Yuan came in openly. Because he was no longer an invader, and because the Qilin Heavenly Spirit recognized him as its master, all beings' assimilation transformation no longer affected Fang Yuan's main body's expression. Fang Yuan was able to enter the battlefield. Thus, the combat beast warriors in the battlefield saw an unimaginable scene. A person was floating in the air, his aura was like a mountain or a sea. The poisonous smoke dragons seemed to be provoked by this mysterious person. Most of them turned around and charged towards Fang Yuan. Who is he? Dodge. Oh no, it's too late. The combat beast warriors roared in anger. They watched in despair as Fang Yuan was surrounded by the poisonous smoke dragons. Just as the poisonous smoke dragons were about to bite him, Fang Yuan made his move. Rumble. In an instant, air currents surged and winds howled. The color of heaven and earth changed, the poisonous smoke dissipated. Fang Yuan stood proudly in the sky, the poisonous smoke dragons around him dissipated, even the thick layer of poisonous smoke above his head had a huge circular hole. Bright light shone through the hole, bathing Fang Yuan in sunlight. The combat beast warriors all opened their mouths, they were extremely shocked. Fang Yuan's first move was earth-shattering, his battle prowess was terrifying. More importantly, he didn't use any form of transformation at all. He was able to achieve such a shocking result with just his own attacks. This scene caused the long-held concept of cultivation of the beast warriors to crumble with a loud bang. In an instant, everyone was at a loss. At this time, Fang Yuan slowly spoke, his voice clearly transmitted to everyone present. Little Du, where are you? Father is here. The immortals were shocked again. Jean Boudou flew out, his face full of joy, tears streaming down his face. Father, you finally came out. Quickly save this world. In the next instant, the entire Star Luo city was in an uproar. So this mysterious person was Jean Boudou's father. No wonder he was so powerful. This was a hidden expert. We're saved. We're definitely saved. Fang Yuan sighed and said with a pained tone, I did not expect such a huge disaster to happen during my seclusion. Unfortunately, I was isolated from the outside world during my seclusion. If I had known earlier, I would not have let these poisonous smoke dragons wreak havoc for so long. With that, Fang Yuan made his move again, quickly dissipating the poisonous smoke. But there was just too much poisonous smoke, it spread throughout the entire Grotto Heaven. Very soon, poisonous smoke surged in from other places. Father, the situation is now under control, let's go down and rest first, said Jean Boudou. All right. Fang Yuan nodded. Chapter 1931. Celestial Court. Star Constellation chessboard was half a foot off the ground. It rotated slowly between Fairy Myrtle and Feng Kim Hong, letting out dazzling starlight. Specks of starlight were dazzling, they were like blue fireflies, jumping around the two at times and entering their minds at other times. The two girls sat cross-legged, their eyes were closed and their brows were tightly furrowed. They were thinking about some difficult problem. The starlight slowly disappeared. Star Constellation chessboard flew into Fairy Myrtle's hands. Fairy Myrtle slowly opened her eyes, but Feng Kim Hong did not open his eyes. He fell to the ground and fainted on the spot. This child? Fairy Myrtle was not nervous, she sighed. She knew Feng Kim Hong's condition like the back of her hand. Feng Kim Hong was only a Gu master, he was not a rank 8 great expert like Fairy Myrtle. Fairy Myrtle's original deduction plan was very suitable for Feng Kim Hong. But Feng Kim Hong insisted, he did not want to implicate Fairy Myrtle because of him. After all, Fairy Myrtle was an important person in Celestial Court. When Feng Kim Hong slowly woke up, he found he had already left the deduction secret room. He had returned to Central Great Hall. Huang good job. Duke Long looked at Feng Kim Hong, feeling extremely gratified. You actually modified the pure dream reality seeker physique. This physique no longer has any drawbacks. You are indeed the fated great dream immortal venerable. Feng Kim Hong was a little embarrassed from the praise. Master, there is a reason for this. Do you still remember the killer move Shatter Dream that disciple created not long ago? Using the result of Shatter Dream, I was able to successfully modify the pure dream reality seeker physique. The entire process was completely dependent on Lady Ziwei's calculations, and I only played a minor supporting role. Fairy Myrtle smiled. Little Huang, you're too humble. It's precisely because you provided us with the correct direction that we were able to successfully calculate it. If not for that, even if I divined it many times, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to find anything. Duke Long said with deep sincerity, Huang this perfect pure dream reality seeker physique is extremely important to you. It is a crucial opportunity for your future accomplishments. Remember, you must use the pure dream reality seeker physique to ascend to immortality in the future. Feng Kim Hong had never seen Duke Long so serious. He quickly nodded and replied, Yes, master. I will keep this in mind. Duke Long nodded. Go ahead. I have something to discuss with Fairy Myrtle. Disciple will take his leave. Feng Kim Hong immediately left obediently. This time, Huang was able to obtain the perfect pure dream reality seeker physique thanks to you. Duke Long said to Fairy Myrtle. That was indeed the case. Fairy Myrtle was not only the main factor in the deduction, even the original pure dream reality seeker physique was obtained from searching Spectral Soul's memories. Without this foundation, no matter how much inspiration or direction Feng Kim Hong had, it would be useless. Fairy Myrtle smiled. This is my duty. If not for you capturing Spectral Soul alive, I would not have been able to soul search him. Speaking of which, the source of little Huang gratitude is still you, her master. Duke Long shook his head. I am ashamed. As a master I have taught very little. I know nothing about Dream Path, but thankfully Huang has extraordinary talent in Dream Path. It is my honor to be able to do something for the future great dream immortal venerable. How has your practice of equal treatment been? Fairy Myrtle's expression turned solemn. There is no problem with benevolence Gu. As for the killer move, I have already used it several times. Did you find anything strange? Duke Long asked. Fairy Myrtle denied. No. Duke Long thought about it. In that case, equal treatment is effective. But why are we not seeing any results? Yes. Fairy Myrtle frowned. Using equal treatment to deal with spring-autumn cicada was our plan from the start. Looking at Fang Yuan's recent actions, he has made ample preparations and plans. For example, in the battle for the River of Time or in the battle for Dragon Palace, he had the initiative. He must have revived again, but why does no one on our side have the previous life's memories? Equal treatment's effect was as its name suggested. Once Fairy Myrtle used this killer move, the state of the person she saw would change at the same time. For example, after Fairy Myrtle used equal treatment, she saw Fang Yuan's revival. At the same time, Fairy Myrtle saw Duke Long. Then when Fang Yuan used spring-autumn success to self-detonate, his memories would return to his past body. Duke Long would also receive the same treatment. His memories would enter his past self's mind. We do not know what happened in Fang Yuan's previous life. Earlier we guessed that we could not borrow benevolence Gu to create equal treatment. But now we have this method in our hands. In the end, Fang Yuan's rebirth changed this result. In the previous life, we did not construct the killer move equal treatment. Or did I encounter a mishap in my previous life and did not use the killer move equal to all? Fairy Myrtle was in a predicament. Sometime after Duke Long woke up and understood the situation, he proposed to use the killer move equality to deal with Spring-Autumn Cicada. Spring-Autumn Cicada was refined by his first disciple, Red Lotus Demon Venerable. Duke Long knew the method to deal with this cicada. And when Fang Yuan revived, Fairy Myrtle could easily deduce it. It was around the time when Celestial Court attacked Langya Blessed Land. The Fang Yuan before this and the Fang Yuan after this had a different style of doing things, and the success rate was also entirely different. Before Celestial Court attacked Langya Blessed Land, Fang Yuan failed to retrieve the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle and was tricked by Lu Weiyin. And after that, Fang Yuan made ample preparations to deal with Celestial Court's attack. Celestial Court's side was countered time and time again. They could not use their advantages and their disadvantages were magnified, but Fang Yuan was the complete opposite. Duke Long pondered, actually there is another possibility. In my previous life equal treatment was successfully activated by you, but other than Fang Yuan, you did not see anyone else. Or maybe this person is not a loyal Gu immortal to Celestial Court. Fairy Myrtle's eyes shined with light. If that is the case, who is the key person? Longevity Heaven. Buzz buzz buzz, orange-yellow light flickered continuously, covering the entire sky of Longevity Heaven. Next, an aura that was on the brink of death grew rapidly. It soon filled the entire world and shook everyone's hearts. Such a shocking change attracted the attention of Five Elements Grandmaster, Bull Demon and Flower Lady. Five Elements Grandmaster was a Northern Plains lone cultivator rank 8, but after being trapped after invading Longevity Heaven, he felt hopeless after some struggle and surrendered to Longevity Heaven. He was stationed in Longevity Heaven for a long time now. The Ox Demon and Flower Lady were the North Desolation Immortals. What is going on? Five Elements Grandmaster was shocked and bewildered. Bull Demon and Flower Lady looked at each other. They saw joy in each other's eyes. The latter chuckled, West Desolation Immortal Bing Sai Chuan has awakened. Bing Sai Chuan? Five Elements Grandmaster's brows rose. He felt that this name was familiar. Right at this time there was a loud roar, light rippled in the sky, rainbows flowed like rivers, piercing through the sky. A figure stepped on the river. He was tall and had a gentle expression, but his gaze was sharp and cold, emitting a cold light. From his right ear to the left corner of his mouth, there was an ugly scar. It was shining with white light, emitting a coldness that was like 1,000-year-old ice. Five Elements Grandmaster's heart shook. I remember now. Bing Sai Chuan was a time path great expert of the same generation as Giant Sun Immortal. Giant Sun Immortal had to attack 3 times before subduing him. He did not die. He even became the West Desolation Immortal of Longevity Heaven. Longevity Heaven was different from the Celestial Court. It had 4 Desolation Immortals and 8 extremities, 12 positions. Among them, 4 Desolation Immortals had to be rank 8 Gu Immortals, while the 8 extremities had to be at least rank 7, and they were elites among rank 7s. Greetings to Senior West Desolation. Bull Demon and Flower Lady greeted. Five Elements Grandmaster also followed with a respectful attitude. West Desolation Immortal Bing Sai Chuan's seniority was simply too high. Bing Sai Chuan came to the 3 immortals and looked around, nodding. I am awake, but I do not have much lifespan left. My time is limited. Give me information. I want to see the current situation in the world. Longevity Heaven's information was very comprehensive. Not only did it have the complete records of the collapse of 88-point Jinyang Tower, it also had the appearance of Eastern Sea Dragon Palace, and Central Continent's Celestial Court preparing for the Refinement Path Convention. Fang Yuan? He actually used rank 7 cultivation level to extort Southern Border's righteous path. He harmed the Celestial Court time and time again in the River of Time. He is indeed a world-shaking figure. Qi Si Ancestor could fight to a draw with Duke Long? This is truly rare. Eastern Sea is truly deep. There is also Fang Di Chang. He actually refined Divine Bean Palace. Ah, this world is never lonely. After Bing Sai Chuan obtained the information, he laughed loudly with unparalleled pride. His laughter paused as Bing Sai Chuan's eyes shined with bright light. Since Fang Yuan destroyed 88-point Jinyang Tower, he is the crucial character that Giant Sun Immortal mentioned. Bull Demon, Flower Lady, and Five Elements Grandmaster were stunned. Bing Sai Chuan's words seemed to have touched upon a historical secret. Could it be that Giant Sun Immortal had already deduced that Fang Yuan would destroy 88-point Jinyang Tower? Since he deduced it, why did he let Fang Yuan succeed? Bing Sichuan did not explain to the three immortals. He ordered, "We cannot let Fate Gu be repaired, we must stop this Central Continent Refinement Path Convention. Contact Fang Yuan, our longevity heaven will cooperate with him." What? The three immortals were stunned again. Bing Sichuan frowned, "Can you contact Fang Yuan?" The three immortals were dazed, they shook their heads. Bing Sichuan's frown deepened. "Then what are you waiting for? Do you want me to find a way to contact Fang Yuan personally?" In the previous life, Langya sect joined Longevity Heaven, thus Longevity Heaven easily obtained a way to contact Fang Yuan from the land spirit of Langya. But in this life, Fang Yuan annexed Langya Blessed Land and even the four-variant human alliance, Longevity Heaven had nothing to do with it. Chapter 1932. Inside the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. Kokidahara. Is everything ready? Shui Air sat in the snow crystal formation, observing the dozens of frost chi lumps. Everything is ready, Supreme Elder. A snowman rank 5 female Gu master knelt on the ground respectfully. Then go. Remember to treat them warmly. Of course, if there are any grievances, don't just let them be. Shui Air thought about it and said, "Yes." The snowman female Gu master left. Shui Air sighed. Ever since she was arranged by Fang Yuan, she had been focusing on the development of the snowman tribe. With the help of Fang Yuan's snow crystal formation, Shui Air worked hard. The snowman tribe grew several times in size, becoming a huge variant human tribe. Husband finally brought in humans. If I have time, I would really like to go and take a look. Unfortunately, I cannot leave this place. Shui Air looked at the frost chi, feeling worried. She controlled the formation and organized it carefully. Ever since Fang Yuan annexed Chi Fei's Grotto Heaven, his Chi Path Dao marks increased greatly, the Sovereign Immortal Aperture was greatly influenced. This influence had not stopped yet, it was still modifying all aspects of the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. For example, the snowman tribe that Shui Air was in was accumulating frost chi. Every few months, Shui Air had to personally control the formation and organize it. Once the frost chi accumulated to a certain extent, it would break through the limit and turn into a frost tide. The cold wave was also a disaster for the weak snowmen. It would also cause great damage to the surrounding environment. In fact, if the frost tide spread, it might even affect the whole of Kokidahara. Because of the regional walls, the other 4 mini-regions would not be affected by the frost tide. Not long ago, Fang Yuan sent a message, telling Shui Air that there would be a city near the snowman tribe. By then, the snowman tribe would need to work hard, gather their troops, bring gifts and interact with them. Shui Air did as she was told, but all along as a variant human, she had been suppressed by the humans. Now that she interacted with the humans, it was a trauma in her life. If possible, Shui Air would like to see the whole of Kokidahara become the territory of the snowmen. However, she also understood that this was a delusion. Fang Yuan was a human after all, and when his immortal aperture was developed to a certain extent, he would bring in and nurture humans. This was the sign of a flourishing immortal aperture. The snowman tribe had just set off. At the same time, the Inkmen of Western Desert arrived at their destination. As the Inkman city lord Mo Tan Sang was currently high up in the clouds, waiting quietly. "It's here." His eyes suddenly flashed. Suddenly, a colorful light flashed between heaven and earth. Surrounding this ball of colorful light, the earth pushed out in all directions. The multicolored light grew brighter and brighter, gradually revealing the vague illusion of a city. The illusion became more and more real. Eventually, the light dissipated, and a vast land with a circumference of several thousand miles was added to the original spot. A city was located in the center of the land. It was the Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven's sacred Eagle City. The Inkman Gu masters were already kneeling on the ground, singing praises to such an immortal sight. Only when Mo Tan Sang sent an order did this group of people move. The city gates of Holy Eagle City opened. The citizens inside had already been notified and formed a welcoming party. The two groups met at the city gates and officially started to interact. Sacred Eagle City's humans curiously sized up the black-skinned and white-haired Inkmen, while the Inkmen gradually let go of their worries. They had been living under the heavy pressure of humans for a long time. To think that these newly joined humans would be so easy to talk to. They spoke with an equal attitude. This made the Inkmen feel joy from the bottom of their hearts. "Sir, are you Lord Mo Tan Sang?" Eagle Warrior, who was in charge of Sacred Eagle City, flew towards Mo Tan Sang. "Please guide me in the future." Sure. Mo Tan Sang smiled. "No need to be so polite, we are all on the same side." Mini blue sky. The cloud soil gathered to form a small floating continent. After the starlight blossomed, this originally empty continent suddenly gained a majestic city. This city was filled with scars and destruction. It was the Star Collection City that had resisted the poisonous smoke Grand Tribulation earlier. At the center of Star Collection City, there was a brand new Star Snail Hall. This was a mortal goo house specially constructed by Fang Yuan. As for the Star Sea Snail that was the body of the hall, it had already been stored away by Fang Yuan. This was an immemorial desolate beast. Its shell was a rank 8 immortal material. If it was given to the elderly combat beast king, he would not process it. He could only let the Tao marks on the immortal material dissipate naturally. That would be too wasteful. This is your father's world? It is so vast and empty. The elderly combat beast king quietly left Star Collection City and circled around it, sighing with emotion. Accompanying him was Jianghu. This is mini blue heaven. In my father's immortal aperture world, there are 9 such places. I'm sure we can live well here. The elderly combat beast king nodded and asked, how do we contact the others? Use this. This is an information path goo worm. Jianghu took out a mortal goo and handed it to the elderly combat beast king. The elderly combat beast king had rank 8 cultivation level, but his knowledge was very narrow. Even he was amazed by this information path mortal goo. To think that goo worms can be used like this. This is their true use. The beast calamity true inheritance that I inherited is also like this. Jianghu smiled embarrassedly. Grandpa combat beast king, please don't blame me, my father told me to keep this a secret. The elderly combat beast king nodded. Understandable. What does your father need me to do? For the time being, I would like to ask Grandpa combat beast king and the other combat beast warriors to learn the orthodox goo cultivation method. We are not safe, we still have enemies outside. Jianghu concealed something. The elderly combat beast king was moved. Your father is willing to impart the true goo cultivation method to us? Of course we are on the same side. We are on the same side. Jianghu smiled. Fang Yuan annexed Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven. The Grand Tribulation that spread to Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven expended a lot of his immortal essence and energy, but it could not stop Fang Yuan. After resolving the calamity that threatened the Grotto Heaven almost single-handedly, Fang Yuan's reputation reached its peak. Next, with the help of Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven's owner, Jianghu, Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven was successfully fused into the sovereign immortal aperture. Different from the previous life, Fang Yuan had made ample preparations in this life. He made detailed deductions. After annexing the Grotto Heavens, he split them up and placed them in different areas of the sovereign immortal aperture. Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven had several large gathering places. They each kept a portion of the Beast Calamity true inheritance. Fang Yuan placed Sacred Eagle City, Qingming Valley, Spirit Spring Forest, Mountain Cliff City, and Star Collection City in Mini Western Desert, Mini Southern Border, Mini Central Continent, Kokitahara, and Mini Blue Heaven. Of course, other than these, there were also a large number of resource points in Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven that were placed by Fang Yuan. Time was needed to digest these Grotto Heavens. The ecological aspects needed time to reach a balance again, and the patience of goo immortals to adjust them. Fang Yuan obtained myriad beings assimilation transformation again. At the same time, the Qilin heavenly spirit was left in the largest original location. Fang Yuan obtained over 200,000 transformation path Tao marks from this. In the previous life, Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven only provided him with 100,000 transformation path Tao marks. But in this life, Fang Yuan made arrangements in advance. He had enough time and thus triggered the second Grand Tribulation. Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven's original owner barely survived the first Grand Tribulation before dying. When Fang Yuan found Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven, it was already close to the second Grand Tribulation. After passing the second Grand Tribulation, Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven gained over 100,000 Tao marks. Thus, Fang Yuan's gains in transformation path Tao marks were twice as much as in the previous life. Tao marks were naturally something that one should have as many as possible. Oh, Bing Sichuan woke up and still wants to cooperate with me? Fang Yuan only smiled when he received this news. Even though Longevity Heaven could not contact Fang Yuan directly, they immediately thought of a way. They knew that Southern Border's righteous path had been extorted by Fang Yuan before. They definitely had a way to contact Fang Yuan. After discussing with one of the Southern Border super forces, they paid a certain price to obtain this method. Bing Sichuan immediately contacted Fang Yuan, expressing his desire to cooperate with Fang Yuan again. In the previous life, Fang Yuan was still a little bewildered. But in this life Fang Yuan was well aware of it. Bing Sichuan's plan is to gather all the forces that he can use to snatch Fate Gu. However, I also need these people to attack Celestial Court and probe it for me, drawing away their firepower. There were many things in Celestial Court that made Fang Yuan wary. For example, Genesis Lotus Painting Path method in the tower, or the match between the two venerables in Imperfection Regret Pavilion. Fang Yuan agreed to cooperate with Bing Sichuan. This made Bing Sichuan suspicious. Why did Fang Yuan agree so easily? I'm afraid he is suspicious, he just wants to see what I do next. Bing Sichuan frowned, he felt that he needed to find a chance to fight alongside Fang Yuan to show his sincerity. But after thinking for a while, Bing Sichuan did not find any suitable targets. In the previous life he did not have such a problem. Be it the Stone Lotus Island in the River of Time or the battle for Dragon Palace, he could work together with Fang Yuan to resist them. But in this life Fang Yuan changed a lot after rebirth. He obtained Dragon Palace in advance. Celestial Court in the River of Time suffered a crushing defeat. It had not recovered yet. It did not dare to step into this forbidden zone created by Fang Yuan. Celestial Court. Qin Dingling looked at Feng Jiugu, a faint smile on her face. Speak. Why did you come looking for me? Qin Dingling admired this outstanding junior, the future Dao Guardian of Great Dream Immortal Venerable. Feng Jiugu hesitated before speaking. I want to borrow Senior's rank 8 Luck Path Immortal Gu, Responsive Luck. Qin Dingling was surprised for a moment, and then she understood. Okay, I promise you. Saying so, she handed Immortal Gu to Feng Jiugu. Feng Jiugu could not help but be surprised. Qin Dingling said, I know you are creating a new killer move, this Responsive Luck Immortal Gu will be of great help to you, otherwise with your nature, you would not ask to borrow this Gu worm from me. Feng Jiugu nodded, receiving Immortal Gu. That is correct. He had already created 80% of Destiny Song. He found that rank 8 Fate Armor Immortal Gu could not contain the Grand Destiny Song. He needed a Luck Path Immortal Gu as the core. According to Feng Jiugu's understanding, Responsive Luck Immortal Gu was the most suitable for him. Qin Dingling looked at this Immortal Gu and sighed. I did not create this Responsive Luck Immortal Gu's Immortal Gu recipe, I had secretly read Giant Sun Immortal's manuscript. In the future, when you use this Gu to deal with Northern Plains Gu Immortals, you will be giving them a taste of their own medicine. I will give this Immortal Gu to you. Feng Jiugu thanked Qin Dingling, saying, This Gu is not complete yet. I need to go to the River of Time and observe the past and present, observing the paths of all living beings. Qin Dingling frowned. According to what I know, even though Celestial Court is working hard, they have only built one-time path Immortal Gu house. If you want to go to the River of Time now, you are courting death. Let me see your luck. I want to see if there are any opportunities hidden within. Chapter 1933. The River of Time flowed without end. Celestial Court. Discussion Hall. Celestial Court's Gu Immortals were gathered here. There were few who had not arrived yet. This was the largest gathering in Celestial Court in the past 1,000 years. Duke Long sat at the highest level looking around. Since we have reached an agreement, let's do it. Whether we can restore Celestial Court to its former glory will depend on everyone's hard work. We will do our best. The Immortals replied in unison. They were united in their determination. The Central Continent Refinement Path Convention that concerned the 5 regions and the world, the highly anticipated Central Continent Refinement Path Convention had finally begun. When news spread, the world was shaken. Thanks to Fang Yuan's publicity, the Gu Immortals all knew of the significance of this Refinement Path Convention. But the Mortal Gu Masters did not know. They only thought that this Central Continent Refinement Path Convention was no different from the previous ones. The Gu Masters got up and set off towards Central Continent. Each Central Continent Refinement Path Convention would attract Gu Masters from the other 4 regions to participate. It was a huge event that spanned across the 5 regions. But this time it was different from the start. Western Desert. A large group of Gu Masters stood in front of the regional wall. A youngster exclaimed, Father, if I did not see it with my own eyes, I would not have imagined such a grand scene in the world. This is the regional wall. After passing through here we will go to Central Continent. The middle-aged Gu Master beside the youngster said, Once we enter the regional wall, our vision will be restricted. You need to stay close to me and not get separated. Do you understand? Yes, Father, I will remember. The youngster nodded obediently. Zhang Quan looked at his son Zhang Ping, feeling gratified. His son had strong refinement path talent. For his growth and development, Zhang Quan brought him on a long journey to Central Continent to participate in the Refinement Path Convention, to gain knowledge and train his abilities. What is that sound? At the next moment, Zhang Quan raised his head in confusion. Next, his pupils shrunk. He was in deep shock. He saw a huge meteor the size of a hill falling towards them. The surrounding Gu masters screamed in shock. How can this be? We are finished. At once, Zhang Quan felt deep regret. If he had gone to Central Continent alone, his son Zhang Ping would not have died. Boom. The meteor fell and collided with the ground, causing an earth-shattering explosion. Zhang Quan and the others were completely obliterated. In the sky, an Inkman Gu immortal glanced around coldly before quickly leaving. Similar scenes were happening all over the 5 regions. These Gu immortals were Fang Yuan's subordinates. They received his orders to stop the participants of the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention. Next, Fang Yuan made a public declaration in jewel yellow skies. Whoever participates in this Refinement Path Convention will be my, Fang Yuan's, enemy. Maybe one day I will come and settle the score with you. The 5 regions' Gu immortals could not help but sigh. The Central Continent Refinement Path Convention had just started and Fang Yuan had already made his move. As expected of the little devil sovereign so arrogant and cruel. The Celestial Court was furious. Because of the obstruction of Fang Yuan's subordinates, the number of Gu masters participating in the convention was less than in previous years. This was not good for the restoration of Fate Gu. Different from the previous life, Fang Yuan's subordinates were only active in Northern Plains, Southern Border, Western Desert and Eastern Sea. This way, Central Continent and the Celestial Court's Gu immortals could not go to the other 4 regions to protect them. At this crucial moment, if Central Continent and the Celestial Court's Gu immortals went to the other 4 regions, they would be provoking the 4 regions' super forces. The Celestial Court could only reprimand Fang Yuan for his crimes. At the same time, they contacted the 4 regions' Righteous Path forces, hoping that they would uphold the Righteous Path spirit and punish this demon. The 4 regions' Righteous Path responded, but few of them took action. Even if they took action, it was all bark and no bite. In the previous life, Fang Yuan made his move in Central Continent's territory, thus he was obstructed not long after. In this life, Fang Yuan made his move in advance and immediately reaped great rewards. The wave of Gu masters swarming into Central Continent was effectively stopped. No one was willing to lose their lives just to participate in the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention. Furthermore, the 4 regions' super forces had already stopped their own Gu masters from participating in the convention, causing this Central Continent Refinement Path Convention to be much quieter. Central Continent Guai Sect. As one of the registration locations for the Refinement Path Convention, this place was bustling with noise and excitement. The Refinement Path Convention has finally begun. Strange, why do I not see anyone from the other 4 regions? Luo Xing sighed. In the previous Refinement Path Convention, he had lost to a Northern Plains Gu master due to an accident. This time he made a comeback. He wanted to see a Northern Plains Gu master as his opponent. Luo Xing was anxious. He wanted to prove himself. But Central Continent is too big, the 5 regions are too big, there will always be geniuses. He glanced around and found that 3 of the people present were strong opponents for him. One was an old man who had been famous for many years. He was also a Refinement Path master. The other was a young man and a girl with bright eyes. The former had shone brilliantly in the previous Refinement Path Convention, while the latter was a rising genius in the last 10 years. The competition in this Refinement Path Convention is going to be so intense. I need to make good use of this opportunity. I cannot miss it. I need to prove myself. I need to make my wife and son hold their heads high. Boom. At the next moment, a huge ancient year beast descended from the sky, crushing the entire registration hall into pieces. All of his grand ambitions vanished into thin air and vanished into thin air. Those young Gu masters with bright futures and talented girls who were the center of attention died on the spot. They were crushed into meat paste, their blood and bones mixed together. Even their corpses could not be identified. In the sky, Bai Ningbing's figure flashed. She was in charge of moving. After arriving at the location, she released the ancient year beast. As for the result, Fang Yuan had already said that she did not need to care. Earlier, Fang Yuan had sent variant human Gu immortals to kill the participating Gu master groups in the 4 regions. Now, he ordered Shadow Sect's immortals to infiltrate Central Continent and use ancient year beasts to destroy the competition locations, causing many tragedies. Countless elite Gu masters were sacrificed. After learning of this, Celestial Court immediately spread the truth. So there really are immortals in this world? The culprit behind all of this is Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan, you killed my father, I will definitely take revenge for this. Sigh, even though I am rank 5, if I do not become a Gu immortal, I will still be an ant. Immortals are high above us, why should I lose my life for a mere refinement path convention? I will go. I will definitely go. If we do not participate in this convention, isn't that what Fang Yuan wants to see? Some were fearful, some were shocked, some retreated, while some were firm in their confidence. This is inciting the anger of the people, accumulating their will. In the previous life, Fang Yuan did not know the motive behind Celestial Court's actions, but in this life he was very clear about it. Fang Yuan ordered to gather all of his subordinates. Celestial Court and Central Continent's Gu immortals accumulated their anger and hatred. They were about to attack when they found that Fang Yuan's subordinates had disappeared. Didn't Fang Yuan want to destroy the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention? Why did he stop? The 4 regions' super forces that were watching the show were very puzzled. And in a secret meeting in southern border, Wu Yong analyzed a portion of Fang Yuan's thoughts. Fang Yuan gained an advantage. If he continues, Celestial Court will be able to deduce everyone's location. His subordinates will suffer huge losses. Will Fang Yuan still take action? Someone asked. Of course. Wu Yong said without hesitation. But before that, we need to make a move secretly. In the previous life, Fang Yuan personally took action and wreaked havoc everywhere, but after a while he was marked by the killer move people's accusation. He could only hide and let Bai Ningbing and the rest take action. But in this life, Fang Yuan had been hiding, ordering his subordinates to wreak havoc and slaughter everywhere. But the others were not like Fang Yuan, they did not have wisdom path methods to defend against Fairy Myrtle's deductions. Thus, Fang Yuan only ordered Bai Ningbing and the rest to attack once before ordering them to hide. This refinement path convention was just the beginning. Chapter 1934. The Central Continent Refinement Path Convention was in full swing, but Fang Yuan's group was nowhere to be seen. Fang Yuan's order to retreat was so thorough that the 5 regions' Gu immortals had a misconception that Fang Yuan's massacre earlier was just a facade. What is Fang Yuan doing? The Central Continent Refinement Path Convention is still going on, why don't you make a move? You are little demon venerable, don't tarnish your reputation. The 4 regions' super forces criticized silently, they were very anxious, hoping that Fang Yuan would take action and lead the way for them. But Fang Yuan, who had always been at odds with Celestial Court, unexpectedly hid himself and did not move at all. The 4 regions' forces were about to feel resentment, they could only watch as the days passed. The Central Continent Refinement Path Convention went through layers of selections, all sorts of refinement path elites started to compete on a higher level. The number of major competition venues in Jianghu State was also greatly reduced. In every venue, Celestial Court arranged several Central Continent Gu immortals to guard it. Under such a situation, Fang Yuan sent orders again by Bing Yuan, and the Gu immortals of Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven moved out. Central Continent, Xianwu Mountain Range. By Bing, you are the accomplice of a villain, you will get retribution. A female immortal of Spirit Affinity House was guarding this place, she left behind some harsh words before leaving. Bai Bing snorted coldly, you escaped quite quickly. Xianwu Mountain Range was a super resource point of Spirit Affinity House, it had a huge area, it was known as a treasure trove of immortal materials. In case anything unexpected happens, I need to act quickly. Bai Bing started to loot. Central Continent, Prisoner Valley. This is the place. Steel Rush Warrior looked around. Frost Butterfly Warrior was with him. Activate. Activating the killer move, a large formation appeared in front of them. Transformation. The 2 rank 7 Gu immortals from Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven did not hesitate, they used their most proficient methods. One turned into a giant with a bull head and human body, the other turned into a miniature person in butterfly clothes, cold air permeated the surroundings. Immortal killer moves were activated one after another, the formation lasted for a while before collapsing. South Flower Thistles, the entire valley is filled with immortal materials. The Steel Rush Warrior was pleasantly surprised. The Frost Butterfly Warrior was even more straightforward, directly freezing the South Flower Thistles and frantically harvesting them. Jianghu State Red River Beach. The Central Continent Gu immortals who rushed over were furious. They arrived too late and saw nothing but ruins. There was not a single crimson firestone left on the beach. It was too clean. Fang Yuan didn't make a move, but once he did, he shook the world again. Almost all of his Gu immortals were sent out, even the Hairy Man Gu immortals were no exception. These people received Fang Yuan's orders. They did not attack the tightly guarded venue of the Refinement Path Convention. They attacked the resource points with weaker defenses. Every time a resource point was breached, this group of people would carry out inhumane looting. After plundering, he even used a killer move to carry out destructive destruction. For a time, the entire Jianghu state was set ablaze, and major resource points were robbed and destroyed. Every time Fang Yuan succeeded in a place, he would publish the impact of that place's capture in jewel yellow skies. The Gu immortals of the 5 regions were in an uproar. How can Fang Yuan have so many subordinates? So many Gu immortals, he has already surpassed an ordinary super force. How much strength does he have hidden? After the Gu immortals were shocked, they felt envy and jealousy. Fang Yuan's subordinates had varying battle strength, but even the weakest Gu immortal could succeed. For the Refinement Path Convention, the defenses of these resource points were too weak. Many strong Gu immortals thought, these variant human Gu immortals can snatch them, why can't I? Even weaker Gu immortals had their own thoughts. The bones and meat are all taken by those experts, I can at least get some leftovers, right? Thus, similar to the previous life, the Gu immortals of the 4 regions could no longer hold back, especially those demonic immortals and lone cultivators. These people took the initiative to attack the various Central Continent resource points. Central Continent's situation was completely ruined. Celestial Court. Fairy Myrtle's expression was ashen. No matter how much self-restraint she had, she was still enraged when she saw the news of resource points being attacked and looted like snowflakes floating towards her. Fang Yuan. She gritted her teeth, emitting intense killing intent. It was this culprit that caused people's hearts to change. Central Continent became the prey of the other 4 regions. It was plundered and suffered huge losses. But Fairy Myrtle, Duke Long and Qin Dingling could do nothing about it. Central Continent was too big, it was at the center, surrounded by the other 4 regions. And there were too few Gu immortals, they could not be allocated to a large number of resource points, the gap was too big. This gave the bandits and thieves a chance to take advantage of them. The hearts of the people are not what they used to be. Qin Dingling sighed. Duke Long had an indifferent expression. For the sake of the greater good, sacrifices are unavoidable. Everything is for the Refinement Path Convention, it is fine to give up these immortal materials. As long as this Gu is repaired, they will spit it back hundreds or thousands of times over. Central Continent was in a state of passively taking a beating. Fang Yuan's timing was too good, it was neither too close nor too far. Celestial Court had no choice but to increase the defenses of the Gu refinement sites. These were all elites. If they lost too many of them, Central Continent's battle potential would be greatly reduced. If they were placed in front of them, it would also greatly affect the recovery of Fate Gu. Fang Yuan's choice of targets was also very ingenious. For example, Xianwu Mountain Range was too wide, it naturally had weak defenses. There were also places like Prisoner Valley and Red River Beach. They had been plundered in Fang Yuan's previous life. Fang Yuan knew about these places. Together with his meticulous planning, Fang Yuan's subordinates had a high success rate. They could plunder so easily and gain so much. This greatly stimulated the Gu immortals of the other 4 regions. The Gu immortals of the other 4 regions moved out to attack the resource points. Central Continent did not completely give up on the defense of the resource points. In fact, many of the resource points were guarded by experts. At once, battles of all sizes erupted. Gu immortals fought rapidly. Once they found out that a resource point had strong defenses, the attacking side would wisely give up and choose to attack another location. Anyway, Central Continent had so many resource points, why would they fight to the death in one place? Western Desert Earth Path Gu immortal Shirgan Dang attacked, destroying the Earth Chi rock forest and obtaining a large number of round Kuan stones. Forgotten Taoist successfully stole the Spirit Lake spring water, even though this resource point was guarded by ancient soul sects expert Yang Feng. Xiao Huqi, Xiao Shirang and Pai Shuihan worked together and succeeded, but they could not divide the loot evenly. They started to fight. The Zhongzhou state was in a state of war and chaos. Fairy Myrtle stayed in Celestial Court, each day felt like a year. Finally, old man Zheng Yuan spoke. The initial accumulation of human will is complete, we can use the first human path killer move. Fairy Myrtle was overjoyed, she quickly asked the old man to make a move. Old man Zheng Yuan nodded his head and stood up shakily. Then, a majestic and mighty aura suddenly exploded from his body. Immortal killer move, People's United Hearts. The accumulated human will was quickly expended, there was not much left. At the same time, all of Central Continent's Gu immortals, Gu masters and mortals were covered in a layer of light. The light flashed for a moment, it was like an illusion. But Central Continent's people soon found out something special. Their minds were connected, they could sense each other's true intentions and thoughts. The fear of being attacked, the pain and hatred from the death of their friends and family, the worry for their lives, and the anticipation for their future. There had never been a moment like this where the hearts of Central Continent's people were tightly connected. Free Scholar, who was hiding in the Gu refinement area, was discovered, but he still took revenge, killing the Central Continent Gu immortal guarding it. Southern Border's secluded immortal Zheng Qing's identity was also exposed, but he had no enmity towards Central Continent and Celestial Court. He was sent out politely. What a great human path killer move, people's united hearts, it is truly mystical. Xin Shang used jewel yellow skies to communicate with Fang Yuan. His exact location was unknown, Fang Yuan only knew that he had already left Eastern Sea, he might be somewhere in Central Continent now. What did you comprehend? Can we counter these human path killer moves? Fang Yuan asked. He had already told Xin Shang about the other human path killer moves in his memories. Xin Shang sighed. To deal with these killer moves, the fastest way is to destroy the human wills. Without the human wills as a foundation, human path killer moves cannot be used. But I deduced that these human wills should be stored in Celestial Court. Then what else can we do? Fang Yuan asked. Xin Shang sighed again. Then we can only break the killer moves directly. This is very difficult, I need a lot of time. Don't worry, since I promised you, I will do my best. I also do not want to see Celestial Court repair Fate Gu. Fang Yuan continued to wait patiently. Wu Yong led the Southern Alliance Immortals. They suddenly appeared in front of Hairy Foot Mountain. Follow me, let us destroy infallible blessed land and take away all the success Dao marks. We will make Celestial Court fail on the verge of success. Wu Yong took the lead. We will follow Lord Alliance leader closely. The Southern Alliance Immortals responded in unison, their morale soared as they followed behind. Celestial Court immediately received the information. Fairy Myrtle's expression was grim, her eyes shined with cold light. Wu Yong. Chapter 1935. Myriad Year flying warship floated in the sky. Fang Yuan looked at the formation in front of him with a smile. He had come to Etian Mountain again. This time he would definitely capture all the dream realms here. The timing was perfect. On one hand, Wu Yong and the rest led the Southern Alliance experts to attack Central Continent. Southern Border was in its weakest state in history. On the other hand, the great battle in Central Continent had just begun. This might be the last period of free time for Fang Yuan. Different from the previous life, I have taken the initiative and defeated the Celestial Court. The secret of my rebirth is widely known. The Celestial Court will definitely target me. Their methods and arrangements are definitely different from the previous life. I should let the 4 regions Gu Immortals take the lead and investigate the situation for me. Fang Yuan had a good grasp of the situation. At this point, Fang Yuan's rebirth advantage was almost gone. His previous life's memories could not be used as a reference for an existence like the Celestial Court. The Celestial Court was not stupid to the point of not making any changes. If Fang Yuan charged at the front, he might fall into the swamp of battle and be unable to escape. He might even die. After all, the Celestial Court's foundation was unfathomable. Fang Yuan could not be sure that the immortal venerable methods in his memories were all the trump cards of the Celestial Court. Immortal killer move, refinement rain formation. Light rain started to fall from the sky. The rain quickly seeped into the formation. There were naturally Gu Immortals guarding the formation. The Gu Immortals were in a panic. The formation could not resist it. The outer edges had already been refined by Fang Yuan. Even though this formation was set up by Qi Chuyu, Fang Yuan had secretly conducted Dream Realm transactions with Qi Chuyu, entering this place many times and obtaining a lot of information. Fang Yuan's formation path attainment and wisdom path attainment, together with refinement rain formation, could counter this formation. This demon Fang Yuan did not attack Central Continent, he actually returned to Southern Border. What do we do? Call for help. Almost all of our rank 8 Gu Immortals were brought to Central Continent by Lord Wu Yong. Even so, we still have to inform the lords of this news. The Southern Border Gu Immortals discussed for a while, but no one dared to go out and fight Fang Yuan, nor could they ask for reinforcements. They could only activate the immortal formation and make some changes. The immortal array kept changing, causing Fang Yuan's refining efficiency to drop significantly. However, Fang Yuan was secretly delighted. The changes in the formation allowed him to see the mysteries contained within it. With the help of the light of wisdom, deciphering these mysteries was a piece of cake. Central Continent. The Southern Alliance's Gu Immortals had already entered the 9-9 consecutive unceasing formation. Wu Yong and the others received this information. What? The dream was attacked? It's that thief Fang Yuan. Does he even see the big picture? Why are you still attacking us at this time? The Southern Alliance Gu Immortals were furious. Wu Yong was silent for a while before saying, "Of course he can see the big picture." "Lord Wu Yong, what do you mean?" Bada's expression was dark. Fang Yuan's actions had already severely harmed the benefits of Southern Border's righteous path. Everyone knew that these dream realms had huge value. Furthermore, as the Great Era approached, they would become more and more important. Wu Yong smiled instead. If Fang Yuan did not see the big picture, he would have attacked the dream realms long ago. He would not wait until we make a move in Central Continent. He might even want to use us as cannon fodder. Then wouldn't we be sacrificing ourselves for him? Someone spoke with an indignant tone. No. Wu Yong shook his head. Once Fate Gu is repaired, it will pose a much greater threat to us than the otherworldly demon Fang Yuan. Now that he is reborn, we might have also taken the initiative to attack like this in the previous life. But there is no other way, we have to take action. This is the true big picture of the 5 regions. Everyone, before we came here, I had already warned you that your homes might be attacked. Be it your family, friends, or even your foundation facing destruction and slaughter, these are all trivial matters now. If the Celestial Court has the complete Fate Gu, we will be at the mercy of others, we will have no future. Wu Yong said this, his gaze was like lightning as he looked at the Immortals, saying loudly, "I want to order all the Gu Immortals defending the formation to retreat, don't make unnecessary sacrifices. I know this order is very risky, but even if my Wu clan's headquarters are destroyed by Fang Yuan, I will not retreat a single step." Wu Yong's determination made the Immortals feel a chill in their hearts. The Southern Alliance's Gu Immortals condensed into a fist again, charging into the depths of the 9-9 consecutive unceasing formation. Wu Yong's order was transmitted to Southern Border's side. The Gu Immortals defending the formation let out sighs of relief. They took away all the immortal Gu they could and started to move. A moment later, Fang Yuan refined the empty formation. Not a single Southern Border Gu Immortal could be seen. After he dismantled the formation, he obtained an information path Gu worm. Inside the Gu worm was a letter that Wu Yong had specially written for Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan scanned it with his divine sense. He could see the contents of the letter clearly. There were few sentences in the letter, it only stated one point: Celestial Court and the threat of fate, Central Continent strength, and the insignificance of the 4 regions. There was no suggestion for Fang Yuan to stop. This Wu Yong. Fang Yuan could not help but sigh. Earlier, it was he who made things difficult for him, using political methods to resist Fang Yuan's extortion, causing Fang Yuan to suffer huge losses. And now, it was Wu Yong who took the initiative to order the Southern Border Gu Immortals to give up on defense and retreat, saving Fang Yuan a lot of effort. If these Southern Border Gu Immortals defended to the death, they would definitely delay Fang Yuan for a long time. After Fang Yuan took away the Dream Realms, he could use the time saved to find trouble with the righteous path in all parts of Southern Border. Thus, Wu Yong's order was very bold and risky. But Wu Yong was sure that Fang Yuan had the big picture in mind. He would not continue to cause trouble in Southern Border. It was like how Fang Yuan knew that if he made a move here, Wu Yong would not give up on Central Continent and return to defend against him. In fact, Fang Yuan did not intend to find trouble with Southern Border's righteous path. After spending some effort, Fang Yuan took away all of the dream realms here. Etion Mountain saw the light of day once again. The traces of Gu immortal battles were engraved here. The entire mountain was covered in wilderness. There were no signs of life. It was no longer the scenery of the past. Fang Yuan began to rush towards Central Continent. While moving, he turned these dream realms into pure dream reality seeker physique bodies. In the upcoming battle, these pure dream reality seeker physique bodies would be his trump card. In the previous life, when his pure dream reality seeker physique body self-detonated, it was blocked by Feng Kim Hong. In this life, Feng Kim Hong probably also had this ability. But there was only one Feng Kim Hong, and he was only a mortal Gu master. Fang Yuan, however, had the initiative. He could choose any battlefield he wanted. Celestial Court, Central Great Hall. Duke Long, Fairy Myrtle, and Qin Ding Ling were guarding the central area. Old Man Jing Yuan was also invited in. The latest news: Southern Border's Gu Immortals have broken the first formation. They are going to the second formation. Fang Yuan appeared on Southern Border's Etion Mountain. he broke the formation and took all the dream realms. Fairy Myrtle suddenly said. Duke Long said solemnly, Fang Yuan will not continue to cause trouble in southern border. He will definitely rush to central continent to join the battle. It seems that we will have to face the dream realms. Fairy Myrtle nodded. We are truly fortunate that Feng Kim Hong created the perfect pure dream reality seeker physique bodies. They can suppress this dream path method of Fang Yuan. Duke Long chuckled. You think this is luck? No, this is the effect of fate. Celestial Court will not lose this battle, they cannot lose either. Right at this time, Fairy Myrtle suddenly gasped in surprise. The deities of Southern Frontier have broken the second formation, they are going to the third formation. So fast? Qin Dingling was also very surprised. Inside the 9-9 consecutive unceasing formation, the Immortals' morale rose greatly. Chichiyu, good job. As expected of Southern Border's only formation path Great Grandmaster. With Chichiyu here, why would we worry about the formation not breaking? Ah. Just earlier, when the Immortals entered the second formation, Chichiyu said, wait. Next, he observed for a while before directing the Immortals to quickly and ingeniously break the formation. Chichiyu, who was praised by the Immortals, shook his head. To speak the truth, I did not see through this formation, I obtained information from Fang Yuan. The Southern Border Immortals' expressions froze. Chichiyu continued, with my methods I can see through it quickly too. But I would have to use a forbidden technique to damage my lifespan. It seems that Fang Yuan has definitely been reborn. He probably passed this formation in his previous life, he knows about it like the back of his hand. Everyone nodded, agreeing with this. But they did not know that the profundity of this formation was actually Chichiyu himself who told Fang Yuan. In his previous life, when Fang Yuan rushed to Hairy Foot Mountain from the Emperor City battlefield, the Immortals thought of using the 5 regional limit formation to break the 9-9 consecutive unceasing formation. But without the complete formation diagram and setting up a formation in the enemy's formation, it was extremely difficult. Fang Yuan used his wisdom path and formation path attainment, working together with Chichiyu and Black Extremity, they deduced together and quickly deduced the complete formation diagram. During this process, in order to let Fang Yuan and Black Extremity understand the 9-9 consecutive unceasing formation, Chichiyu and Black Extremity told them about their experiences in breaking the formation. Since Wu Yong told the Southern Border Immortals to retreat, it showed his sincerity and determination. Fang Yuan teaching them this time could be considered returning the favor. Knowing this situation, Wu Yong had a complex feeling, he sighed. It seems that Fang Yuan has already arrived in Central Continent. Fang Yuan understood Wu Yong also understood Fang Yuan. The two had an indescribable tacit understanding. Even though normally they would want each other to die immediately. In fact, in the previous life, in order to break the 9-9 consecutive unceasing formation, Fang Yuan asked for dream realms from the Southern Alliance. Wu Yong did not hesitate, he gave the order to let them go. Fang Yuan teleported back to Southern Border, the defensive formation opened and allowed him to take away the dream realms inside. But later, when Fang Yuan used these dream realms to turn into pure dream reality seeker physique bodies, they were blocked by Feng Kim Hong, they could not break the 9-9 consecutive unceasing formation. Using Fang Yuan's guidance, the Southern Alliance's Gu Immortals broke 2 more formations, their efficiency was simply shocking. Celestial Court reacted, Fairy Myrtle frowned as she thought of a solution, but suddenly, a rainbow appeared above Celestial Court. Rainbow light filled the sky. Rank 8 Immortal Gu House Calamity Luck Altar shot out from within. Celestial Court, we are here. Bing Sai Chuan shouted with high morale. Chapter 1936. Celestial Court. Colorful lights filled the sky as a huge Rank 8 Immortal Gu House flew out. It was a round altar with 3 layers, it was grand and grand. There were many pillars on the altar, the white jade railings were shining with dazzling light. Calamity Luck Altar. Qin Dingling's pupils shrunk as she looked at it, she had a complex expression. She saw the immortal Gu house that Giant Sun Immortal had personally constructed, but the latter had already passed away. Even an immortal venerable would die eventually. Celestial Court. On the other side, Bing Sai Chuan, who was inside Calamity Luck Altar, was shaking with excitement. Finally, he had entered this place and carried out the plan that Giant Sun Immortal had given him, to seize Fate Gu and refine Destiny Gu. He really entered. 5 Elements Grandmaster, who was accompanying him, was very surprised and overjoyed. Is the defense of Celestial Court so weak? Of course not. Bull Demon explained, This is Ancestor Giant Sun's arrangement. Back then, Golden-Hooped Great Immortal invited Ancestor Giant Sun to visit Celestial Court. He said on the surface that he wanted to invite Ancestor Giant Sun to join Celestial Court. Ancestor Giant Sun secretly arranged this move and left it for the future. Five Elements Grandmaster heard this and could not help but click his tongue. Giant Sun Immortal's plan was truly ancient. He actually managed to plan it until now. Let's go. We need to use the route that Limitless Demon Venerable created back then to break into Central Great Hall and enter Heaven Overseeing Tower to seize Fate Gu. Bing Sai Chuan had just given the order when the surrounding colorful lights suddenly changed direction. Calamity Luck Altar was actually moved far away by the colorful lights. Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable's method, the Chi Wall, had already activated and trapped Calamity Luck Altar inside the Chi Wall. On the other side, Qin Dingling's expression was pale as she laid on the ground. She had already used all her strength to make slight adjustments to Giant Sun Immortal's arrangements. As for the so-called trap against Northern Plains Longevity Heaven, using an Immortal Venerable's method was the most reliable. The Chi Wall killer move that Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable left for Celestial Court spread everywhere. The three Demon Venerables attacked Celestial Court one after another, leaving behind three paths that did not have Chi Walls. However, the other places were still filled with Chi Walls. Qin Dingling used all her strength to shift Calamity Luck Altar's position, sending it into the Chi Wall. At that moment, Calamity Luck Altar was unable to move. There was an immense pressure from all directions. Fairy Myrtle helped Qin Dingling up and said in admiration, "Senior, it's all thanks to you." Qin Dingling sighed and said in a bleak tone, "I didn't expect that after I woke up and used all my strength, I could only slightly deflect his attack." Duke Long walked forward slowly, his expression indifferent. "Let's go. Let's welcome our guests." Damn it. The Celestial Court actually knew that we were going to attack, so they set up an ambush in advance. Bing Sai Chuan's expression changed, turning steely green. The surprise attack that he had been looking forward to for a long time had just begun, but he had already lost control of the situation. He activated Calamity Luck Altar with all his strength, but the Chi Wall killer move was too powerful. Even this rank 8 Immortal Gu House could barely teleport, its speed was unbearable. What made Longevity Heaven's Gu Immortals feel even more despair was that the Chi Wall had an extremely strong self-recovery ability. When Calamity Luck Altar charged over, the Chi Wall behind it would quickly close up. While Longevity Heaven's group was facing a huge setback, Eastern Sea's Gu Immortals arrived at Hidden Dragon Cave. To think that Hidden Dragon Cave was here. Song Chi-Yuan sighed. Granny Rong laughed sinisterly. "This place is indeed hidden, but there is no such thing as an impenetrable wall in this world." Yang Zihe added, "Back then when Di Zongxing caused trouble in Central Continent, Duke Long suppressed him and sealed him here. It was a huge matter. But because of the long history, the Celestial Court was too ruthless in order to eradicate the Dragon Man race." Speaking of which, Duke Long is also a ruthless person. For the cause of the Celestial Court, he even sacrificed his descendants. Shin Zongxing commented in a mocking tone. 8 Eastern Sea Gu Immortals arrived. This situation was the same as in the previous life. In order to achieve this goal, Fang Yuan had spent a lot of effort secretly. On one hand, he used Qi Si Ancestor's identity to hint to Song Qi Yuan, Hua Kai Yun, and the rest. On the other hand, he used Fang Yuan's identity to contact Shin Zongxing. The third was the 4 Eastern Sea Lone Cultivators. They were all Dragon Palace generals now. They obeyed Fang Yuan's orders and cooperated with him. Fang Yuan did not know the location of Hidden Dragon Cave, but after obtaining Dragon Palace, there were naturally records of it. Back then, when Duke Long suppressed Di Zongxing, the Dragon Man race had put in a lot of effort. With this secret, Fang Yuan used the 4 Dragon Generals to leak this information and influence the decisions of the Eastern Sea Gu Immortals in all aspects. Eastern Sea's rank 8 Gu Immortals were different from the Southern Alliance and Longevity Heaven. They did not have too much of an adventurer's spirit. They did not have a strong desire to seize Dragon Palace in this life. Fang Yuan encouraged them to go to Hidden Dragon Cave and release Di Zongxing, to create trouble for the Celestial Court. Once Di Zongxing is released, the world would be turned upside down, blood would flow and lives would be lost. He did not need these Eastern Sea Gu Immortals to take the lead. Once Central Continent's attention is drawn away, Gu Immortals would attack Di Zongxing. Other areas would be relatively empty. Eastern Sea's Gu Immortals would have a chance to make a huge profit. There was another benefit. Di Zongxing would attack Central Continent's mortals. The more people he killed, the greater the losses to Central Continent's foundation. Eastern Sea's righteous path rank 8s would not attack mortals with their own identities, it would damage their reputation. Now that Di Zongxing was doing it, it was the best choice. Western Desert's border. The weak regional wall was right in front of them. The 5 regions are really going to become one. The regional wall that once restricted us has become so thin now. Fang Gong looked at the scene in front of him and sighed. Fang Yuan's clone Fang Dichang had an important position in Fang clan. He had convinced Fang clan's first supreme elder this time, and even many Western Desert super forces had come together. This was a much stronger lineup than in the previous life. But it took a lot of time to gather so many Gu immortals, so the immortals only gathered now. Oh no, that blood path demonic immortal is causing trouble in our clan. Right at this time, Sun clan sent a bad report. There is also a brand new immemorial desolate beast destroying our clan's oasis. Mo clan's Gu immortals also received bad news. Everyone. I'm afraid this is the Celestial Court scheme. They are just trying to hold us back and make us unable to stop them from repairing Fate Gu. Fang Dichang immediately analyzed. Even though he had no evidence in order to calm these Gu immortals, he did not mind making irresponsible remarks. No, I need to hurry back. Earlier, I objected to the fact that all of us had to move out. Our rear is simply too empty. Now it is as expected. In my opinion, we should be more conservative. Our Western Desert's resources are all gathered in the oasis. If the oasis is destroyed without resources, our clan will lose its foundation. Western Desert's Gu immortals discussed among themselves. All of them had the intention to retreat. Damn it. Fang clan rose up too late, they do not have the ability to mobilize and influence us. Fang Dichang gritted his teeth, he could only watch as a portion of Sun clan and Mo clan's people retreated. These 2 clans' Gu immortals are the weakest, they are only dealing with these 2 clans, I'm afraid the Celestial Court is behind this. Fang Dichang also reacted at this time. A portion of Sun clan and Mo clan's Gu immortals returned, the other clans naturally had to return as well, otherwise the balance of strength would be affected. Western Desert's Gu immortal world had been in chaos for a while because of Fang clan's rise, their relationship was tense and they did not trust each other. There was another fundamental reason. In history, Western Desert had never had such a large-scale alliance between super forces. Western Desert's Gu immortal world had never had a fixed overlord, unlike Southern Borders Wu clan and Northern Plains Longevity Heaven. After some discussion, a portion of Western Desert's Gu immortals returned to guard the rear. The remaining group was still stronger than in the previous life, they forcefully passed through the regional walls and rushed to Central Continent. Celestial Court. The battle report arrived in time. Hidden Dragon Cave is being attacked by Eastern Sea's rank 8 Gu immortals. Western Desert Gu immortal elites have appeared at the western border, they are moving towards Emperor City. Fairy Myrtle spoke. At this time, Duke Long was slowly retreating from the battlefield. Calamity Luck Altar was surrounded by a chi wall, there was a large space inside. Celestial Court's Gu immortal experts were attacking Calamity Luck Altar from all directions. If Calamity Luck Altar retaliated, these Gu immortals would retreat and hide inside the chi wall, it was extremely safe. After several fruitless attempts, Bing Sai Chuan could only activate Calamity Luck Altar's passive defense and slowly move forward. Because of the Celestial Court's Gu immortals' attacks, Calamity Luck Altar could not move forward. There was basically nothing for Duke Long to do, the situation in Celestial Court's battlefield was already set, Longevity Heaven was trapped, it was only a matter of time before it was defeated. Duke Long heard Fairy Myrtle's report and had a plain expression. Qi Si Ancestor and Fang Yuan, are there no movements from them? There are no movements for now. Fairy Myrtle shook her head. Duke Long was most wary of these 2. Qi Si Ancestor had incredible strength, he could resist him, such an existence as every move had to be paid attention to at all times. As for Fang Yuan, in Duke Long's opinion, he only had rank 7 cultivation level, but because he inherited Red Lotus Demon Venerable's true inheritance, nobody knew what methods he had. Thus, he had to be on guard at all times. Qi Si Ancestor's attitude is still unclear, and after Fang Yuan snatched Southern Border's Dream Realms, he disappeared without a trace. He already has a large number of Dream Realms in his hands. Fairy Myrtle said slowly, looking like she was going to continue analyzing. What plan do you have? Duke Long interrupted her. Fairy Myrtle said, I plan to activate the formation and defend against the enemies at the same time, I will force Fang Yuan and possibly Qi Si Ancestor to act against us, forcing them to take action. Duke Long thought about it before nodding, all right. We should take the initiative to fight. If we use this battle to establish our might, the 5 regions war will be much easier in the future. Fairy Myrtle quickly left, sitting down at the center of a formation. She slowly activated the formation and threw out star constellation chessboard. The chessboard floated in the air and rotated on its own. Countless starlight flew in the sky like fireflies, entering the formation. Central Continent's people soon sensed this phenomenon. Many people pointed at the sky and shouted, "Look! There are starlight, there are actually stars in broad daylight. What is going on?" Fang Dichang's group had just passed the regional wall when they saw this scene. Celestial Court has made a move. This did not happen in the previous life. Fang Yuan also came to Central Continent. He looked at the sky with a frown. Celestial Court had indeed prepared something different. Chapter 1937. Central Continent, Hidden Dragon Cave. What is going on? The 8 Eastern Sea Gu immortals quickly noticed the change in the sky. In broad daylight, Central Continent's sky was filled with dazzling starlight. This is likely Celestial Court's method, but we do not know its power. Qing Yuan said with a frown. What are you afraid of? We'll deal with it when it comes with our lineup. Who can stop us? Unless Celestial Court sends their main force to attack. Yang Zihe laughed loudly. That's true. Qing Yuan's frown eased a little. In the current situation, Celestial Court's priority was to repair Fate Gu. Hidden Dragon Cave was only a small part of the overall situation. If Celestial Court sent a large force to block the Eastern Sea Gu immortals, they would be ignoring the big picture. It would be a foolish move. Let's enter the formation. Destroy this formation and release Di Zongxing. We will have a chance after he causes a huge commotion. Yang Zihe instigated inconspicuously. Let's wait and see. Since we are going to make a move, why are we in a hurry? Song Qiyuan, however, was experienced and prudent. Since Celestial Court has already revealed their method, we should at least investigate it, right? Song Qiyuan's words made the Eastern Sea Gu immortals hesitate again. Yang Zihe and the other 4 dragon generals cursed internally. These Eastern Sea Righteous Path rank 8s were really slow. At this point they had already expressed their hostility. They should hurry up and break the formation. They were concerned about this mysterious stars in daytime because they cherished themselves and did not want to take too many risks. If it were Northern Plains Gu immortals, they would have already charged into the formation while screaming. No wonder Eastern Sea's Gu immortal world was always suppressed despite having the most wealth. They could not compete with the Gu immortals of other regions. Fang Yuan did not want these Gu immortals to wait outside the formation. Since the 4 dragon generals were enslaved by Dragon Palace, they were naturally loyal. Granny Rong, who was among them, smiled as she asked, "If this method has only just materialized and needs 3 days to activate, are we going to wait here for 3 days?" This. Song Qiyuan and the others couldn't help but hesitate. However, right at this moment pillars of starlight suddenly shot down from the sky. The pillar of light was azure and translucent, its aura magnificent. More than 10 pillars of light shot down, surrounding the 8 Eastern Sea Gu immortals. Next, the light pillars dissipated, leaving behind a Celestial Court Gu immortal. The immortals of the Eastern Sea paled. In an instant, they were surrounded by the soldiers of the Celestial Court, and the situation took a turn for the worse. "You little rascals, how dare you offend my Celestial Court?" Zhang Feixiong's tone was cold and domineering. "Today is the day of your death." Wan Zihong licked her scarlet lips, her killing intent filling the air. "Those who offend my Central Continent must be killed no matter how far they are." Qin Song's face was solemn. "Cut the crap, I'm going first, wah." A female immortal of the Celestial Court impatiently charged forward. Her body was extremely plump. She was like a meteor that crashed towards the Eastern Sea Gu immortals. She was fearless. The Eastern Sea Gu immortals were not united. They immediately dispersed. The plump female immortal missed her target. She shouted in anger, "You cowards, why are you hiding? Come, fight me for 300 rounds." Flesh Whip Immortal's temper is still so impatient. The Celestial Court Gu immortals who understood the female immortal sighed helplessly. Senior Flesh Whip Immortal is usually gentle and amiable. I did not expect her to be as rumored in battle. Many Celestial Court Gu immortals were dumbfounded. For a moment, the female immortal known as Flesh Whip Immortal chased after the 8 Eastern Sea Gu immortals. Her mouth was full of vulgarities. "Evil woman, don't be arrogant." Qing Yuan saw that this was not a problem. He turned around to fight. Flesh Whip Immortal was overjoyed. "Finally, you are not escaping." Boom. Both of them activated their killer moves and collided fiercely, producing a thunderous explosion. Terrifying air waves surged, causing the surrounding wind and clouds to change violently. Quickly support Little Whip, Qin Song ordered. Among these Gu immortals he was the most senior. Flesh Whip immortal was his junior. Central Continent's immortals rushed forward. Among them there was Zhu Ke Air who cultivated Fire Path and Transformation Path. There was Whirling Boy who cultivated Space Path and had amazing killer moves. There was also Yi Qiao Zi, Zhao Shan He, Wu Shuang, Yu Zhu Zi and so on. They were all famous Celestial Court experts. Celestial Court not only had a large number of people, they had already discussed tactics, they cooperated with tacit understanding and had amazing power. The 8 Eastern Sea Gu immortals were forced to retreat, they could barely raise their heads. This is a trap, retreat. Song Qiyuan shouted, his voice hoarse. His words were immediately echoed by the other 3 Righteous Path experts. In the current situation the enemy was strong while they were weak, it was not wise to fight rashly. The 4 dragon generals were silent. Without Feng Yuan's order they would not retreat rashly. In the chaotic battle, Zhu Ke Air suddenly slapped with one palm, emitting a ray of fire. The fire was enchanting like a beautiful blade light, it slashed towards Granny Rong. Granny Rong was fighting with Zhao Shanhe, she did not dodge when she saw the incoming blade light. At the crucial moment, Zhang Yin suddenly made a move, a shadow moved and successfully blocked the incoming fire. There is something fishy about these 2 Gu immortals. Zhu Ke Air's expression changed slightly, she felt something was amiss. Compared to the previous life, she had woken up earlier and made many preparations. She knew about Granny Rong, Zhang Yin and the others. These 2 were lone immortals but they trusted each other so much it was very rare. But soon Zhu Ke Air discovered that not only Zhang Yin and Granny Rong, there was also Yang Zihe and Shi Miao. These 4 rank 8s cooperated with each other, they truly trusted each other and had tacit understanding. Precisely because of their performance, they were able to maintain the situation and resist the attacks of the Celestial Court's Gu immortals. They did not lose. Fairy Myrtle was already sitting at the center of the formation core. Starlight appeared in front of her, it was the scene of Hidden Dragon Cave. Although she was far away in Celestial Court, she had first-hand information on the battlefield. What is going on with these 4 Eastern Sea lone immortals? Their relationship should not be this deep. Don't tell me they signed some kind of strict alliance agreement to help each other? Fairy Myrtle did not think too much, now was not the time to make deductions. She thought about it and gave an order. Getting her order, Old Man Bei Feng, who was inside Hidden Dragon Cave's formation, immediately became energized, he activated the formation. The formation shined with a dense light, its power spread out and engulfed the battlefield. Oh no! Quickly leave. Once we enter the formation we will probably be defeated one by one. The Eastern Sea Immortals had chaotic expressions, they shouted in shock. But how could the rank 8 Gu Immortals of Celestial Court watch them leave? They immediately used killer moves to block them. The Eastern Sea Gu Immortals could not break out, they could only join the Celestial Court's Gu Immortals and get swept into the formation's power. Both sides entered Hidden Dragon Cave's formation. Old Man Bei Feng, who was controlling the formation, gave a muffled grunt, his face turned pale as blood flowed out of his nostrils. Even though Hidden Dragon Cave's formation was very powerful, with so many rank 8 Gu Immortals inside, it was beyond Old Man Bei Feng's limits. Grandfather, are you alright? Feng Chanzi, who was beside him, had a concerned expression. He was Old Man Bei Feng's beloved grandson. If not for him taking the punishment in place of him and looking after Hidden Dragon Cave, Old Man Bei Feng would have already become a member of Celestial Court. But if I can make contributions in this battle, I will definitely be recruited by Celestial Court. Old Man Bei Feng's eyes shined with bright light, he was filled with fighting spirit. Eastern Sea's rank 8s were trapped in the formation, they were forced to split up. Celestial Court's Gu Immortals were also sent to different areas. This formation is mainly used to suppress and seal Di Zongxing, it does not have the ability to cooperate with Gu Immortals in battle. Every Gu Immortal who enters the formation will be sent to a different area. Unless the formation is broken, there will not be 2 Gu Immortals in the same area at the same time. Fairy Myrtle knew the details of Hidden Dragon Cave's formation, she immediately ordered the Celestial Court's Gu Immortals to retreat. Meanwhile, the Eastern Sea Immortals were trapped in the formation. I will leave this place to you, Qin Song said before leaving. Don't worry, I will guard this place to the death and guard it. If anything happens I will report it and wait for reinforcements. Old Man Bei Feng had a very respectful attitude. Good. Qin Song relaxed. He led the celestial quartz Gu immortals out of the mountain. At this time, more than 10 pillars of light shot down from the sky. The blue starlight pillars enveloped each of the celestial court rank 8s. The pillars of light vanished along with the rank 8 Gu immortals inside them. Fang Dichang and the rest moved the immortal Gu house towards Emperor City. Compared to the previous life, the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention was not progressing as fast as before because of Fang Yuan's disturbance. It had not reached the final competition yet. But evidently, Emperor City was the only place that could protect them without hindering the Gu refinement and the restoration of fate. The Celestial Court had already heavily guarded that place, so Fang Dichang urged the Western Desert Immortals to rush to Emperor City. The Western Desert Immortals were aggressive. But at the next moment, the starlight pillars appeared again. More than 10 Gu Immortals from Celestial Court appeared. Kill. The female Immortal, Flesh Whip Immortal, charged forward again. But this time, the Western Desert Gu Immortals were shocked but not flustered. They were all inside the Immortal Gu houses. They felt exceptionally safe. Seeing Flesh Whip Immortal charging over, even rank 8 Gu Immortals could not destroy the Immortal Gu house instantly. What method is Celestial Court using? They actually teleported so many rank 8s out of thin air. Fang Dichang did not think much. He immediately mobilized several Immortal Gu houses to meet them. As a Wisdom Path Gu Immortal who controlled the strongest Immortal Gu house, Divine Being Palace, he was chosen as the temporary leader and had the first command. The Immortal Gu houses collided unreasonably. It was Celestial Court's Gu Immortals' turn to retreat. Only 2 Gu Immortals did not retreat. One was Zhang Feixiong. He turned into a giant with a bare head and a human body. He clashed with the Immortal Gu houses. The other was Flesh Whip Immortal. She was also a Transformation Path Gu Immortal. She had turned into an immemorial walking meat tree. The tree roots were like legs. They flew in the air while the branches were like countless flesh whips. They waved around fiercely. Crack, crack, crack. She also clashed with the Immortal Gu houses, stopping the charge of several rank 7 Immortal Gu houses and making them dizzy. Inside Divine Being Palace, Fang Dichang's expression was grim. Celestial Court has indeed made a change. But this change is too big. Zhang Feixiong, Wan Zihong, and Zhu K'er have awakened in advance. Even an expert like Flesh Whip Immortal has joined in. The most important thing is, what is this killer move? It can actually teleport more than 10 rank 8 Gu Immortals at once. This is simply unheard of. With this move, Celestial Court would have the complete initiative. They could mobilize their main forces and attack wherever they wanted. This was a strategic killer move. Chapter 1938. Bam Bam Bam. The towering primordial walking meat tree was always at the forefront of the charge. Tens of thousands of octopus-like tentacles and branches waved fiercely with the sound of wind whistling. The Immortal Gu houses of Western Desert's Gu Immortals were forced to retreat. Flesh Whip Immortal resisted an Immortal Gu house by herself. She was indeed a rank 8 expert who was qualified to sleep in Celestial Court's Immortal Graveyard. Truly amazing. Of course, this was also the advantage of Transformation Path. Let us do it. At the crucial moment, Dong Clan's Gu Immortals stepped forward. Like in the previous life, Dong Clan still dispatched the rank 7 Immortal Gu house Red River Wheel this time. This Immortal Gu house resembled a water wheel or a giant wheel, turning and rolling on its own. Flames surged and burned as it ruthlessly crushed the walking meat tree. The Celestial Court's Gu Immortals saw this and focused their gazes. Immortal Gu houses directly collided with each other, which was the most convenient, but it was usually not the strongest method of Immortal Gu houses. Immortal Gu houses had different Immortal killer moves depending on the Immortal Gu used and the method used. Right now, Red River Wheel had clearly activated its own killer move, immediately colliding with Flesh Whip Immortal with peerless power. The Celestial Court's Gu Immortals were nervous. Similarly, Western Desert's Gu Immortals were also very nervous. Red River Wheel was only a rank 7 Immortal Gu house, but it could contend with rank 8. If it collided with Flesh Whip Immortal, they would be evenly matched and would be seriously injured. However, this result was still slightly advantageous to Western Desert. Even if both sides were injured, Red River Wheel could recover as long as the Gu worms were replaced. Flesh Whip Immortal's main body was injured, which was very troublesome, and the subsequent healing and recovery would be quite troublesome. Good. At the crucial moment, Flesh Whip Immortal did not retreat but instead advanced, shouting excitedly and rushing straight up. This guy, protect her. The Celestial Court's Gu Immortals reached a consensus instantly. Zhang Feixiong roared and turned into a giant again, with a bare head and a human body, attacking Red River Wheel from the side. Red River Wheel's front and back are the strongest, but the side is the weakest. We will cover for Dong Clan. Immortal Gu House Jade Toad Castle crashed into Zhang Feixiong like a green meteor. Wan Zihong giggled and countless petals drifted over the battlefield, landing on the Crimson River Wheel. The wheel's momentum continued to decline. The Fang family's chicken dog coop came to support. They released chickens and dogs and other ancient desolate beasts to attack Wan Zihong. Wan Zihong was still maintaining her killer move. She had no time to dodge. Yu Zhuzi and Yi Xiaozi appeared beside her. One of them sprinkled countless jade beads, making a tinkling sound. The other emitted balls of yellow light, sometimes slow, sometimes fast. The chickens and dogs and many other ancient desolate beasts were either injured by the jade beads or were temporarily trapped by the yellow light. They were suspended high in the sky, unable to move. Damn it, this Wan Zihong is the demoness who harmed Western Desert in history. She was recruited by Celestial Court. Dong Tribe's Gu Immortal was inside Red River Wheel, looking at Wan Zihong while gritting his teeth. The Dong clan belonged to the Western Desert's righteous Tao, and they hated Western Desert's devils the most. Unfortunately, Wan Zihong was one of the most famous devils in history. The might of the Dong clan's Crimson River Wheel continued to weaken. At this rate it would be crushed by the walking meat tree. At the crucial moment, an immortal Gu house that looked like a flower house in the forest exerted its power in the rear of the battlefield. Wan Zihong gasped and felt that her killer move was out of control. Countless petals swept towards the Celestial Court's Gu Immortals instead. Wan Zihong gave a muffled groan, the killer move backfired and she suffered a lot of damage. Her eyes were like lightning as she stared at the culprit. It was Fang Clan's Rank 7 Immortal Gu House, Fallen Flower Hall. Boom. At the next moment, the walking meat tree and Red River Wheel finally collided. Both sides were immediately sent flying. Hundreds of fleshy tentacles of the walking meat tree were broken, while the surface of the Red River Wheel was smashed beyond recognition. More than 3,000 Gu worms were lost, and the Dong clan's Gu Immortals frantically repaired it. Really strong. Flesh Whip Immortal gritted her teeth and struggled to maintain the form of the walking meat tree. Although her injuries were not light, her fighting spirit was more vigorous. She was about to rush up again but was stopped by Zhang Feixiong. Let me do it, go back and heal your injuries. Zhang Feixiong had been sent flying by the Immortal Gu House before, but now he flew back and immediately replaced Flesh Whip Immortal. Flesh Whip Immortal was very stubborn and refused to retreat. I won't. Let me rush, no one can stop me. As soon as she finished speaking, a giant pillar of starlight shot down from above her head, covering Flesh Whip Immortal. Flesh Whip Immortal. In the next moment, she disappeared with the giant pillar of starlight and returned to the Celestial Court. In the battlefield of the Celestial Court, Calamity Luck Altar was still struggling to move forward, trying to break free from the Qi wall, but Duke Long firmly blocked in front of it. Duke Long's tall body was like a steel cast. Even if he was alone, Calamity Luck Altar could not lift its head. Boom boom boom. Every time Duke Long made a move, it was accompanied by a violent explosion. It was just a transformation path killer move, but it made Calamity Luck Altar unable to move an inch. It was not easy to move forward 10 steps, but it was often beaten back 9 steps by Duke Long. Flesh Whip Immortal swallowed a mouthful of saliva, looking up at Duke Long's heroic fighting posture, envious in her heart. When could she have such a powerful strength? Light flickered around her, and light blue flowing water wrapped around her body, washing the heterogeneous Tao marks on her wounds. This was a healing formation specially arranged by the Celestial Court, which greatly improved the efficiency of healing. The Celestial Court's teleportation method can be used for both group teleportation and single-person round-trip. This is really troublesome. Fang Yuan's clone Fang Dichang frowned deeply. Although he did not see the healing formation in the Celestial Court, he could imagine it even if he used his brain. The key was that with such a method, the Celestial Court could retreat quickly. It was almost an extravagant hope for Western Desert's side to kill the Celestial Court's Gu Immortals. They had to kill them in one blow, not giving the Celestial Court a chance to teleport and heal. But it was easier said than done to kill these rank 8 powerhouses in one blow. Not just Fang Dichang, most of the Gu Immortals realized this. Western Desert's morale started to plummet. Fang Dichang gritted his teeth. This won't do. Immediately he activated Divine Bean Palace and charged to the front line. Everyone let me do it. The Western Desert Immortals were energized, They quickly made way and looked at Divine Bean Palace with expectant gazes. The Celestial Court's Gu Immortals saw an immortal Gu house towering like a mountain, grand and imposing, rumbling as it charged over. Their hearts jumped fiercely. The same phrase flashed in the immortals' minds: Divine Bean Palace. Immortal killer move, myriad life spring lightning. Divine Bean Palace shook fiercely, countless lightning coiled around the palace like snakes and dragons. The lightning condensed and quickly formed jade-green lightning balls that bombarded the surroundings of the palace. Rumble. The Celestial Court's Gu Immortals frantically dodged, not daring to face it head-on. Even the transformation path Zhang Feixiong had returned to his human form, flying around in a sorry state. Myriad life spring lightning had life in death and death in life. It was a combination of destruction and rebirth. After the explosions, Dao marks were carved on the battlefield, creating a favorable environment for oneself. How can we fight this? It was the Celestial Court's Gu Immortals' turn to feel helpless. It is an immortal Gu house created by Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable after all. How did it end up in the hands of Western Desert's Gu Immortals? The Celestial Court's Gu Immortals were furious and helpless. They wanted to retreat. A white and fat Celestial Court Gu Immortal was Zhao Shanhe. He was looking at Yu Zhi. Yu Zhi nodded at him. The two suddenly gathered together. At the same time, the other Celestial Court's Gu Immortals surrounded the two of them, defending and coordinating with them. Zhao Shanhe was a Food Path Gu Immortal, Yu Zhi was an Earth Path Gu Immortal. The two of them used to move at the same time, sitting and eating the mountain empty. The killer move engulfed the whole battlefield. None of Western Desert's immortal Gu houses could avoid it. After using this move, pillars of starlight descended from the sky, vanishing in a flash. At the next moment, all of the Celestial Court's rank 8s retreated from the battlefield. Only Western Desert's immortal Gu houses were left in the chaotic battlefield. Although the Western Desert Gu Immortals repelled Celestial Court, their expressions were unsightly. Because they found that the auras of many Gu worms in the immortal Gu houses were weakening rapidly, they fell into the abyss and died one after another. Not only that, the Gu Immortals in the immortal Gu houses were also affected. Many of their immortal essence started to dissipate. This was caused by that move just now. What killer move was it? Not only the immortal Gu houses were affected, even the Gu Immortals inside were not spared. It should be the profundity of Food Path. Because of this, our immortal Gu houses are hard to defend against. The Western Desert Gu Immortals discussed and soon guessed most of it. Food Path had been lost for a long time. Western Desert's Righteous Path had very few Food Path Gu Immortals. Their defense in this aspect was much weaker. It was a shortcoming. Most importantly, Celestial Court's Zhao Shanhe was clearly an expert in this aspect. This won't do. Celestial Court fights and retreats. Every time they create a chance for Zhao Shanhe and Yu Zhi to use their killer moves, they can continue to bleed us and consume our strength. Everyone. We must hurry and rush to Emperor City as soon as possible, forcing Celestial Court's Gu Immortals to fight to the death with us. There they won't retreat so easily. Fang Dichang analyzed and encouraged them. The Western Desert Gu Immortals expressed their agreement. In a short period of time, they had no way to break Celestial Court's teleportation killer move. They could only use this method to restrain Celestial Court. Zhao Shanhe and the others returned to Celestial Court again. The injured went to the healing formation to recover, while the rest were resting and at the same time communicating with each other on how to cooperate better. After a fierce battle with Western Desert's immortal Gu houses, these Gu Immortals had no losses. Flesh Whip Immortal, who was the most heavily injured, had almost recovered and was full of vigor again. Different from the previous life because these Gu Immortals woke up in advance, they not only had comprehensive immortal Gu, but also had a certain degree of cooperation with each other. Immortal Gu houses are hard to deal with. Among them, Divine Bean Palace is the toughest. What are you worried about? In a few more rounds, Western Desert's side will collapse. They won't be able to reach Emperor City. Fang Yuan and Qi Si Ancestor have not made a move? Quickly make a move, we can't wait anymore. The Gu Immortals were all experts. They were famous for a period of time. They were extremely confident and full of fighting spirit. In fact, the cause of this situation was Fang Yuan's fault. After Fang Yuan was reborn, he won repeatedly and defeated Celestial Court, which made the will of the stars feel an intense crisis. So many Gu Immortals woke up in advance. Chapter 1939. Quickly stop him. Fang Dichang shouted. Western Desert's immortal goo houses charged towards Zhao Shanhe and Yu Zhuzi with all their strength. But in front of them, Celestial Court's goo immortals were already guarding them. Zhang Fei Xiong turned into a giant and blocked an immortal goo house without any regard for his own safety. Crack crack crack. Flesh Whip Immortal turned into an immemorial walking meat tree and waved its branches crazily, causing the immortal goo houses to spin around chaotically. Bam bam bam. All sorts of immortal killer moves erupted like fireworks. They were incomparably dazzling and powerful. These were the rank 8 killer moves of Celestial Court's goo immortals. Western Desert's immortal goo houses were severely obstructed. They could not help but hesitate. Using this time, Zhao Shanhe and Yu Zhuzi finished preparing and used the immortal killer move Sitting Eating Mountain Empty again. Western Desert's goo immortals were hit again. They watched helplessly as the Starlight Pillar shot down and took away the Central Continent goo immortals. At the next moment they returned to Celestial Court. The goo immortals healed their injuries as they conversed enthusiastically. Using Sitting Eating Mountain Empty is getting harder and harder. The other party is an elite of a region, they cannot be underestimated. Even a fool will become smarter after suffering many losses. But their strength has also been greatly weakened, they might not be able to hold on after 2 more times. The goo immortals were full of morale, they became more spirited as they fought. Right at this time, Qin Song's expression turned pale as he vomited a small mouthful of blood. His blood was yellowish-brown in color, there were countless worms jumping around in the blood. Senior Qin, you are injured? Zhou Xiong Xan, who was standing beside Qin Song, quickly asked in concern. Zhou Xiong Xan wore a white robe, he had a strong body and a square face with thick eyebrows. In the previous life he fought with Fang Yuan and had the fastest battlefield killer move in the world. Rumor cage he had once caused Fang Yuan to fall into a bitter battle. Eventually Fang Yuan's schemes went deeper, he used defice formation to trap and kill Zhou Xiong Xan. But this time, Fang Yuan revived, Zhou Xiong Xan also revived and was one of the goo immortals of Celestial Court. Qin Song weakly shook his head. This is an old injury from adulthood. It's not something from the previous battle. Celestial Court's goo immortals gathered around to check on Qin Song's condition. Even Fairy Myrtle was attracted over. Qin Song was a key figure. The reason why Celestial Court could unleash such a powerful star-cast killer move was not only because of the formation and star constellation chessboard, but also because of Qin Song's strength. What Qin Song was most adept at was teleportation. In the previous life, he had brought the Celestial Court's goo immortals on a long journey to Di Zongxing battlefield. At that time he did not have all his immortal goo, and because he activated killer moves in a frenzy, death descended upon him. But in this life he had woken up early and the environment was much better. Not only did he obtain a comprehensive set of immortal goo, he even enjoyed an advanced lifespan extension method. Qin Song's seniority was very high, and he slept very early. During the time he was asleep, the Celestial Court had made many new discoveries in the field of prolonging life. Times were always progressing. Qin Song's lifespan was thus extended to a certain extent, but the continuous battles made him repeatedly squeeze himself, his body's condition rapidly declined, and his lifespan was greatly reduced. According to your current body's condition, I'm afraid you can only use the movement killer move 4 times. If you exceed this number, your body and soul will collapse. Fairy Myrtle calculated for a while before speaking. 4 times? Qin Song smiled, coughing out a mouthful of yellow blood. His expression was indifferent. It is enough to defeat Western Desert, and there is still time to spare. I might be able to heavily injure Southern Border or Eastern Seas goo immortals. As for after I die, I will have to rely on you all. The Celestial Court's goo immortals were silent. Only Flesh Whip Immortal was carefree. Old Qin, don't worry, I am here. They were powerless against Qin Song's condition. The culprit behind all this was his old injury. This injury was brought out when he explored Reckless Savage's tomb. It could not be healed in the past, and it was still the same now. Fairy Myrtle, however, did not order the attack to continue, she pondered inwardly. Without Qin Song, Celestial Court did not have the ability to teleport. Relying on star constellation chessboard alone was too inefficient, it would also seriously affect her own scheming ability. Fairy Myrtle had experience in activating Starcast. This killer move consumed too much thought. If she activated this killer move, she would no longer have the energy to look after the overall situation. This was clearly not worth it for Celestial Court. It would be fine if it was just 1 battlefield, but Celestial Court had at least 3 battlefields. Moreover, Celestial Court's opponents were not only the elites of the four regions, there was also the demon Fang Yuan who had yet to make a move. In both the previous life and this life, as the leader and brains of Celestial Court, Fairy Myrtle had to look after the overall situation. It is a pity that there are no Wisdom Path Gu Immortals awakening in the Immortal Graveyard this time. Fang Yuan has not made a move yet, and Qi Si Ancestor has not made a move either. If we expend Qin Song prematurely, it would be terrible if the situation changes in the future. Fairy Myrtle thought deeply. She was not willing to expend a crucial force like Qin Song prematurely. She had considered one point. Fang Yuan had fixed immortal travel and the ancient battle formation omnidirectional travel. He could quickly appear in any corner of Central Continent. Celestial Court preserved the method of large-scale star cast. It would be easy to deal with Fang Yuan in the future. Right now there are 4 battlefields: Celestial Court, Hairy Foot Mountain, Emperor City, and Hidden Dragon Cave. Fairy Myrtle looked around as she analyzed. Among these 4 battlefields, Celestial Court's battlefield is the most important. Once we are broken through and Fate Gu is destroyed by Longevity Heaven, all hope will be lost. Next is Hairy Foot Mountain. If Infallible Blessed Land is destroyed, we will not be able to refine enough success Dao marks. It will greatly affect our restoration of fate. But this is not something we cannot give up. Even if Infallible Blessed Land is destroyed and we do not have success Dao marks, Fate Gu is still around. In the future, with new refinement path research results, we might be able to push forward the restoration of Fate Gu. Next is Emperor City. Western Desert's Gu Immortals are charging towards Emperor City with great momentum. But after our continuous attacks they have lost their morale. Emperor City itself is heavily guarded. It is also protected by the human path methods left behind by Venerables. Even if it is destroyed and our elites are wiped out, it is not a problem. After 100 years, there will be even more outstanding talents emerging. Finally is Hidden Dragon Cave. Even though Eastern Sea has many rank 8 Gu Immortals, they do not have enough killing intent. They only want to take advantage of others. They are not a threat. Just the formation and Old Man Beifeng cannot defend against them, but it is more than enough to stall for some time. During this period of time, we just need to reinforce them once to stabilize the situation there. A Gu Immortal asked, "So, Fairy, you mean?" Fairy Myrtle looked at Calamity Luck Altar inside the Qi Wall. "We will deal with Longevity Heaven first. Celestial Court is stable and Fate Gu is preserved. No matter how bad the situation outside is, we will not lose." After pausing for a moment, she continued, "Other than that, we can preserve Senior Qin Song's life and prevent Fang Yuan and Qi Si Ancestor from suddenly attacking." Good. These are the words of an experienced strategist. I do not feel at ease keeping Calamity Luck Altar in the headquarters. After all, they are Giant Sun's descendants. Who knows if they will cause trouble. We will listen to Fairy. Celestial Court's Gu Immortals listened carefully and approved of this plan. Thus, the Immortals stopped using teleportation to attack. They entered the Qi Wall and attacked Longevity Heaven's side ruthlessly. Celestial Court's Qi Wall was left behind by Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable. After so many years, other than the 3 paths created by the 3 Venerables, the rest of the Qi Wall was still sturdy. More importantly, the Qi Wall still had its own spirituality. To Celestial Court's Gu Immortals they could freely enter and exit the Qi Wall. But to Longevity Heaven's side, it was a huge restriction. The Qi Wall created a hemispherical battlefield. Celestial Court's Gu Immortals attacked Calamity Luck Altar with their backs against the Qi Wall. Once Calamity Luck Altar counterattacked, these Gu Immortals would quickly retreat and enter the Qi Wall, using the Qi Wall to block Calamity Luck Altar's attacks. Because of this, Celestial Court's Gu Immortals were able to display their full offensive power. Calamity Luck Altar's surface was covered in cracks. As a rank 8 Immortal Gu House, Calamity Luck Altar's body was extremely sturdy. It was also created by Giant Sun Immortal. When it charged around, it had an obvious advantage. It was simply unreasonable. But from start to finish, it was blocked by a Gu Immortal. This person was Duke Long. His body was expanding bit by bit. His face was like iron. His body was muscular. The purple gold dragon scales on his body had shocking defensive power. Transformation path killer moves were unleashed as he willed it. Each move was domineering and fierce, firmly blocking Calamity Luck Altar. Be it Calamity Luck Altar or Celestial Court's Gu Immortals' killer moves, he did not move at all. He was like a giant pillar that supported the sky. All the rank 8 killer moves were nothing more than a light breeze. In the previous life, Duke Long fought with Eastern Sea's Gu Immortals for Dragon Palace. Even though he succeeded, he was heavily injured. When the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention started, Duke Long was still injured, his battle strength was not as strong in the beginning. But in this life, because Fang Yuan plundered Dragon Palace in advance, Duke Long was in perfect condition, he could not advance an inch in Calamity Luck Altar. Duke Long is actually so strong. Bing Sichuan's expression was dark. Bull Demon, Flower Lady, and Five Elements Grandmaster were desperately repairing Calamity Luck Altar. We cannot go on like this. If we do not break through this obstacle, we will not be able to get close to Heaven Overseeing Tower. Inside Calamity Luck Altar, Mao Liqiu shrunk its body, sprawling on the ground as it complained in dissatisfaction. Bing Sichuan struggled for a while before sighing, "There is no other way, use Call of the Ancient." Calamity Luck Altar suddenly stopped moving, it suddenly exploded with a golden halo. The halo was dazzling, even Duke Long had to squint his eyes. Swish swish swish. The sound of surging waves resounded in the battlefield. Next, the phantom of the majestic river of time appeared in the sky above Calamity Luck Altar. This is... Duke Long's heart shook. Next, under the shocked gazes of the Celestial Court Gu Immortals, Northern Plains Gu Immortals walked out of the river of time. "Come, take a thunderbolt from me." The tall new heir Bao Xiong laughed wildly. "To think that I could use this move to come to the future and participate in this battle, I am truly fortunate." Hei Fan smiled lightly. "Wow. This is such a huge scene, oh heavens, I better hide." Lu 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 had a white face, he had a crafty expression as his figure vanished. Chapter 1940. What's going on? These are the famous experts of Northern Plains in history, they were actually summoned here. The Celestial Court Gu Immortals were all surprised. Duke Long said solemnly, "Everyone pay attention, this is Red Lotus Demon Venerable's Time Path Killer move, Call of the Ancient. It can summon Gu Immortals closely related to you from the upper part of the River of Time to fight for you." This is interesting. Flesh Whip Immortal licked her lips, her battle intent surged as she shouted and rushed forward. "Let me." Zhang Fei Xiong turned into a giant and collided with Flesh Whip Immortal towards Calamity Luck Altar. But at this moment, Calamity Luck Altar was guarded. New heir Bao Xiong roared and used an immortal killer move. Lightning balls flew everywhere and exploded fiercely. For a moment, Flesh Whip Immortal and Zhang Fei Xiong were blocked by the lightning and their offensive was thwarted. Zhu Ke shouted and activated a movement killer move. She drew a beautiful red rainbow in the air and went around to the back of Calamity Luck Altar. Don't even think about succeeding. A male immortal walked down from the phantom river of time and blocked Zhu Ke. His face was like jade, he was elegant and had a smiling gaze, it was Dong Fangyu. Boom boom boom. Zhu Ke and Dong Fangyu fought fiercely. Immortal killer move, sitting and eating the mountain empty. Far away, Zhao Shanhe and Yu Zhuzi joined hands again and successfully used their killer move. The killer move was not very effective on Calamity Luck Altar. Calamity Luck Altar was indeed created by Giant Sun Immortal, its defense in the food path was also quite strong. Yi Xiaozi's killer move followed. Wooden stakes appeared out of thin air and formed a circle, trapping Calamity Luck Altar. Yi Xiaozi shouted again, countless green vines grew from the wooden stakes and coiled around Calamity Luck Altar, spreading upwards in an attempt to touch the Phantom River of Time. It is useless. This Phantom River of Time cannot be attacked. Only by destroying the foundation of Calamity Luck Altar can this move be stopped. Duke Long was about to make a move. Another Celestial Court Gu Immortal suddenly teleported to the Phantom River of Time. This Gu Immortal had the appearance of a boy with shiny black hair and a small tuft of sharp hair on the top of his head. It was Whirling Boy. The boy's aura surged out violently, forming a huge hole above his head. The hole emitted a terrifying suction force, constantly rotating and strangling anything that came in. However, the illusion of the River of Time remained unmoved and unaffected. The other Northern Plains Gu Immortal who had just walked out was sucked into the hole before he could react. "Ehe, I finally gained something." The boy of whirling space laughed and increased his grinding speed. The one trapped inside was an expert of the 22 family, Farmer 22. He looked like an old farmer. His trousers were rolled up, his hands and feet were stained with mud, his back was bent, and his face was filled with deep wrinkles. Now that he was trapped, he sighed. I'm going to die as soon as I get out. Is it worth it? Among all the Northern Plains Gu Immortals, I am the worst at fighting. Whirling Boy's little face puffed up as he tried his best to grind and kill the 22nd farmer. Farmer 22 was protected by a faint yellow halo. Even though this halo was thin, it was very sturdy, firmly resisting the frenzied grinding of the rotating hole. Another Gu immortal walked out of the illusion of the River of Time. Seeing that Farmer 22 was trapped, he wanted to save him. But Celestial Quartz Gu immortal Zhou Xiong Xan arrived in time and blocked this person. Yelu Ko also walked out. His skin was dark and his gaze was like a hawk's. He looked around the battlefield and immediately found the weakest Gu immortal in Celestial Court, Qin Song. Qin Song's weak state could not be concealed. Yelu Ko smiled coldly as he charged towards Qin Song. Your opponent is me. A flirtatious female immortal blocked Yelu Ko's path. Yelu Ko looked at the female immortal, feeling a threat to his life. Who are you? The female immortal smiled charmingly, but her words were filled with killing intent. The person who will kill you, Wanzi Hong. The two fought, golden light shot out and flower petals flew. Figures were either flying in the air or fighting on the ground. Explosions continued to resound, sparks flew everywhere and intense light flashed. Northern Plains historical Gu immortal experts fought against Celestial Court's members. Rumble. Zhang Fei Xiong's flesh was lacerated by new Air Bao Xiong's attacks. Crack crack crack. Flesh Whip immortal whipped Yuan Ben fiercely. Yuan Ben's white bone heavy armor was already broken. He was forced to retreat. Farmer 22 was still resisting, but Whirling Boy gritted his teeth, refusing to give up. Around the two who were in a deadlock, several Gu immortals were also fighting. The Gu immortals started to get injured. The air was filled with a thick smell of blood. Even after using Call of the Ancient, I am still at a disadvantage. Bing Sai Chuan gritted his teeth, his heart was getting heavier. The trump card he was hoping for did not allow him to turn the situation around, it only saved him from defeat and kept the situation in a deadlock. In the previous life, Celestial Court's Gu immortals woke up in a hurry from the immortal graveyard. Despite Fairy Myrtle's urgent deployment of immortal Gu, their battle strength was still lacking. But this life was different. These Celestial Court's Gu immortals had very good battle strength and condition. They could fight evenly with Northern Plains experts and even suppress them. After all, Celestial Court's Gu immortals had a lot of cooperation. While Northern Plains historical experts had just been summoned, they would at most hear about each other. How could they have the chance to fight side by side? This cannot go on. The longer this Call of the Ancient lasts, the more experts it will summon to fight. Fairy Myrtle frowned. She was worried but also glad. Thankfully, she wanted to deal with Longevity Heaven first. This killer move was really troublesome. If they used Star Cast too many times, they would lose Qin Song and the Celestial Court's members would be scattered outside. Longevity Heaven might succeed and charge out of the Qi Wall. After all, there were not many Gu immortals left in Celestial Court. Yuan Qiongdu and the rest had to control the Refinement Path battle formation. The true main force to stop Calamity Luck Altar was only Duke Long. Duke Long stared at the Phantom River of Time for a long while before retracting his gaze. He sighed internally. He still could not break this killer move. It was like the support of the future killer move that he had used against Red Lotus Demon Venerable. If I cannot break it directly, I can only destroy Calamity Luck Altar. Thinking of this, Duke Long slowly clenched his fists as he walked into the battlefield. Yi Xiaozi suddenly spat out blood. The backlash of the killer move caused him to be heavily injured. He had been cooperating with Duke Long's investigation, trying his best to restrain Calamity Luck Altar. But how could a rank 8 immortal Gu house be so easily restrained? Yi Xiaozi had no choice but to retreat into the Qi Wall, while Calamity Luck Altar became restless, wanting to break through the Qi Wall. Duke Long silently walked towards Calamity Luck Altar. Everyone stop this person. Bing Sichuan ordered coldly. He was from the same generation as Giant Sun Immortal, and most of Northern Plains experts were Giant Sun Immortal's descendants. They naturally listened to him. New Air Bao Xiong was the first to attack. Hundreds of lightning balls smashed towards Duke Long. Boom boom boom. A series of deafening explosions occurred. Smoke and dust rose as New Air Bao Xiong laughed maniacally. Have you tasted my power? Ha, ugh. A figure gradually walked out of the smoke and dust. Duke Long had an indifferent expression. His body was straight like a spear, his purple gold dragon scales were still shining brightly, only a trace of dust was left on them. New Air Bao Xiong was furious. He stared with wide eyes as his aura surged. Take this. He raised his hands above his head. Countless lightning bolts gathered into a huge dark blue lightning ball. The surface of the lightning ball was covered in lightning. It was pitch black inside. New Air Bao Xiong threw it towards Duke Long like a meteor. Duke Long finally shifted his gaze, but he only took a glance at the lightning ball. He waved his hand. Rumble. Air currents surged and formed into a giant hand. With a slap from the back of the hand, the lightning ball was sent flying away easily. New Air Bao Xiong's powerful killer move was broken by Duke Long just like that. At the next moment, Yu Yangzi, Lu Hui and Lu Lu attacked one after another. Duke Long charged towards Calamity Luck Altar without even looking. As long as Calamity Luck Altar was destroyed, Call of the Ancient would definitely break apart. Boom. Calamity Luck Altar was smashed to the ground by Duke Long's punch, sinking into the ground. A fist pit appeared on the surface of the immortal goo house. A large number of goo worms died, even the immortal goo were damaged. The killer moves of the Northern Plains experts engulfed Duke Long like a torrential storm. But even after the continuous attacks, Duke Long was still standing. There was only a layer of soot on his face. How can this be? How can this person be so strong? He is Duke Long, Red Lotus Demon Venerable's master. Someone recognized Duke Long's identity. The Northern Plains Goo Immortals gasped in shock. This was an old monster. But at the next moment, the morale of the Northern Plains people surged again. They had brave natures. The stronger Duke Long was, the more excited they were. Kill, kill, kill. Behead this old thing. Protect Calamity Luck Altar and charge out of the Chi Wall. The Northern Plains Goo Immortals roared as they attacked without any regard for their lives. These Northern Plains lunatics. Brute force. The Celestial Court's Immortals could only retreat and avoid the attacks. Facing the desperate attacks of the Northern Plains Goo Immortals, Duke Long could not ignore them anymore. He snorted lightly, annoying vermin. The moment he said that, the aura around him changed. Chi currents surged and spread in all directions. While Duke Long's body was like a mountain, his aura rose rapidly. The killer move was prepared in an instant. Duke Long waved his hand. Whoosh. The air was forcefully pushed away as 5 grand chi waves swept forward. Wherever they went, the dazzling killer moves of the Northern Plains experts crumbled one after another. They could not stop the chi waves. It was the immortal killer move, Chi Current Scissors. Duke Long pointed at the sky. Immortal killer move, Chi Breath Mountain. Rumble. A translucent mountain made of air currents suddenly formed, as if the sky was falling, and quickly came crashing down. The Northern Plains Goo Immortals escaped in panic. Some of them could not dodge in time and were smashed into Calamity Luck Altar by the pressure of Chi Breath Mountain, turning into meat paste on the spot. The entire Chi Current Mountain pressed down on Calamity Luck Altar. The ground was shaking intensely. Calamity Luck Altar had been restless, but now it could not move. Duke Long used 2 moves. The effect was immediate. He suppressed the entire battle. Bing Sichuan's expression was ashen. His heart sank to rock bottom. He realized that they could not break the Chi Wall with their own strength. Ignoring the other Goo Immortals, just Duke Long alone was an insurmountable obstacle. Bing Sichuan had other trump cards. In the previous life he had asked Limitless to turn around and restrain Duke Long. The latter could not move and had to leave the battlefield for a while. But in this life, Calamity Luck Altar was too far away from Imperfection Regret Pavilion. This method could not be used. In the previous life, Calamity Luck Altar had to charge to Central Great Hall before Limitless could turn around. Chapter 1941. Giant Sun Immortal had once told Bing Sichuan clearly, if the plan to attack Celestial Court failed, Longevity Heaven would have no hope of obtaining Fate Goo. They had to ask for reinforcements from the crucial person. Then who is the crucial person? Bing Sichuan asked this question on the spot. Giant Sun Immortal answered him, whoever destroyed 88-point Jinyang Tower is the crucial person. By then you will know. Longevity Heaven's original plan was to refine Fate Goo. They needed to snatch Fate Goo. But different from the previous life, Bing Sichuan encountered a huge setback this time. Without a choice, he could only ask for help from Fang Yuan. After receiving Bing Sichuan's letter, Fang Yuan was already in Central Continent, hiding in Defice Formation. This formation was created by Shadow Sect. It was left for Defy to use as their base. But after the heaven-defying Goo refinement on Etian Mountain, Shadow Sect vanished. Defy was also saved by Fairy Z-Wei and uprooted. This formation was left empty. In the previous life, Fang Yuan used this formation to trap Zhou Xiong Xan. But now the situation was different. Fang Yuan retreated early, to guard against people's accusation. He did not fight with Zhou Xiong Xan. As a result, Zhou Xiong Xan survived and became one of the main forces of Celestial Court. Defice formation was also preserved. To think that longevity heaven would encounter such trouble. Fang Yuan's gaze flickered as he thought rapidly. He did not know about the situation in Celestial Court. Bing Sichuan's letter had already described their predicament. Compared to the previous life, Fang Yuan soon found out that the key to longevity heaven's setback was that the moment they entered, they were teleported into the Qi wall. It should be because of Qin Ding Ling. In this life, with a luck path Gu immortal like her, Celestial Court broke through Giant Sun Immortal's arrangements and even ambushed longevity heaven. Fang Yuan understood. This is a new change. There is also call of the ancient killer move. It turns out that once Calamity Luck Altar is activated, it can be teleported immediately. In the previous life, Bing Sichuan used this to trick Duke long before obtaining this information. Fang Yuan had been thinking about Celestial Court's method of large-scale star cast, trying to find a way to break it. The more important Fairy Myrtle was, the more she wanted to preserve this method, the more Fang Yuan wanted to destroy it. By now, Fang Yuan had already deduced that this formation was in Heavenly Court. The core was star constellation chessboard, and there were countless stars scattered in white heaven. By now, Fang Yuan had already deduced that this formation was inside Celestial Court. The core was star constellation chessboard, and there were countless stars scattered in white heaven. The formation's power would be projected onto these stars, using them as a medium to create a large-scale star cast tactic. In the previous life, Qin Song's appearance was very short. He died after escorting Heavenly Court's Gu Immortals to Hidden Dragon Cave. In the previous life, Qin Song's appearance was very short. He died after escorting the Celestial Court Gu Immortals to Hidden Dragon Cave. Without this crucial clue, Fang Yuan's deductions encountered a bottleneck. But now he had already realized something. According to Bing Sichuan's information, even though Fairy Myrtle did not participate in the attack, she also appeared outside the Qi wall to observe the situation. This is a bit strange. Such a large-scale star cast should have used up all her energy, but she is still able to do it with ease. Someone is helping her. Who is it? Who is the other Wisdom Path great expert? Or is it the cooperation of others that allowed the large-scale star cast tactic to succeed? Fang Yuan quickly cut off this train of thought. Now was not the time to think about this. He had to make a decision quickly. As a Wisdom Path Gu Immortal, the current Fang Yuan was like a chess player playing against Fairy Myrtle. Both sides had their own chess pieces. Fairy Myrtle clearly had the upper hand, not only in her Wisdom Path attainment, but also the unity of Celestial Court or the current situation. She had a clear advantage. Fang Yuan seemed to have a huge amount of manpower, but they were all fighting for themselves. He could only influence the people of the 4 regions and add fuel to the fire. Even though he had many subordinates, far more than in the previous life, there were few who could reach this level. Fang Yuan considered the entire central continent battle situation. Infallible Blessed Land Battlefield, Southern Borders Gu Immortals fought and broke the formation, but the 9-9 consecutive unceasing formation was least afraid of this. The subformations were endless. Hidden Dragon Cave Battlefield, Eastern Seas Gu Immortals were trapped in the formation, trying to break it. However, Old Man Beifeng could hold on for some time. As for Emperor City Battlefield, Western Deserts Gu Immortals were still on the way. Their morale was low. Celestial Court Battlefield, Longevity Heaven was at a complete disadvantage. Ever since Celestial Court schemed against them, they had lost the initiative. Of the 4 main battlefields, the most important one is Celestial Court Battlefield. Fate Gu is in Celestial Court. To win this battle, we need to destroy Fate Gu. Fang Yuan thought, just like Fairy Myrtle's analysis, both sides knew where the most important place was. In that case, Celestial Court Battlefield cannot be lost. Longevity Heaven's performance is too disappointing. I was hoping that they could block some of the attacks and trigger Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's painting path method for me. Fang Yuan knew that he had to reinforce Bing Sichuan. Even though Bing Sichuan had his own benefits, he had deceived him and ignored him in the previous life, he would do the same in this life. For the sake of the big picture, Fang Yuan had to reinforce him. Celestial Court Battlefield. Immortal Killer Move, Chaotic Dragon Fist. Punches after punches caused Calamity Luck Altar to shake intensely. The fist force caused countless Gu worms to die instantly. Inside Calamity Luck Altar, Mao Liqiu shouted, "Let me out. Let me restrain him." Bing Sichuan had a cold expression as he shook his head. "No, you are not his match. You will be courting death if you go. You are different from them. The Gu Immortals of Celestial Court will target you." Duke Long ignored the generations of Northern Plains experts. Only the other Celestial Court Gu Immortals resisted them. The people of Celestial Court were clear that only by destroying Calamity Luck Altar could they stop this call of the ancient killer move. But once Mao Liqiu joined the battle, it would be different. This was a general of Longevity Heaven, it had the strength to fight, killing Mao Liqiu would weaken Longevity Heaven, why not? Immortal killer move, world-shaking dragon hammer. Duke Long shouted as he raised his fists above his head, before slamming them down like a hammer. Calamity Luck Altar's surface exploded, countless goo worms were destroyed, fragments flew everywhere. A small hole appeared on Calamity Luck Altar, even though it was only the size of a finger, it could penetrate both inside and out. Duke Long shouted, "Longevity Heaven, only death awaits you." This result was decided the moment you wanted to attack Celestial Court. The goo immortals of Celestial Court cheered, their morale rose to the peak. Duke Long's might has reached such a level. Bing Sichuan sighed, even he felt a sense of helplessness. Why is Fang Yuan not here to reinforce us? Five Elements Grandmaster shouted, showing a trace of anxiety on his face. According to what I know, Fang Yuan is only rank 7, even if he loses to Celestial Court, he is only using the River of Time. If he comes to reinforce us, can he really change the situation? Even if he takes out Myriad Year Flying Warship, the other side has Duke Long. Bull Demon's voice buzzed, expressing his doubt. Indeed, from the current situation, just 2 rank 8 immortal goo houses could not resist Duke Long. Duke Long's battle strength was too shocking. And what was even more unbelievable was that after a while, Duke Long was getting stronger. This was simply illogical. Mao Liqiu snorted coldly, "That lad took away Reverse Flow River in front of me, at least with that killer move of his, even if he is only rank 7, he can resist Duke Long and share some of our pressure. Fang Yuan will definitely reinforce us." Bing Sichuan smiled, "I don't know much about him, but I believe in Lord Giant's son Immortal." The moment he said that, the goo immortals of Celestial Court started to retreat. With the Qi Wall as their support, they retreated smoothly. Soon, only Duke Long was left in the battlefield. Fairy Myrtle made urgent arrangements, frowning deeply. "Quick, we need to reinforce them." Infallible Blessed Land Battlefield, the 9-9 consecutive unceasing formation is about to collapse. Hidden Dragon Caves formation is also facing destruction. Zhou Xiong XN and the rest were shocked. Someone asked, "How did the situation turn for the worse?" Fairy Myrtle said solemnly, "Fang Yuan made a move." Even so, the continuous unceasing formation should not have collapsed so quickly. He showed up personally? Let's kill him. Let's get rid of this disaster for the world. The goo immortals of Celestial Court were excited. Earlier, Fang Yuan had repeatedly lost to Celestial Court, many goo immortals were furious. Fang Yuan used the initiative to expand his advantage in the River of Time. After Celestial Court lost the initiative, they fell to the Stone Lotus Island, they were at a huge disadvantage. Now that the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention was held, Fang Yuan had to attack. The battlefield was in Central Continent, the goo immortals of Celestial Court wanted to see how much advantage Fang Yuan could make. But Fairy Myrtle shook her head, "Fang Yuan did not show up, I'm afraid he only sent his subordinates." The goo immortals of Celestial Court were stunned. Just his subordinates could cause 2 immortal formations to collapse? Fairy Myrtle explained, "In Hidden Dragon Cave, Immortal Goo House Dragon Palace appeared, the other party used a large number of dream realms to corrode the formation. The immortals realized they knew about Fang Yuan's dream realm methods. They had already expected this, Dream Path was ahead of the current generation, it was natural for the formation to be broken. But we are inside the 9-9 consecutive unceasing formation, Feng Kim Hong is guarding it. Even though she is only a rank 5 goo master, she can use the power of the immortal formation to use Dream Path killer moves to shatter dream realms and turn them into pure dream reality seeker physique bodies. Zhou Xiong Xian expressed his doubts. Fairy Myrtle said in a complex tone, "That is because the method to break the 9-9 consecutive unceasing formation was not Dream Path methods, but Rule Path." Rule Path. The goo immortals of Celestial Court gasped in shock again. Rule Path? In Infallible Blessed Lands Battlefield, the Southern Alliance immortals looked at the formation in front of them with shock. They had broken several formations, but they learned from Fang Yuan that this was the 9-9 consecutive unceasing formation. Just as they were feeling frustrated, the 9-9 consecutive unceasing formation suddenly disintegrated on its own. After leaving the formation, the Southern Alliance immortals saw a formation floating in the sky, emitting 5-colored smoke. This smoke infiltrated the 9-9 consecutive unceasing formation, forcing the Celestial Court Gu Immortals to disassemble the subformations themselves. Chapter 1942. There is actually such a mystical formation in this world, it can directly counter the 9-9 consecutive unceasing formation. To think that it was created by our southern border Gu Immortal Tao Zhu? It seems that we have greatly underestimated this person. Fang Yuan actually grasped such a method. When did this happen? The southern border Gu Immortals quickly conversed, exclaiming in surprise. Fang Yuan had extorted them before, but now Fang Yuan was helping them. This made the southern border Gu Immortals feel complicated. At this time, Zhan Budu's voice could be heard from the 5 regional limit formation. Deities of southern border, please don't relax. The Celestial Court will not watch this battlefield fall, they will definitely send reinforcements. In that case, please open the immortal formation and let us defend it. A southern border Gu Immortal replied. Zhan Budu chuckled, not concealing his disdain. There is no need to say such childish words. Whether you fight or retreat, it is up to you. If you don't want to fight, just scram. You. The southern border Gu Immortal's expression changed from anger. Right at this time, more than 10 starlight pillars shone down. The main force of the Celestial Court had really come to help. This is the formation. Destroy it. Zhang Fei Xiong took the lead. Zhan Budu was silent, he started to focus on activating the formation. The 5-colored smoke miasma not only defended itself, it also spread towards the 9-9 consecutive unceasing formation. Even though the latter formation was created by star constellation Immortal Venerable, it had to dismantle the sub-formations to stall for time. Let's attack and defend the 5 regional limit formation. Wu Yong ordered without hesitation. Lord, the other party is Fang Yuan. Haven't you been opposing? Someone was unwilling. Wu Yong stared at this person fiercely, saying sternly, look at the big picture. He had high prestige. Wu Clan was also the #1 force in southern borders Gu Immortal world. This had already become a tradition. The Southern Alliance Immortals immediately engaged in an intense battle with the Celestial Court Gu Immortals. With their help, Zhan Budu immediately felt relieved. The pressure on his shoulders lessened by more than half, and the 5-colored smoke miasma spread even more violently. With the cry of a phoenix, the figure of Princess Impatience appeared amidst the flames. He had phoenix-like eyes and a golden cape draped over his body. He opened his mouth and spat out a torrent of flames. The flames burned in the 5-colored smoke and engulfed the deities of southern frontier. Southern borders rank 8 Gu Immortal Yi Hao Fang immediately turned into a sea beast, controlling the waves to block the spreading flames. Jun Xinguang turned into a white light and moved through the battlefield, avoiding the 4 southern border rank 8s and attacking the remaining rank 7 Gu Immortals. Zhou Xiongxin, Zhu Keier, and the others moved with him. In definite manner, Flying Sand Pavilion and Bay Pavilion were all taken out. The southern border rank 7 Gu Immortals quickly entered the rooms. With a scream, Whirling Boy was holding the head of a southern border Gu Immortal. He had succeeded. Using this chance, the rest of the southern border rank 7s entered the Immortal Gu house. You are too slow. Whirling Boy looked at Zhou Xiongxin and the rest, chuckling. Where are you going? Wu Yong snorted coldly, chasing after him. Whirling Boy retaliated with an immortal killer move. He was clearly prepared. Wu Yong also raised his hand, creating wind blades that filled the sky. The 2 killer moves collided with a loud sound. Air currents surged as the 5-colored smoke fog surged like a dragon. Whirling Boy and Wu Yong grunted at the same time, their expressions turning pale. Immortal killer move, sitting and eating mountain empty. During this time, Zhao Shanhe and Yu Zhuzi worked together again, using this powerful killer move. So what if you have an immortal Gu house? Yu Zhuzi snorted coldly. The immortals in the southern border Immortal Gu house were all hit by this move. Their expressions changed as their Gu worms and immortal essence were rapidly expended. Wu Yong's pupils shrunk, he retreated instead of advancing. Protect me. Bada and Chi Chuyu immediately surrounded him. The Immortal Gu house was at the periphery. Stop him. Celestial Court's Gu Immortals were all people with rich battle experience. Wu Yong looked like he was about to use a powerful killer move. He immediately attracted all of their attacks. Chi Chuyu and Bada resisted with difficulty, they soon could not hold on. One of them was a formation path Gu Immortal, while the other had just advanced to rank 8, how could they be the match of the Celestial Court's Immortals? In terms of strength, Celestial Court was clearly superior to the deities of Southern Frontier. Thankfully, Southern Border's side had an immortal goo house, and Jianghu's five-colored smoke fog was a huge hindrance to the two sides. It more or less evened out the gap between them. But Celestial Court's goo immortals knew that the stronger the attack in this smoke fog, the greater the backlash they would suffer, but they were still fearless. They charged towards the 5 regional limit formation without a care in the world. The deities of Southern Frontier's formation lasted for a while before showing signs of breaking apart. Wan Zihong suddenly shouted, flower petals fluttered. She actually forced the Southern Border immortal goo house in front of her to retreat, opening up a path. Zhang Fei Xiong followed closely behind, turning into a bear-head giant and slamming into the 5 regional limit formation. Boom! With a loud sound, the formation shook intensely. A vast number of goo worms died, and Jianghu also suffered a backlash. He spat out a mouthful of blood. Ah, so painful. The formation spirit was still in charge of the formation. It cried out in pain. Its body suddenly became much more illusory. It was no longer as solid as before. Celestial Court's goo immortals were not much better off. They also suffered huge backlash, but they gritted their teeth and tried their best to destroy the 5 regional limit formation. Oh no, the Southern Alliance cannot defend against Celestial Court's fierce attacks. Jianghu gritted his teeth. The main power of the 5 regional limit formation was the 5-colored smoke fog. Even though its defense was strong, it would not last long against these goo immortals' fierce attacks. But even so, I will fight to the death. I need to stall for time. Jianghu was determined to fight to the death. Everything was for the big picture. Even if he had to sacrifice this clone, he would not hesitate. Sacrifices had to be made. Clones were only pawns. They were just more useful. Even if the 5 regional limit formation was destroyed, it would still have value. On one hand, it temporarily maintained Celestial Court's battlefield, protecting Longevity Heaven's people. On the other hand, it bought time for Hidden Dragon Cave's battlefield. Hidden Dragon Cave. Large numbers of dream realms were invading the formation. Old Man Beifeng's expression was ashen. He could do nothing about it. Ask for help, quickly ask for help, Grandpa. Feng Chanzi shouted. His face was pale and cold sweat covered his forehead. Old Man Beifeng did not speak. He had asked for reinforcements long ago, but Celestial Court's reinforcements were still not here. This was not logical. After all, Celestial Court had a large number of star-cast methods. Reinforcements could arrive in an instant. If they were not here now, they must be tied down. A bad feeling filled Old Man Beifeng's heart. Feeling the weakening of the restraints, Di Zongxing, who was suppressed in the formation, also struggled at this moment, making the situation worse. Immortal Killer Move, Toppling Mountain Crushing Egg. Immortal Killer Move, Broken Mirror Shattering Light. Qing Yuan and Song Qi Yuan were the first to break through the restraints. Because of their efforts, the formation's power was greatly weakened again. The other goo immortals were able to break through one after another. The 8 immortals gathered. Even though they were still inside the formation, they had already sensed the change. Why are there so many dream realms? Zhang Yin pretended not to know. He had a surprised expression. Fang Yuan is probably helping us. Shen Songxing purposely said. He had already received Fang Yuan's message. Other than him, who else can control dream realms? Why is Fang Yuan here? Hua Kai Yun frowned. As the saying goes, great minds think alike. He is probably after Di Zongxing. Qing Yuan guessed while healing her injuries. Then let Fang Yuan release Di Zongxing. Should we retreat now? Hua Kai Yun was hesitant. Right at this moment, with a loud sound, an immortal goo house broke through the formation, heading straight for the core of the formation. This immortal goo house was a grand palace. It gave off an orange-gold light. It was domineering and luxurious. The surface of the palace was filled with dragon carvings. Hua Kai Yun, Qing Yuan, and the rest were dumbfounded. Even though this was the first time they were seeing it, they could guess the identity of this immortal goo house. Dragon Palace. With a loud sound, Dragon Palace broke through the core. Old Man Beifeng cried out in pain. He fell to the ground. He suffered an intense backlash. His condition was at rock bottom. He had less than 10% of his battle strength left. Immortal Killer Move, Dreamy Light Smoke. The dream realm was like smoke. It gently swept Old Man Beifeng into the palace, easily sealing him. Feng Chanzi, who was beside Old Man Beifeng, was also swept in. Seeing that a rank 8 goo immortal was suppressed so easily, the expressions of the Eastern Sea 8 immortals changed. But half of them were expressing their true feelings while the other half were pretending. Wu Shuai controlled Dragon Palace. After taking in Old Man Beifeng, he went into the depths of Earth Trench. ignoring the Eastern Sea 8 immortals. Qing Yuan and the rest had ugly expressions. They realized that they were being used as cannon fodder and bait by Fang Yuan. A moment later they heard a deafening dragon roar, the ground shook and the sky changed color. A huge evil dragon slowly flew up. The Eastern Sea Gu immortals quickly retreated. They looked up. The evil dragon Di Zongxing was so huge, it was like a mountain range. When it flew up, it could cover the sky and make the sun and moon lose their light. Thankfully, Di Zongxing did not want to find trouble with the Eastern Sea Gu immortals. It flew towards the west. Central continent is going to be busy now, ha. Strange, where did Dragon Palace go? What, are you expecting to fight with Fang Yuan? Let's go. Earlier Dragon Palace used that move to take away Old Man Beifong, did you see it? It is a dream path killer move. The Eastern Sea immortals did not dare to stay here for long. Fang Yuan's demonic might was awe-inspiring to rank 8s. After all, the Celestial Court was defeated by Fang Yuan time and time again. And now Dragon Palace's method shocked these Gu immortals who did not know about it. Di Zongxing has already been released. It will definitely cause chaos in Central Continent. It will create a great opportunity for us. No, don't forget how the Celestial Court Gu immortals appeared before the battle. I don't want to have more than 10 Celestial Court rank 8s appear around me when we are on the move. The Eastern Sea immortals were talking as they retreated. They frowned at this point. Chapter 1943. If they wanted to continue with their plan, the Eastern Sea immortals would need to unravel the methods of the Celestial Court, otherwise they would be in danger. Chen Songxing looked at White Heaven as he thought of the information Fang Yuan gave him. He spoke, "It is not impossible to unravel the methods of the Celestial Court. The Celestial Court specially arranged a large number of stars in White Heaven, using these stars to transport Gu immortals to any place in Central Continent." The other Gu immortals heard this and their eyes shined. "Then we will destroy these stars. But if we attack White Heaven, wouldn't we be provoking the Celestial Court? If the Celestial Court attacks us again, what should we do?" Some Gu immortals were hesitant. Granny Rong said slowly, "There is indeed such a risk." Zhang Yin smiled coldly, "What are you afraid of? We can't run even if we can't win? As long as we are careful and don't let the Celestial Court use their battlefield killer moves, if we chase them, can the Celestial Court fight against us?" "Ah, Zhang Yin, you are right." Yang Zihe's eyebrows rose as he clapped. "Right now, Central Continent is in chaos. Di Zongxing has already been let out. We have already provoked the Celestial Court. What are we waiting for?" Shi Miao had a contemplative expression. The Celestial Court might not be able to split up now. Otherwise, why would they not come to reinforce us in time? Would they let Di Zongxing go? Song Qiyuan nodded. The Celestial Court can't even take care of themselves. The southern border Gu immortals seem to have found infallible blessed land. They are attacking the formation and fighting with the Celestial Court. The western desert immortals are moving towards Emperor City. The northern plains Gu immortals are nowhere to be seen, but these barbarians will definitely join in the fun. Now, with the addition of Di Zongxing, in my opinion, the Celestial Court might not be able to take care of us. Like this, the 8 Eastern Sea immortals reached an agreement again. They moved towards White Heaven. What they didn't know was that Longevity Heaven had already started a fierce battle in the Celestial Court. However, Emperor City didn't have anything to seize from them. The blessed land of infallibility was quite tempting, but there were already the main forces of the deities of Southern Frontier and the Celestial Court there, so it was best not to get involved. Celestial Court. Fairy Myrtle was overseeing the Central Hall, and all the latest information flowed into her mind. The Eastern Sea Gu immortals entered White Heaven with an obvious intention. They wanted to destroy the stars that the Celestial Court had set up. But it didn't matter. The Celestial Court had already considered this when they had set up these stars. Fairy Myrtle chose to ignore it. These stars were scattered and far apart. Eastern Sea's Gu immortals would need some time to destroy them. In other words, the Celestial Court only used these star immortal materials to stall the 8 rank 8 Gu immortals. This was a definite gain. Fairy Myrtle was happy to see this. After all, according to Qin Song's situation, the large-scale star cast could only be used 4 times at most. Before the Eastern Sea Gu immortals destroyed all the stars in the sky, these 4 star casts could definitely be used up. What made Fairy Myrtle worried was Di Zongxing. Di Zongxing escaping would not have made Fairy Myrtle so worried. What she was worried about was that Di Zongxing was behaving strangely after escaping. He no longer destroyed or slaughtered. Instead, he had a calm mind and flew away. This was different from what was recorded in history. Was he subdued by Dragon Palace? Fairy Myrtle could not help but have this thought. It was easy to make the connection. Firstly, the Celestial Court had detailed records that Dragon Palace was an enslavement path immortal goo house. Everyone knew this. Secondly, since Fang Yuan sent Dragon Palace to attack Hidden Dragon Cave, he definitely had a huge motive. Dragon Palace displayed dream path methods and such great battle strength, it was not Fang Yuan's style to use them in an insignificant battlefield. If Fang Yuan's intention was to use Dragon Palace to subdue Di Zongxing, then he sent his subordinates to set up a formation that countered the 9-9 consecutive unceasing formation and lured the Celestial Court's main force to attack. Then he sent his subordinates to set up a formation that countered the 9-9 consecutive unceasing formation, luring the Celestial Court's main force to attack. That was just bait. At the same time, the attack of the Eastern Sea 8 Immortals was also caused by him. Fairy Myrtle's eyes flickered with cold light. Fang Yuan can actually influence the Eastern Sea 8 Immortals? How did he do it? Among the Eastern Sea 8 Immortals, there are likely to be Fang Yuan's subordinates, or rather, members who are secretly cooperating with him. There are probably many of them, at least 2 of them. Fairy Myrtle guessed. But what if Fang Yuan just happened to be here? The Eastern Sea 8 Immortals unexpectedly had the same goal as him, he gained a huge advantage. This was also very likely. After all, Fang Yuan has Giant Sun's true inheritance, his luck has always been good. Meanwhile, our Qin Ding Ling is still healing. The price to reverse Giant Sun Immortals arrangements is much higher than expected. Even though they were opponents, Fairy Myrtle could not help but admire Fang Yuan. She had to admit that Fang Yuan did a great job in Hidden Dragon Cave. The bad feeling in her heart continued to deepen. Fairy Myrtle's attention was mostly on Di Zongxing. It is very likely that it is already controlled by Fang Yuan. Then where is it going to reinforce? Emperor City is the closest battlefield, it has just received the Elite Goo Masters. The final round of the Refinement Path Convention has not started yet. Destroying Emperor City will greatly delay the restoration of Fate Goo. It is also very likely to go to Hairy Foot Mountain battlefield. Eliminating the main force of Celestial Court in one go is also Fang Yuan's style. Even if I retreat the main force of Celestial Court, he will think of a way to destroy infallible Blessed Land. Once he destroys the Blessed Land, at least for this time, our restoration of Fate Goo will have to stop. Of course, Celestial Court battlefield is also possible. Since Longevity Heaven can sneak in, Fang Yuan can do the same. After all, he inherited Red Lotus Demon Venerable's true inheritance. He might have such a loophole. Since the start of the battle, Fairy Myrtle felt passive for the first time. She was very regretful, if only the large-scale star cast could teleport Duke Long. However, it was a pity that Duke Long's strength became an obstacle to teleportation. For example, more than 10 rank 8s of Celestial Court were like a dozen rabbits, while Duke Long was an adult elephant. The difference between the two was huge. Starcast could not move Duke Long at all. Immortal Killer Move, Disintegration. Northern Plains Goo Immortal Yu Yangzi used his signature move. This killer move was the reason why he was famous in history. The killer move Disintegration hit Duke Long. Duke Long's body paused for a moment. He looked at Yu Yangzi with a plain expression. Ah, Disintegration. You are Yu Yangzi? When Duke Long said this, he was still several hundred steps away from Yu Yangzi. After saying this, the purple gold dragon chi flashed and he suddenly teleported in front of Yu Yangzi. At this moment, Yu Yangzi's pupils shrunk to pin size, warning bells rang in his mind. He quickly retreated, but this was just wishful thinking. His neck was firmly gripped by a large hand. This was Duke Long's hand, covered in purple gold dragon scales. His fingers were like blades, extremely sharp. Yu Yangzi had already activated his defensive killer move, but the light of the killer move was like glass, cracking and breaking under the strange strength of the dragon claw. Before dying, Yu Yangzi roared and self-detonated. With a loud explosion, a terrifying power spread out, shaking heaven and earth. As the smoke and dust dispersed, Duke Long's figure was still standing tall like a heavenly pillar. Northern Plains Immortals, other than not fearing death, what else do you have? Duke Long's tone was plain, but it spread throughout the battlefield. The Northern Plains Immortals gritted their teeth, but could not refute him. Even though the main force of Celestial Court had already retreated, only Duke Long was left. But with just Duke Long alone, Calamity Luck Altar was unable to advance. It could only rely on the killer move, Call of the Ancient, to summon Northern Plains experts in history to support the situation. There's also this. Suddenly Lu Lu's figure appeared behind Duke Long. Duke Long's body shook. The gray dagger in Lu Lu's hand was stabbed into his back. Even the purple gold dragon scales could not block this method. This was Lu Lu's signature killer move, Despicable Blade of Passage. In the previous life, Lu Lu had used this move to kill many members of Celestial Court, and even heavily injure Fairy Myrtle. If not for Wu Shuang blocking most of the power, Fairy Myrtle would have died in his hands. Good. Seeing this, the Northern Plains Immortals became spirited. Since the start of the battle, no matter how the Northern Plains Immortals attacked, this was the first time Duke Long was injured like this. But Lu Lu's expression changed. He could not conceal the shock on his face. Even though his dagger stabbed into Duke Long's body, it was like it was stuck in a metal block. It could not move at all. Human path killer move? Not bad, it suits your personality. Duke Long slowly turned around and stretched out his hand, firmly grabbing Lu Lu's head. At this moment, Lu Lu suddenly understood. Duke Long intentionally fell for it. He purposely used his body as bait to trap me. It was not that he did not want to retreat, but he could not. Similar to the dagger in his hand, he could not move either. Crack. With a crisp sound, Lu Lu's head was easily crushed by Duke Long like a watermelon. His headless corpse fell to the ground. The gray dagger in his hand dissipated instantly. Who else? Duke Long raised his arms and shouted. His body was like steel. It had already grown to twice the size of a normal person. His purple long hair danced wildly in the sky. The Northern Plains Immortals responded with countless killer moves. Rumble. In the dazzling light, countless killer moves overlapped one another. Duke Long charged out domineeringly, using world-shaking dragon hammer as he slammed towards Calamity Luck Altar. With a loud sound, Calamity Luck Altar was pushed back dozens of steps. A deep trench was created on the ground. The front that Duke Long slammed into had completely caved in, forming a terrifying crater. There is no time to repair such a wound. Bing Sichuan's heart sank. Bull Demon, Flower Lady, and 5 Elements Grandmaster's actions of repairing Calamity Luck Altar paused. If Calamity Luck Altar was destroyed, Longevity Heaven's troops would definitely be defeated. They would die without a proper burial. But just as Duke Long was about to continue attacking, a black light flew out of the River of Time. The black light followed the hole in Calamity Luck Altar and shot into it, turning into a young and handsome Gu Immortal with black curly hair that reached his waist. This young Gu Immortal waved his hand. Dark light surged and rapidly repaired Calamity Luck Altar's damage, forcefully saving Longevity Heaven from defeat. Bing Sichuan's body shook. 7th Prince. Duke Long snorted coldly. So it is Giant Sun's son. Chapter 1944. This is the Central Continent's Imperial Emperor City? Yi Fan followed the group as they walked through Imperial Emperor City, and he looked back and sized up the surroundings carefully. He was a southern border Gu master. He had heard of Emperor City long ago. This was the largest mortal city in the whole of Central Continent, no, more accurately speaking, the entire 5 regions. Here, rank 3 Gu masters were very common, and in southern border and other places, rank 3 Gu masters were usually clan elders or clan elders with high authority. This was the first time Yi Fan had come to Emperor City. Emperor City was indeed worthy of its name. The layout was strict and grand. It did not disappoint Yi Fan. But compared to immortal Gu houses, Emperor City pales in comparison. Thinking of this, Yi Fan looked up at the sky. In the sky, there were several immortal Gu houses floating quietly. There was a pavilion that was small and exquisite. There were countless bird cages hanging on the beams. Birds were chirping inside. It was Heavenly Lotus Sex Canary Pavilion. There was a manor with exquisite structures. It had white jade tiles and gray-green roof tiles. It was filled with cold energy. It was like the roar of a dragon. It was Ancient Soul Sex Frost Dragon Manor. There was also a 7-story building with fluttering curtains. This was Wind Cloud Manor's wind-sweeping building. There was also a camp with huge flags. It was Combat Immortal Sect's Edgelink Camp. Other than that, there was Illusion Garden, Yuyang Palace, Sun and Moon Temple. Yi Fan had become Lu Weiyin's disciple. He learned a lot of information about Gu Immortals from his master. He could recognize most of the immortal Gu houses. These immortal Gu houses were not as huge as Emperor City, but they were even more dazzling. Everyone in the city was discussing and paying attention to them. At this time, a youngster beside him sighed. It seems that the rumors are true. The world is going to change. Immortals are going to fight. A chaotic great era is coming. The distance between mortals and immortals is not so far. This is our plan, don't you think? Brother Yi. Yi Fan looked at the youngster and nodded. You are right, Brother Hong. Like in the previous life, Yi Fan and Hong Yi got to know each other in the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention. They became sworn brothers. Hong Yi smiled. This Refinement Path Convention is truly grand and unprecedented. Let those Gu immortals in the sky fight, that is not something we can interfere in. Ah, that makes sense. This time let's go all out. Yi Fan patted Hong Yi's shoulder. The two brothers were full of fighting spirit. Hong Yi said, I have a feeling that the final victor of this Refinement Path Convention will be one of us. Shen Shang's ears twitched as he heard every single word of Yi Fan and Hong Yi's conversation. Although the two of them were mortals, Shen Shang's attention was always on them. The 5 regions' chaotic war in the future might give these two youngsters a chance to become immortals. Shen Shang was a human Dao quasi-supreme master, so he had a superior intuition toward the human race. On the Celestial Court side, People's United Hearts and other human path killer moves had already been used to get rid of Free Scholar, Zheng Qin and the rest. However, Shen Shang still managed to sneak into the venue of the final competition in disguise, and he was never suspected at all. He was a rank 8 Gu immortal after all. He was also a human path quasi-supreme grandmaster. Shen Shang inspected the surroundings as he became secretly excited. My earlier guess was not wrong. This Emperor City is indeed one of Central Continent's main human veins. Mountains had mountain ranges, land had earth veins, and humans also had human veins. Emperor City was created by primordial origin immortal venerable back then. After so many years, its location has been constantly shifting, but it has always been the largest gathering point of Central Continent's human veins. This place produces many geniuses precisely because it is the main human vein of Central Continent. There are also the human path methods set up by the past immortal venerables of the Celestial Court. I can vaguely sense their existence. Fang Yuan used his rebirth as a reason to urge Shen Shang to take action and do his best to break the venerables' human path methods. This challenging task in itself stimulated Shen Shang's strong ambition and fighting spirit. Fang Yuan and the rest could not find any traces of human path killer moves. But in Shen Shang's eyes, there were traces that he could follow. Thus, he disguised himself and sneaked into Emperor City, finally finding the opportunity to break the venerable killer move. The human wills collected by the Celestial Court are stored in the Celestial Court. The defenses there are too tight. Without entering the Celestial Court, I cannot destroy the human wills. Without destroying the human wills, I cannot take drastic measures. But, if I take action here, there will be an excellent effect. The Celestial Court collects human wills. Emperor City plays an important role in this process. It is equivalent to the largest transfer point. If I destroy this place, the efficiency of the Celestial Court's collection of human wills will fall greatly. But Shen Shang did not intend to destroy it. He had a greater intention. He wanted to follow the clues and use Emperor City as a starting point to counter the Venerable's human path killer move. He could even reverse engineer the profundity of the Venerable's human path methods and learn them. Shen Shang was bold because of his skill. He was not satisfied with the reputation brought by breaking the Venerable killer move. If he could learn the Venerable's human path methods from it, it would be a huge improvement to him. If I improve my human path methods, I might be able to get rid of the hidden danger of my frequent insanity and black fire. Hairy Foot Mountain Battlefield. 5-colored smoke billowed endlessly. Southern Borders Gu Immortals and the Celestial Court's main forces had been fighting for a long time. Bay Pavilion, Flying Sand Pavilion, and Unfixed Manor were already in ruins. They retreated to the back lines to recuperate. At the front lines were Southern Borders 4 rank 8s, as well as the 2 rank 8 Immortal Gu houses, Clear Jade Dripping Wind Tiny Bamboo Building and Great Space Temple. The Celestial Court's main forces were unharmed, their morale was high. Zhao Shan he began to prepare his killer move again, his aura surging. Zhan Budu quickly shouted, "Block him. He is going to use that move again." Wu Yong and Yi Haofang gritted their teeth. They wanted to charge in, but were stopped by Yi Chaozi and Whirling Boy. Zhou Xiong Xian and Flesh Whip Immortal worked together to block Clear Jade Dripping Wind Tiny Bamboo Building. Meanwhile, Zhu Ke Air and Wan Zihong moved to the left and right, attempting to bypass the battlefield and attack the 5 regional limit formation. Wu Yong and the rest were helpless. They could only return to defend. They had too few people, but it was already very difficult for them to defend. They were not as flexible as the Celestial Court side. Zhao Shan he successfully activated his killer move. He suddenly opened his mouth and inhaled the surrounding 5-colored smoke. A large amount of smoke was sucked into his stomach, and his stomach swelled up at a speed visible to the naked eye. At the same time, his face and the skin all over his body turned into a myriad of colors. Zhao Shan he actually inhaled the 5-colored smoke into his abdomen, creating a temporary blank space. Without the restriction of the 5-colored smoke, the Celestial Court's Gu Immortals completely let loose. They used all kinds of killer moves with terrifying might. Wu Yong and the rest resisted with difficulty, but the defensive line was sparse, while the killer moves were all-pervasive. After being roughly filtered by the defensive line, they landed on the 5 regional limit formation. The 5 regional limit formation shook intensely, a large number of Gu worms died and were quickly repaired by the weakened formation spirit. Zhan Budu's expression was unsightly. Relying on Zhao Shanhe's food path methods, the Celestial Court was able to break through the situation. Every time they attacked, the 5 regional limit formation would suffer severe damage. Even though they repaired it with all their strength, they could not recover completely before the next wave of attacks arrived. With the accumulation of such damage, the 5 regional limit formation was already in a precarious situation. What to do? Emperor City. The final competition was already in full swing. Xin Shang was secretly happy. He started to refine Gu, using the Gu refinement as a cover. He had already secretly prepared his killer move. They finally arrived. Fang Dichang moved Divine Bean Palace to the front. Behind him was Western Desert's main force. Fight. Defend Emperor City with our lives. Protect Emperor City with our lives. Central Continent's army charged towards Western Desert's immortal Gu houses. A huge battle erupted at this moment. Amazing. Xin Shang, who did not forget to pay attention to the outside world, was overjoyed. Central Continent's army was restrained, he had no qualms. This was the moment. Boom. Immortal Gu aura erupted from his body. He shouted as profound white light shone in the hall, illuminating the whole of Emperor City. The Venerable is dead, everyone's human path methods have been broken. Xin Shang's eyes shined with dazzling light. Jiuit. At the next moment he spat out a mouthful of blood, his body cracked, his lungs exploded, his internal organs and bone fragments shot out of his wounds. He failed. How can this be? Xin Shang could not believe it, he stared with wide eyes. Clearly, not only did he fail to break the venerable methods, he even triggered them in advance. This was the human path killer move, hope of the people. White light danced in the sky like a blizzard, it gathered on the Central Continent Gu Immortals, forming a pure white halo. Human path killer move, heroes among people. The white halo on the Central Continent Gu Immortals started to weaken, while the auras of the Gu Immortals rose rapidly. Central Continent's army roared, their morale surged as they charged towards Western Desert's side. Chapter 1945. White light filled the sky like snow, filling the sky and earth of the Central Continent. The first to benefit was the battlefield in Emperor City. Strong, such great strength. Central Continent's Gu Immortals had a wondrous feeling, a brand new strength was surging in their bodies. This energy was so vast and surging, it was like a surging wave that ceaselessly battered his heart, and then immediately surged towards his limbs and bones. All of their fatigue was swept away. Their minds were extremely clear, intense battle intent surged. Be it rank 6, rank 7 or even rank 8, they were all the same. This is the foundation of our Central Continent's Celestial Court. My strength has at least doubled. With this amplification, what enemies do we have to fear? Charge, kill them all, defeat all the invaders. Let them know the might of the Celestial Court, Central Continent's might. Central Continent's morale surged, they started to attack fiercely. Western Desert's side retreated continuously. Retreat. Quickly retreat. Such a terrifying amplification, what killer move is this? Let's retreat, such a powerful killer move cannot last for long. Western Desert's Gu Immortals conversed in panic. There is no use. This is Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's method. These two human path killer moves are hope of the people and heroes among people, they can last for the entire battle. Fang Dichang said solemnly. Western Desert's side continued to retreat, but Divine Bean Palace controlled by Fang Dichang remained at its original spot. Like a pillar of support, it had no intention of retreating. Fang Dichang had a cold expression. He did not expect that Xin Shang's unraveling would cause these killer moves to erupt in advance. In the previous life, these two human path methods were very important, they changed the entire battle situation. In this life, Fang Yuan schemed and allied with Xin Shang to get rid of these two methods. But despite all his efforts, the result was still not satisfactory. From the current situation, not only did Xinshang not restrain or alleviate these two killer moves, he even made the situation more troublesome. Heroes among people targeted the Gu Immortal themselves. It doubled the Gu Immortal's strength in all aspects. The power of killer moves was terrifying. After the Gu Immortal was amplified, their killer moves, immortal Gu houses, immortal formations and so on would have a surge in power. In a way, it was more practical than Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's perfect pair killer move. Wave after wave of attacks bombarded the Divine Bean Palace like a raging wave. Divine Bean Palace was created by Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable, but it could not resist such power. The surface cracked and was heavily damaged. A large number of Gu worms died and were destroyed. But Divine Bean Palace's strength was recovery. It was similar to Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's cultivation style. Although many Gu worms perished, they could be quickly replenished. Gu worms that did not die after being injured could even recover quickly. Divine Bean Palace was like a lapis reef, standing firmly on the front line, silently enduring the bombardment of Jianghu state. As expected of Divine Bean Palace, Fang Clan's Fang Di Chang is indeed responsible. Let's fight. Since we've already come this far, could it be that we still have to flee? Western Desert's morale was finally stabilized. The Western Desert Gu Immortals stopped retreating and charged towards Central Continent's Immortal Gu houses. At once, the Immortal Gu houses engaged in a huge battle. Canary Pavilion opened several bird cages. Groups of birds flew freely. After flying out of the bird cages, they expanded rapidly, forming a huge flock of birds that attacked like dark clouds. Western Desert's chicken dog coop did not want to lag behind. It released its chickens and dogs to fight. After a while, the chickens and dogs could not resist. Many of them were killed. I'll help you. Dong Clan's Gu Immortals moved towards Red River Wheel to reinforce it. Red River Wheel was like a water wheel. It continued to move. A huge red light flew out of the wheel. The red light was like a ribbon that coiled around the molten lava birds. The molten lava birds were immediately suppressed. They were trapped by the red light and captured inside Red River Wheel. Thank you for your molten lava birds. Dong Clan's Gu Immortals laughed loudly. Red River Wheel's power rose by 20%. Even though Western Desert's side gained an advantage, Chicken Dog Coop and Red River Wheel still worked together to resist Canary Pavilion. This was a very common phenomenon. In the battlefield, Western Desert's Immortal Gu houses could only fight 2 against 1. Central Continent's Immortal Gu houses were all extremely powerful. Yuyang Palace shot out dazzling light, piercing the sky. Frost Dragon Manor let out Dragon Soul. Cold air flew everywhere. Wind-sweeping buildings swept up intense winds rampaging through the battlefield. From the moment of contact, Western Desert's side was suppressed. They could barely raise their heads. This cannot go on. Fang Di Chang looked at the battlefield, feeling worried. Know yourself and your enemy and you will never be defeated. Fang Di Chang knew Central Continent's strength. He also knew about his own side. Western Desert's Gu Immortals would not fight to the death. Fang Di Chang had already put in all his effort to gather this group of people. In such an intense battle, if Western Desert's side suffered any casualties, they would probably retreat. Once someone retreated, someone else would follow. In other words, this was not a true army. They were a disorderly mob. They would easily fall apart. Fang Di Chang led this group of people. At this crucial moment, they had to be at the front lines and maintain the integrity of their troops. I was planning to use them at the crucial moment, but there is no other way. Fang Di Chang sighed. He sent out all the Divine Bean soldiers he had accumulated in Divine Bean Palace. The Yellow Bean soldiers had the most numbers. They were also the most basic soldiers. They were cannon fodder and could move forward. Next were Green Bean soldiers. They could shoot arrows. Red Bean soldiers could self-detonate, and Black Bean soldiers had the strongest defense. As for Blue Bean soldiers and White Bean soldiers, they had the least numbers. The former could reflect killer moves with a certain amount of power, while the latter could heal their own soldiers. Once the Divine Bean soldiers were sent out, they immediately stabilized the situation, forming a deadlock. But the price was the rapid depletion of these soldiers. Once the losses exceeded a certain limit, Western Desert's side would fall into a disadvantage again. At that time, Fang Di Chang would have no cards to play. He could only wait for reinforcements. Hairy Foot Mountain Battlefield. Immortal Killer Move. 3 men becomes tigers. Zhou Xiong Xin used an information path killer move. Flying tigers formed into a group and pounced at Wu Yong. Wu Yong waved his hand, sending out countless wind blades to block the flying tigers. Beside him, Zhu Ke and Yi Xiaozi attacked together. Wu Yong sighed and wisely retreated. If it was before, he might have been able to contend with them, but now that the human path killer move had amplified him, Wu Yong could only retreat. Speaking of which, he had tried to use unlimited wind repeatedly, but was always interrupted by Celestial Court's side. He could not gain the precious time to use the killer move. Thankfully, we have an immortal goo house that can act as a fortress and gain some time to rest. Oh no. Wu Yong had just returned to clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building to rest when his expression suddenly changed. His departure caused Chi Chuyu's position to become slightly more prominent. Maybe other regions' goo immortals could not make use of it, but Celestial Court's goo immortals were all experienced in battle. Chi Chuyu quickly retreat. Wu Yong quickly transmitted. Even without his warning, Chi Chuyu already felt something amiss and started to retreat. Where do you want to go? Wan Zihong restrained Chi Chuyu. Wu Yong could not be bothered to rest, he flew out. Zhou Xiong XN suddenly appeared above Chi Chuyu's head. He opened his palm and pressed down. Immortal Battlefield Killer Move, Rumor Cage. This was the fastest battlefield killer move in the world. Its creation speed was the fastest in the 5 regions. Chi Chuyu could not dodge in time and was trapped in the battlefield. Zhou Xiong XN, Zhang Fei Xiong, and Zhu Ke entered the battlefield, while the other Gu immortals stayed outside, blocking Wu Yong, Yi Haofang and Bada's reinforcements. Chi Chuyu is in danger. Quick, we need to break through this battlefield as soon as possible. Wu Yong and the rest were extremely anxious. However, Rumor Cage battlefield had already shrunk to a point and vanished. Finding it would take a lot of effort, not to mention the Celestial Court's Gu immortals were blocking it with all their strength. Immortal Killer Move, Sitting and Eating the Mountain Empty. While the southern border immortals were doing their best to rescue Chi Chuyu, Zhao Shanhe and Yu Zhuzi cooperated again, their killer move heavily damaging several southern border immortal Gu houses. The southern border Gu immortals could not attend to them. In the Rumor Cage, Chi Chuyu was on the verge of death. This was an information path battlefield, so naturally, Zhou Xiong Xin was the main attacker, while Zhang Fei Xiong and Zhu Ke had transformation path attainments, so they transformed into information path immemorial desolate beasts to assist in the fierce attacks. Suddenly Wu Shuai joined the battle. Human path killer move, Peerless. This killer move had once been used on Duke Long, it was of great help. This time it was used on Zhou Xiong Xin. Zhou Xiong Xin was amplified by human path killer moves to begin with, this time he was strengthened in all aspects, the power of each move rose sharply. Chi Chuyu glared angrily, but in the end he couldn't hold on and was devoured by the information path tigers. The Rumor Cage battlefield was dispelled, and Zhou Xiongxin and the rest rejoined the battlefield. But Wu Yong and the other southern border Gu immortals could only see some of Chi Chuyu's broken limbs. An array formation grandmaster of a generation, the Qi family's first supreme elder had died in battle. Southern borders Gu immortals shook intensely, such a painful sacrifice had happened in front of their eyes. Grand Elder Chi Chuanyo. He actually died in battle. Celestial Court's Gu immortals killed him. The morale of the southern borders side plummeted. Oh no. Wu Yong's expression was unsightly. Chi Chuyu had high prestige, his death was far worse than Yi Haofang and Bada's deaths, it was a huge blow to the southern border Gu immortals' morale. But Wu Yong could not do anything. Even though he had unlimited wind, Celestial Court did not give him a chance. There was also Farewell Friend Wind, a strange evil move. But almost all of Celestial Court's Gu immortals were sleeping in the immortal graveyard. Wu Yong could not find a chance to make friends with them. Our situation is already difficult, Chi Chuyu's death makes it even worse. What do I do? Wu Yong had already used all his strength, but the situation was already out of his control. Persevere. His eyes shined with determination. We cannot let Celestial Court repair Fate Gu, this is the consensus of the 4 regions. Western Desert has already attacked Emperor City, Eastern Sea and Northern Plains Gu immortals will definitely take action. And Fang Yuan? I need to wait for reinforcements. We can only do that. Emperor City and Hairy Foot Mountain were completely suppressed, they were in a dangerous situation. Celestial Court's battlefield was the same. Even though Duke Long was not amplified by human path killer moves, he was still terrifyingly strong. He suppressed all of Longevity Heaven's forces with just his strength alone. And the worst thing was, he had reinforcements. Qin Ding Ling. Inside Calamity Luck Altar, Qi Ci Lang looked at Qin Ding Ling and gritted his teeth. Qin Ding Ling had already recovered from the help of human path killer moves, She immediately joined the battlefield and assisted Duke Long. She had extremely high luck path attainment. She was very effective against Calamity Luck Altar, Qixi Lang, and the rest became more and more passive. With a loud sound, Duke Long's fist struck down another Northern Plains expert. He looked at the phantom river of time as he laughed. So what if you have more people? Longevity heaven. This time, you will not be able to return, you will be defeated and killed. No matter how many reinforcements you have, this outcome will not change. Chapter 1946. Capture him. Don't let him escape. Central Continent's Refinement Path Convention's final competition was in chaos. Several rank 8 Gu immortals charged down together. Shen Shang's expression was pale. He failed to unravel the Venerable's method and instead suffered heavy injuries. But looking at the Central Continent rank 8s charging down, he still sneered, "You want to capture me with just you?" Immediately, his body flickered and vanished. Central Continent's rank 8 Gu immortals missed. They used all sorts of investigative killer moves but could not find any clues. Where did he go? Who is he? He can enter and leave Emperor City so freely. This place is under the effect of the killer move people's united hearts. He actually managed to sneak in. The 5 regions are huge. There are truly many hidden talents. The rank 8 Gu immortals conversed at lightning speed. After discussing, they split up and continued their search. Even if they had to search Emperor City thoroughly, even if they had to tear it apart, they had to find Xinshang. Xinshang was already hiding in a corner of Emperor City, far away from the final competition's venue. He breathed heavily, but the fighting spirit in his eyes did not extinguish. It was like adding fuel to the fire. He became even more vigorous. As expected of a venerable, his methods are beyond my expectations. He sighed inwardly as he transmitted to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan, persevere. Give me some more time, I will definitely be able to unravel this move. Xinshang said with certainty. Fang Yuan sneered, how can I believe you? Xinshang explained, I have already investigated. The human path killer moves of Celestial Court's venerables are based on a vast amount of human will. Without this foundation, no matter how strong the human path killer move is, it is not worth worrying about. Fang Yuan retorted, but providence is stored in Celestial Court, we cannot do anything about it. Xinshang smiled lightly, precisely so. I thought of another method. Instead of destroying the human will, I will help it grow. Fang Yuan was immediately interested. Tell me about it. Xinshang said, the Celestial Court collects the will of Jianghu state. Therefore it can distinguish between friend and foe by performing peoples united as one. But if I add the will of the people from the other 4 regions, how can I talk about being united? Celestial Court and Central Continent's Gu immortals were amplified by heroes among people because of Central Continent's human will. If it is the will of the 5 regions, heroes among people will also be used on us. Fang Yuan asked again, then how do you do this and transfer the will of the other 4 regions in? Xinshang replied calmly, on the one hand, I've already made arrangements in Emperor City. On the other hand, the 5 regional walls were almost gone. Not only would the 5 regions be unified, but the human veins would also be connected. In a way, we have the Celestial Court to thank for its propaganda. Right now, the 5 regions know that the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention is being held. The human will of the 5 regions are all gathered here. It is just that the Celestial Court only collected a portion of it. Fang Yuan was silent for a moment before he suddenly said, then do it. It's impossible for me to maintain all the battlefields. I can only do my best to buy time for you. You need to seize every second. Of course. Xinshang replied without any hesitation. Emperor City battlefield. Kill. Combat Immortal Sects Gu immortals shouted. Under their control, the Immortal Gu House Edge Link Camp's speed suddenly rose as it charged towards Western Desert's Inquiry Dock. Inquiry Dock retreated rapidly. Edge Link Camp suddenly shined with a dazzling light. The light condensed into a huge horn. It was Edge Link Camp's killer move, Giant Horn Charge. Normally, Inquiry Dock would not be afraid of this method. But with the amplification of the human path killer move heroes among people, the Giant Horn Charge's power had doubled. Inquiry Dock was only an information path Immortal Gu House. It could not resist such a fierce attack by itself. Fallen Flower Hall sent reinforcements to Inquiry Dock, but they were restrained by wind-sweeping building. Inquiry Dock cannot be lost. My Fang clan's 3 Immortal Gu houses can use the battlefield killer move Peach Blossom Maze. Fang Dichang quickly ordered reinforcements. Peach Blossom Maze could trap rank 8 Gu Immortals, back then it could even trap Divine Bean Palace. This killer move was famous, all Western Desert Gu Immortals knew about it. But since the start of the battle, Central Continent's side had the initiative, they could not allow Western Desert to make arrangements, they had no time to use Peach Blossom Maze. Several Western Desert Immortal Gu houses went to reinforce Inquiry Dock, but at the next moment Central Continent's formation changed, they formed a large encirclement, isolating Inquiry Dock and the reinforcements. Oh no! Fang Dichang's expression sank, he had no choice but to use Divine Bean Palace to reinforce them. Divine Bean Palace was the base of Western Desert's formation, it could not be moved easily. Once it was moved, it would cause a change in Western Desert's formation, there would be a flaw and Central Continent's side would seize the opportunity. But at this moment Fang Dichang had no other choice. Seeing Divine Bean Palace activate, Central Continent's Gu Immortals became excited. Fang Dichang fell for it. That's right, even though he is a Wisdom Path Gu Immortal, the situation is too pressing. Charge, Western Desert's formation is already in chaos. If we seize this opportunity we can secure victory. Rumble, Central Continent's Immortal Gu houses erupted with frenzied attacks. They were like a tidal wave that engulfed Western Desert's side. Oh no! Even Fang Dichang's expression changed at this scene. Western Desert's defeat was right in front of them. Boom! With a loud sound, a grand Immortal Gu house descended on the battlefield. Its scale was even larger than Divine Bean Palace, it was made of red gold bricks and black gold glazed tiles, there were countless carvings on the surface of the palace, each of them was lifelike and full of charm. This is Rank 8 Immortal Gu House, Myriad Statue Palace. Central Continent's offense paused for a moment. At the next moment, Thousand Transformations Ancestor's voice came from Myriad Statue Palace. Central Continent's Celestial Court has gone too far. This time I, Thousand Transformations Ancestor, will make you pay with your blood. At the crucial moment, Thousand Transformations came to help, finally saving Emperor City's situation. Fang Dichang let out a breath of air, muttering, "This battle can still be fought." Hairy Foot Mountain Battlefield. Rumble. With a loud sound, a corner of the 5 regional limit formation collapsed again, it was like a pavilion that was leaking air, the inside and outside could be seen. The formation spirit was weak like a phantom, Jean Budu's injuries were severe, he could only kneel on the ground to control the formation. His 7 orifices were bleeding, a pool of blood had already accumulated below him. After destroying this formation, there will be no more obstacles. Humph, you want to find trouble with my celestial court? You are not qualified. These scoundrels will become my celestial court's prisoners. Celestial Court's main force was like before, they attacked ferociously and continuously, their coordination was getting more and more exquisite. Ever since the deities of Southern Frontier lost their rank 8 pillar, Chichuyu, they could barely defend themselves, they could not protect the 5 regional limit formation at all. It seems that my life ends here. But I won't let you have it easy either. Jean Budu gritted his teeth, he decided to use his final move and detonate the entire formation. Roar. Just as Jean Budu was about to self-detonate, a loud dragon roar could be heard. The dragon roar resounded in heaven and earth, shaking the entire battlefield. Next, the 5-colored smoke churned intensely, it was forcefully pushed away by a giant creature. Celestial Court and the deities of Southern Frontier opened their eyes wide at this moment, looking at the newcomer in shock. This was a giant dragon, it was unimaginably huge, just the head of the dragon was like a mountain, while the dragon's body stretched for tens of thousands of li. A Gu Immortal's body could not even compare to a single dragon scale on a giant dragon. Evil dragon. It's Di Zongxing. Why is it here? Di Zongxing's dragon eyes turned, sweeping past the 5 regional limit formation and the deities of Southern Frontier before fixing on the Celestial Court's main force. The Celestial Court's immortals immediately felt an intense threat, it was threatening their lives. Roar. Di Zongxing roared again, charging towards the Celestial Court's immortals. Reinforcements. The Southern Border Immortals' morale soared. Wu Yong squinted, doesn't Di Zongxing hate all humans? Why is he being manipulated to become enemies with the Celestial Court? Who is manipulating it? Who can manipulate it? For no reason, Fang Yuan's figure appeared in Wu Yong's mind. We are saved for now. Jean Budu was completely exhausted. With Di Zongxing's help, he was finally saved from the brink of self-detonation. Celestial Court's battlefield. Calamity Luck Altar was already at the end of its road. Duke Long attacked again and again. The accumulated damage had already caused Calamity Luck Altar's surface to be filled with holes. The Gu immortal Bing Sichuan who was inside was heavily injured. As for Qi Xi Lang, he had already fainted. The cause of this was not just Duke Long's divine might. There was also the help of Qin Dingling and Fairy Myrtle. Qin Dingling could use Luck Path to destroy Calamity Luck Altar's defenses. And Fairy Myrtle gathered countless information from the battle. She deduced on the spot and told Duke Long the best direction to attack. With these three Gu immortals working together, Longevity Heaven's situation was extremely dangerous. Calamity Luck Altar's destruction was imminent. Once it completely collapses, Longevity Heaven's immortals would suffer a destructive blow. The Celestial Court's battlefield would be decided in one battle. Far away from the battlefield, in Central Great Hall, at the peak of Star Zone Mountain, two chess players were playing chess in Imperfection Regret Pavilion. No matter from which angle, one could only see the sides of their faces. The woman had a peerless beauty, while the man had a cold expression. Two venerables were playing chess. It seems that we won this round again. Star Constellation Venerable smiled. Limitless Demon Venerable nodded. Celestial Court awakened so many Gu immortals in advance this time. Are you not afraid of being assimilated by Providence? Star Constellation Immortal Venerable picked up a chess piece. There is still some time. It seems that the person you are waiting for will not arrive. Even if he arrives, he will not make it in time. Limitless Demon Venerable was silent. Suddenly, his eyes shined with a bright light. He seemed to have sensed something. He slowly stood up and turned around to look at Celestial Court's battlefield. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was stunned. She followed Limitless Demon Venerable's gaze and saw that the sky above the battlefield suddenly shined with profound white light. With the sound of a crane's cry, a passage opened. Myriad Year Flying Warship flew down along the passage, carrying a Gu immortal. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's gaze focused. She looked carefully and saw that this Gu immortal wore a white robe. His sleeves were fluttering, his black hair was like a waterfall that reached his waist. His face was extremely handsome, almost to the point of being beautiful. The most eye-catching part was his eyes. They were pitch black like they were connected to the abyss of the 9 underworlds. They could devour all light. Fairy Myrtle's body shook. She blurted out, "Fang Yuan." "So you are Fang Yuan?" Qin Dingling sneered. "No matter who it is, they are futile." Duke Long did not raise his head. He was still looking at Calamity Luck Altar. He wanted to deal a fatal blow. "Is that so?" On Myriad Year Flying Warship, Fang Yuan smiled lightly as he looked at the battlefield. He raised his hand and opened his fingers, aiming at the battlefield. At the next moment, the killer move that had been prepared for a long time was activated. Qi surged and heaven and earth shook. Rumble. The huge Qi wall that enveloped the whole of Celestial Court lasted for a few breaths of time before collapsing into countless Qi currents. They surged and were drawn by a formless force into Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture. At once, the entire battlefield went silent. Fairy Myrtle and Qin Dingling were dumbfounded. They cried out, "Rank 8? The Qi wall left behind by Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable is actually..." Duke Long slowly raised his head. He ignored Calamity Luck Altar. His gaze was fixed on Fang Yuan. His expression was completely different from before. Next, they heard Fang Yuan's faint voice resounding in their ears. "This unlimited Qi C killer move has been modified by me. How is its power? Please take a look at it." Ah. Laughter came from Imperfection Regret Pavilion. Limitless Demon Venerable raised his head and laughed loudly. He was extremely happy. "Look." He pointed at Fang Yuan. He turned around and said to Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, "The person I am waiting for is here." Star Constellation Immortal Venerable heaved a long sigh. She had a complex expression. "Yes, he is here." Chapter 1947. Celestial Court Battlefield. "This is the crucial person, Fang Yuan?" Bing Sichuan muttered as he looked at Fang Yuan in the sky. Bull Demon and Flower Lady were dumbfounded. Didn't they say Fang Yuan only has rank 7 cultivation level? When did he become rank 8? This lad. Mao Li Chiu gritted its teeth as it sighed internally. The last time it saw Fang Yuan was during the Battle of Reverse Flow River. Fang Yuan relied on Reverse Flow River to turn the situation around. Other than that, his strength was far inferior to Mao Li Chiu. To think that he could actually destroy the Primordial Qi Wall in this meeting. Without the Primordial Qi Wall, Calamity Luck Altar was like a dragon returning to the sea, a tiger returning to the mountains. The restriction that had been bothering them was gone, they could attack everywhere. Oh no. Fairy Myrtle's expression was pale, she could not think of a countermeasure. Attack. At the next moment, Bing Sichuan's voice resounded from Calamity Luck Altar. The Northern Plains immortals who were summoned by Call of the Ancient had bright eyes, they roared as they spread out and attacked in all directions. These Northern Plains barbarians had been suppressed for too long. There were only 3 people present, Duke Long, Fairy Myrtle, and Qin Ding Ling. They had no time to block so many Gu immortals. At the crucial moment, there was a tiger's roar as a Shabi ran out. There was the sound of a crane's cry as a green jade crane flew out. These were the 2 legendary immemorial beasts of Celestial Court. One was Shabi 95, the other was Ruan Dan. The 2 legendary immemorial beasts joined the battle, desperately blocking the Northern Plains immortals. Fairy Myrtle hurriedly returned to Central Great Hall. Old man Zheng Yuan still needed protection there. Meanwhile, Qin Ding Ling charged towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan stood inside Myriad Year Flying Warship as he looked at the battlefield. Seeing that the Northern Plains immortals were scattered, he nodded in satisfaction. He had prepared this move to destroy the Qi Wall for a long time. Unlimited Qi Si was the method that made Qi Xiang famous in the past. It was grand but also complex and ever-changing. It could be used for both offense and defense. It could be said to be versatile. It had the ability to grow, able to absorb all the energy in the world to increase its own power. After Qi Xiang created this move, he absorbed all kinds of Qi and stored them in his immortal aperture, including Life Qi, Death Qi, Sword Qi, Blade Qi, Dusk Qi, Vitality Qi. The more types and scale of the stored Qi, the greater the power of unlimited Qi Si. Activating this move would not only consume immortal essence, but it would also consume the stored Qi. Even if he didn't use it, over time, these auras would naturally dissipate. Back then, the Qi Aspect Paradise's heavenly spirit had relied on this technique to help the Qi Aspect Paradise survive many tribulations, including many myriad tribulations. When Fang Yuan faced it, unlimited Qi Si was already weakened to rock bottom. Even the heavenly spirit was in deep slumber due to injuries. Thus, unlimited Qi Si's power was definitely not what it showed earlier. Ever since his rebirth, Fang Yuan had been pondering how to break the primordial wall of Qi. After obtaining unlimited Qi Si, he acutely sensed that he could use this move to counter the Qi wall. But the primordial wall of Qi was an immortal venerable method. Even with Fang Yuan's unlimited Qi Si and Qi Path Great Grandmaster attainment level, he would need at least 10 years of deductions to break the Qi wall. The crucial opportunity was with Duke Long. In order to recruit Qi Si Ancestor, Duke Long did not hesitate to use Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable's Qi Path Killer move as bait. Even though Fang Yuan only obtained half of it because of his strong request, it included the primordial wall of Qi. With it, Fang Yuan used the Light of Wisdom Gu to barely modify unlimited Qi Si before the battle. As for how Fang Yuan sneaked into Celestial Court, he relied on Heaven Form. He combined the Time Path Killer move Shrink Time with Heaven Form, allowing him to infiltrate quickly. After all, his Theft Path and Time Path foundation were very deep. Especially when Fang Dichang's clone comprehended the Theft Path Immortal Gu House, it gave him a lot of inspiration. The Qi Wall was too crucial. With the Qi Wall, the enemies of Celestial Court only had 3 paths to choose from. They were the paths that the 3 demon venerables used in the past. But once the Qi Wall disappeared, the huge Celestial Court could be moved freely. The current Celestial Court Gu immortals could not defend against it. The situation in Celestial Court was completely reversed because of this. Fang Yuan's attack turned Longevity Heaven and his side from passive to active. They had the upper hand. Fang Yuan, let me Qin Ding Ling test your strength. Qin Ding Ling turned into a golden rainbow that tore through the sky, pouncing at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan glanced at her. This was the first time they were meeting face to face. Qin Ding Ling's body was taller than normal people, her shoulders were broad, her body was tall and fit, especially her legs were long and slender, her temperament was outstanding as if she was born noble. Her nose bridge was high, her lips were thin, her eyes were long and narrow at this moment, her gaze was emitting a sharp chill. She was not a traditional beauty, her beauty was awe-inspiring, she gave off an awe-inspiring aura. People did not dare to look at her directly, they did not dare to offend her, she left a deep impression on them. No wonder Giant Sun Immortal chose you as his concubine back then. Fang Yuan replied plainly. Qin Ding Ling's attacks became fiercer. Fang Yuan smiled coldly, he controlled Myriad Year Flying Warship and shot out, avoiding Qin Ding Ling. Qin Ding Ling's heart jumped, she cursed inwardly. She was strong, she had switched from metal path to luck path, her battle strength in Celestial Court was second only to Duke Long, she had no shortcomings. But in terms of speed she could not compare to Myriad Year Flying Warship. At this moment, currents were surging below Myriad Year Flying Warship, pushing this rank 8-time path Immortal Gu House through the battlefield, towards the Immortal Graveyard. Fang Yuan did not make a move, but once he did, he targeted the weak spot of Celestial Court. The most fatal spot. At this moment even Duke Long could not stand it anymore. The Immortal Graveyard was the most important thing in Celestial Court. Even Duke Long could not see how many Gu immortals were slumbering in here. This was the greatest wealth of the heavenly courts. It was a strong foundation that had been accumulated since the establishment of the heavenly courts and had existed for a long time. In the previous life, even though Longevity Heaven's side fought their way into Heaven Overseeing Tower, they could not threaten the Immortal Graveyard. But now that the Chi Wall was broken, there were countless ways to attack. They could reach the Immortal Graveyard. Duke Long abandoned Calamity Luck Altar and flew up, blocking Myriad Year Flying Warship's path. And behind Myriad Year Flying Warship, Qin Ding Ling chased relentlessly. In an instant, Fang Yuan fell into a pincer attack by Duke Long and Qin Ding Ling. Don't panic, I will help you. Protect this person, he is the crucial person that Ancestor Giant Sun mentioned. That's right, even if we die we need to protect his life. The surrounding northern plains immortals quickly gathered towards Fang Yuan. Bing Sichuan did not hesitate, he immediately sent Calamity Luck Altar to reinforce Fang Yuan. Right now they had a common enemy, Celestial Court. They needed to cooperate sincerely. Since Fang Yuan was helping him, Bing Sichuan also needed to help Fang Yuan resist the pincer attack of 2 experts from Celestial Court. Bing Sichuan did not have a good choice. If he allowed Fang Yuan to be killed by Duke Long, not only would he lose a strong battle strength, Myriad Year Flying Warship, this rank 8 Immortal Gu House, would also be ownerless. Facing the situation of being attacked from both sides, Fang Yuan's expression was calm. However, just as he was about to use his methods to resist the enemy, a surge of fire chi filled his heart. He was burning with rage. Next, a surge of dejection chi surrounded his body, causing his defenses to weaken like an avalanche. There was also a lump of old chi that entangled his body and mind, causing his lifespan to shrink continuously. There was also poison chi that spread from inside to outside. It was a fatal threat. Unlucky chi covered his head, causing his luck to decline rapidly. Foolish chi filled his mind. Some of the results that he came up with were simply too stupid. Frost chi filled his body. His movements became sluggish. All sorts of chi surrounded his body. Fang Yuan's strength fell rapidly. In just a few breaths of time, he was only comparable to a rank 7 Gu immortal. After a while, he would not even be comparable to an ordinary rank 6 Gu immortal. Duke Long saw that Fang Yuan's aura was collapsing rapidly. All sorts of chi currents were coiling around his body. He was overjoyed. This is Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable's method. Fang Yuan broke the chi wall. That is why he encountered this move. He had cultivated Primordial Origin's chi path true inheritance. He immediately recognized it. But at the next moment, Duke Long saw a faint light shoot out from behind him. It was like a chess piece that entered Fang Yuan's body. In an instant, Fang Yuan's aura dissipated. It was as if the earlier scene was just an illusion. Duke Long's body and mind shook. He quickly turned around and saw that Limitless Demon Venerable's silhouette had left his seat for the first time in Imperfection Regret Pavilion. He was standing at the side of the pavilion and looking over. Duke Long's pupils shrunk slightly. At the crucial moment, Limitless Demon Venerable took action. He cleanly dispelled all sorts of chi currents from Fang Yuan's body. The Northern Plains immortals saw this and felt relieved. Bing Sichuan was a little suspicious. So Fang Yuan also has a method to make Limitless Demon Venerable turn around. But how did he do it? I did not even see what he did. Immortal Killer Move, Dragon Roaring Wave. Duke Long opened his mouth and let out a grand dragon roar. The dragon roar surged forward, spreading in all directions. Immortal Killer Move, Body Flicker. At the next moment, Duke Long teleported along the dragon roar, arriving in front of Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was still standing at the head of the ship. The two were only an arm's length apart. On one side was Red Lotus Master, the Dragon Man ancestor, Duke Long. On the other side was Red Lotus Inheritor, the new Dragon Man ancestor, Fang Yuan. Oh no! Fang Yuan was too careless. Quickly returned to the Immortal Gu House. The Northern Plains immortals felt like they had fallen into hell. They shouted loudly. Duke Long's divine might was deeply engraved in their hearts. Nobody had been able to block Duke Long directly. Even Calamity Luck Altar, the legendary immortal goo house that Giant Sun Immortal personally created, was beaten badly by Duke Long. Longevity Heaven's experts were forced by Duke Long's might. They could only hide inside Calamity Luck Altar, not daring to come out and fight. Immortal Killer Move, Dragon Claw Strike. Duke Long snorted coldly, his right hand suddenly turned into a dragon claw as he slashed at Fang Yuan's head. Slap. At the next moment, with a soft sound, Fang Yuan raised his furry left arm and blocked Duke Long's dragon claw. He blocked it. Be it the Northern Plains Immortals, Qin Ding Ling or Fairy Myrtle, they all stared with wide eyes. Nobody had been able to block Duke Long directly, not to mention that he blocked it so easily this time. Fang Yuan's appearance had changed beyond recognition. He had already turned into a bandit monkey. Bandit monkeys belonged to Strength Path. Their fur was golden and covered with black tiger stripes. Fur grew out of their waists, covering their crotch and tail like a leather skirt. Bandit monkeys were wild beasts unique to Southern Border. They worshipped strength. Arm wrestling was the most important social activity among monkey groups. Young monkeys could arm wrestle the moment they were born. Arm wrestling was not only a game among bandit monkeys, it was also a common method to resolve disputes. Some goo immortals recognized the bandit monkeys and felt strange. When did bandit monkeys become so strong? Ordinary immemorial bandit monkeys could not withstand Duke Long's attack. If they learned from Fang Yuan, the immemorial bandit monkey's left arm would have already been broken with a cracking sound. Fang Yuan's transformation was not so simple. Earlier he had first used Myriad Being's assimilation transformation. This move was Beast Calamity Immortal's supreme method. It was the highest profundity of transformation path. It could turn all kinds of Dao marks of other paths into transformation path Dao marks. How many Dao marks did Fang Yuan have on him? Over 1,000,000 Chi path Dao marks, over 300,000 refinement path Dao marks, and over 200,000 transformation path Dao marks. These were not all, they were just the 3 largest portions. Just these portions of Dao marks, after being transformed by Myriad Being's assimilation transformation, would amount to over 1.5 million transformation path Dao marks. After Fang Yuan turned into a bandit monkey, most of these transformation path Dao marks were turned into strength path Dao marks. About 1.5 million strength path Dao marks. Just by relying on the Dao marks themselves, Fang Yuan could block Duke Long's killer move. Duke Long's dragon claw landed on Fang Yuan's left arm, but it felt like it was hitting a mountain. Duke Long had just had a bad feeling when Fang Yuan's right fist had already smashed forward. Boom. With a loud sound, Duke Long felt like he was a paper boat in a raging sea, or like a mountain had crashed into him. An unimaginable force caused him to shoot forward at a speed that was almost imperceptible to the naked eye. Duke Long's entire body was like a meteor. He landed on the ground at lightning speed. With a loud sound, the ground shook intensely, dust and smoke rose into the air. The entire place was silent. This time, shocked expressions appeared on the faces of Northern Plains and Celestial Court's goo immortals at the same time. Everyone's gazes were focused on Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan, who had transformed into a bandit monkey, stood proudly at the bow of the ship, looking down at the deep pit below. Chapter 1948. Since the start of the battle, this was the first time the immortals had seen Duke Long being sent flying. Not only did Fang Yuan block Duke Long's heavy attack, he even counterattacked and sent him flying. This scene far surpassed everyone's expectations. He is actually so strong. What kind of shocking growth speed is this? Mao Li Chiu opened its mouth wide as it subconsciously stood up, no longer lying on the ground. The crucial character that Lord Giant Sun Immortal is waiting for. Indeed, he is completely worthy of Lord Giant Sun's expectations. Bing Sai Chuan sighed with a complex expression. Unknowingly, Qin Ding Ling's speed in chasing Fang Yuan had slowed down. What a joke. Fang Yuan sent Duke Long flying with one punch. What kind of concept was that? Even though Qin Ding Ling was strong, she knew her own limits. She was deeply aware of the gap between her and Duke Long. Back then, in order to observe Duke Long's luck, she paid a heavy price and had to recuperate for many days before recovering. Seeing this scene now, she dispelled any thoughts of observing Fang Yuan's luck. Qin Ding Ling's situation was slightly awkward. Earlier she only wanted to chase after Fang Yuan and fight him, but now, oh my god! How ferocious was this person? Qin Ding Ling decided to stop halfway. she did not dare to fight Fang Yuan in close combat. The transformation path cultivation that Fang Yuan displayed made close combat not his weakness, but his strength instead. Qin Dingling instantly made up her mind she would focus on assisting Duke Long and not fight Fang Yuan directly. This is another monster. To think that such a demonic immortal would appear in the future after my death, how interesting. Let's go, he does not need our support at all. The Northern Plains immortals turned around and scattered in all directions again. Fairy Myrtle frowned deeply, her mood was very heavy. The Northern Plains immortals spread out in all directions, almost everyone had their own path of attack, they destroyed everything along the way, how could the Celestial Court stop them? Even if a large number of Celestial Court goo immortals awakened in the immortal graveyard, they would need time to distribute the immortal goo, there was simply no time. We can only focus our defense on a few important locations. Fairy Myrtle gritted her teeth and made up her mind. She decided to sacrifice the rook to save the king. As the smoke and dust gradually dissipated, Duke Long slowly stood up in the deep pit. You really surprise me again and again, Fang Yuan. Duke Long raised his head to look at Fang Yuan. His expression was calm, but his tone was awe-inspiring. His chest, which was hit by Fang Yuan's fist, was only slightly dented. But while they were talking, the curve quickly disappeared. Duke Long's injuries were completely healed. As expected of the Dragon Man ancestor, his regenerative abilities were astonishing. Fang Yuan was also looking down at Duke Long. His expression was very calm as he witnessed this scene. None of this was out of his expectations. Duke Long did not suffer any heavy injuries. That attack earlier had a huge momentum, but the actual effect was very small, it only caught Duke Long off guard. After all, Fang Yuan did not use any immortal killer moves at that time, he only used Strength Path when he punched. With over 1,000,000 Strength Path down marks, Fang Yuan's bandit monkey form had earth-shattering strength. Duke Long could not compare. But Duke Long had all kinds of immortal killer moves to defend himself, his whole body was like a sturdy piece of steel. The steel was sent flying and fell to the ground, but his body was unharmed. Below myriad year flying warship, the water of the river of time surged. This time path immortal goo house suddenly activated, it was like a huge flying sword that tore through the sky, leaving behind a bright silver rainbow as it continued to fly towards the immortal graveyard. Duke Long snorted coldly, his eyes shined with a sharp light, his dense killing intent was not concealed at all, it was spreading like a ferocious wave. He fell into a passive state, he was being led by the nose by Fang Yuan's attack, this feeling was really unbearable. Once the primordial chi wall was broken, Fang Yuan gained the initiative, his target was still the immortal graveyard. Duke Long had just been sent flying by Fang Yuan's punch, he lost a lot of face this time, he did not waste any more effort. The truth was right in front of him. Choosing to fight Fang Yuan in close combat and using the decapitation tactic against him was a complete joke. Immortal killer move, Chi Breath Mountain. Rumble. A grand chi current quickly condensed into a translucent mountain. The mountain covered the surrounding hundreds of li, it pressed down heavily. Fang Yuan was at the bottom of the mountain, he raised his head and saw that the mountain was pressing down on him, it was as if heaven and earth were collapsing, he could not avoid it. Fang Yuan, however, did not have any thoughts of dodging. He suddenly stopped his bandit monkey transformation and turned into a majestic astral wind flying heavenly boar. Astral wind flying heavenly boars lived in the sky, they belonged to Chi Path and could fly in the sky. They were as agile as flying fish, they had agility that did not match their body size, they could easily pass through the heavenly wind chi wall. With a single leap, they could enter the heavenly wind chi wall and swim freely in the chi wall like fish in the sea. Fang Yuan stood on myriad year flying warship, he did not raise his head, he only growled. Immortal killer move, Chi Burst Roar. This move was also a Chi Path killer move, but it came from Langya Sek's treasury. Back then, Land Spirit of Langya controlled Heavenly Giant Solar to fight Sharp Tusk Boar. He used this move to kill this ancient desolate beast with one roar. Now that Fang Yuan used it, with the amplification of over 1,000,000 Chi Path Dao marks, its power rose by over 1,500 times. Boom. The Chi Breath Mountain was directly destroyed by Fang Yuan's roar, endless Chi waves spread out and formed into a hurricane that swept the battlefield. The killer move was broken, Duke Long suffered a backlash. But even though this Dao Guardian of Red Lotus Venerable suffered a setback, his fighting spirit was still high, he used another move. Immortal killer move, Chi Current Scissors. He stretched out his fists and spread his fingers. Countless white Chi currents surged out of his palms and slashed at Fang Yuan like arcs. In a few breaths of time, There were tens of thousands of arcs of white chi currents. They were like torrential rain or the attack of white moths, covering the sky and earth. Each chi current was as sharp as a blade. Even immemorial desolate beasts would have their flesh cut open by this move, until their flesh and blood were cut off and they turned into skeletons. Facing this move, Fang Yuan's astral wind-flying heavenly boar form was no longer useful. He changed to another form. This time he turned into a crane. It was also a chi path immortal beast, single chi crane. The flying crane was the size of a horse. It had a majestic appearance. Its neck was elegant and proud. Its wings were extremely wide. They were like two giant cloaks that spread out on myriad-year flying warship's deck. Fang Yuan suddenly flapped his wings. At once, the 1,000 feathers on his wings shined with light. At the next moment, Immortal Killer Move Divine Flick was fully prepared and activated by Fang Yuan. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. Over 10,000 sharp sounds echoed as countless chi currents shot out of the feathers and collided with Duke Long's chi current scissors. The two area of effect techniques collided. Most of them cancelled each other out and disintegrated. Only a small portion of them landed on Duke Long and myriad-year flying warship. But regardless of which side it was, they did not even blink when facing such fragmented attacks. Immortal Killer Move, Chi Flow Ring. Fang Yuan used another move. He opened his mouth and let out a sharp cry, letting out a mouthful of white chi. The white chi spread rapidly and coiled around myriad-year flying warship's rear, increasing the latter's speed as it shot forward. Duke Long's expression changed. He cursed inwardly and quickly chased after it. According to common sense, Chi Flow Ring was a Chi Path killer move. It did not have much effect on a Time Path Immortal Gu House. But this move that Fang Yuan used had already reached rank 8 after being modified by him. At the same time, it was amplified by a vast number of Chi Path Dao marks. Its power rose by 1,000 times. It unreasonably pushed myriad-year flying warship forward. Fang Yuan quickly passed several northern plains immortals in front of him, arriving above the immortal graveyard even though he moved later. Looking down at the immortal graveyard, Fang Yuan saw that the immortal graveyard was very large. There were countless tombstones in the grass. They were of different shapes. Some were tall golden tombstones, some were short stone carvings, some did not even have tombstones, and there were even some that revealed half-open coffins underground. An ancient, solemn, and sacred atmosphere enveloped the immortal graveyard. Fang Yuan smiled coldly. He turned into a bandit monkey again and was about to attack the immortal graveyard. Right at this moment, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable Silhouette and Imperfection Regret Pavilion sighed. She grabbed 3 chess pieces from the chessboard and threw them out. The chess pieces did not attack Fang Yuan directly. They landed in a formation. Fairy Myrtle was at the center of the formation, controlling Star Constellation chessboard and overseeing the overall situation. After these chess pieces entered Star Constellation chessboard, Fairy Myrtle immediately felt the power of this formation rise sharply, breaking through its limits and reaching an unimaginable level. Fairy Myrtle was overjoyed. She immediately activated the formation and aimed it at Fang Yuan from afar. A huge starlight pillar suddenly shone down. Fang Yuan and myriad-year flying warship vanished in the starlight. At the next moment, another starlight pillar shone behind Duke Long, following which Fang Yuan and myriad-year flying warship appeared. After obtaining Star Constellation Immortal Venerable Silhouette's help, Celestial Court's formation immediately gained the ability to teleport people like Fang Yuan and Duke Long. This is Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's method? Fang Yuan saw the reason and let out a breath of turbid air. This change was also different from the previous life. I have so many Dao marks on me, but the starlight pillar can still forcefully teleport me. Amazing. However, this distance is probably the limit, right? Fang Yuan's eyes flickered with cold light. Next, he saw that the other Northern Plains Gu immortals who passed by the immortal graveyard were also forcefully teleported away. But they had completely vanished from Celestial Court's battlefield. They were likely directly sent out of Celestial Court. Fang Yuan looked at other places. Some Northern Plains Gu immortals had already succeeded. They either destroyed resource points or immortal Gu houses. He immediately had a realization. It seems that even though the formation obtained Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's help, its power is limited. I can only make Celestial Court focus on defending a few important areas. Even so, it was enough for now. Celestial Court finally stabilized the situation and did not suffer huge losses. Inside Imperfection Regret Pavilion, Limitless Demon Venerable Silhouette turned around and looked at Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. You are quite generous, using 3 chess pieces at once. But this way you will be at a disadvantage in this chess game. Saying so, Limitless Demon Venerable's silhouette smiled as he returned to his seat and sat down leisurely. Back then, I used the threat of destroying Celestial Court to force you to accept this wager. Over 1,000,000 years have passed, our powers have intertwined in this chessboard, we have always been in a deadlock. Now, I have only lost 1 chess piece while you have lost 3. If I attack now, you will be in trouble. Limitless Demon Venerable's silhouette smiled as he pointed at a spot on the chessboard. When he retracted his finger, a new chess piece appeared on the chessboard. This chess piece contained Limitless Demon Venerable's silhouette strength. It occupied one of the 3 spots where Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's chess piece had lost its position earlier. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's silhouette smiled lightly, saying nonchalantly, "Back then your main body wanted to obtain my Celestial Court's Heaven Path Foundation, thus you made a wager with me. This chess game is connected to your Tao Field, Crazed Demon Cave. In your later years, the more chances you win, the more Heaven Path Foundation you will obtain. It will be beneficial to the evolution of Crazed Demon Cave." That's right, that is the case. Limitless Demon Venerable's silhouette admitted greedily, this was an open scheme, there was no need to conceal it. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's silhouette smiled again. The current situation is not up to me, so what if you obtain some Heaven Path Foundation? Times are different now, your main body is already at the end of his lifespan, he is no longer around. Limitless Demon Venerable's silhouette was slightly stunned. Bright light flashed in his eyes as he realized, so Celestial Court also made arrangements in my Crazed Demon Cave. Chapter 1949. It seems that to destroy the Celestial Court's immortal graveyard, I need to destroy this teleportation formation first. Fang Yuan's gaze was like lightning as he stared at the formation. Myriad-year flying warship under his feet moved at will as it shot out like a giant flying sword towards the formation. At the center of the formation was Fairy Myrtle, who was guarding it. Seeing Fang Yuan's attack, she could not help but suck in a breath of cold air as she felt immense pressure. "Fang Yuan, with me here, how can you do as you please?" Duke Long shouted as he stood up and blocked Myriad-year flying warship. Seeing this, Fairy Myrtle let out a sigh of relief. "Thankfully we have Lord Duke Long here." Boom. Fang Yuan and Duke Long collided fiercely. Duke Long was sent flying again while Fang Yuan and Myriad-year flying warship were also sent flying back by 1,000 steps. The aftershocks of the collision stirred up countless winds and clouds, creating huge chi waves. The aftershocks were vast and unending, resembling hurricanes. The rank 8 Gu immortals who were swept away by the aftershocks were sent flying. Even Calamity Luck Alter was unable to move. Bing Sai Chuan and the rest who were in the room could not stand steadily, their bodies were shaking intensely. Subconsciously, everyone moved away from Fang Yuan and Duke Long. Fang Yuan is blocked. As expected, only a monster can block a monster. Let the 2 of them fight it out. Only Qin Ding Ling gritted her teeth and braced herself as she flew over, still intending to assist Duke Long. Duke Long and Fang Yuan fought again. A storm was brewing and thunder was rumbling. Because of Heavenly Dragon's last stand, Duke Long was constantly getting stronger. And Fang Yuan had many Tao marks on him, he even had the rank 8 Immortal Gu House Myriad-year flying warship, thus he had a slight advantage. Duke Long continued to retreat, the 2 were getting closer to the teleportation formation. Immortal Killer Move, Self-Moving Dragon Chi Wall. With no other choice, Duke Long let out a low cry and spread his arms. A majestic invisible wall of chi appeared in front of Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan steered the Myriad-year flying warship to charge forward. After forcefully advancing a few dozen steps, he was finally blocked by the chi wall and could barely move forward. Duke Long had already cultivated Primordial Origins Chi Path True Inheritance. He naturally knew about this killer move. Moreover, this killer move seemed to have been modified. Fang Yuan could faintly discern that there were still countless streams of chi moving within the chi wall. These streams of air were all in the shape of a rotating dragon. The dragon's head was constantly revolving around the dragon's tail, forming a whirlpool. These dragon-shaped air currents were very mysterious. They could disperse the external impact force and greatly increase the toughness of the air wall. Although Duke Long's self-revolving dragon chi wall was not as solid as the Yuan chi wall, it was resilient and became an obstacle for Fang Yuan. Although Fang Yuan could use unlimited chi si to break the Yuan chi wall, that was because he had modified the killer move based on his understanding of the chi wall. Right now, Fang Yuan's understanding of Duke Long's chi wall killer move was limited. It was impossible for him to replicate his previous success. Fang Yuan's eyes shined with brilliance. Since he could not break this move, he might as well use brute force. He turned into a bandit monkey again and stretched out his hands, pushing forward. Immortal killer move, strength path giant hand. Rumble. The air within a few hundred meters was pushed away. Two translucent hand imprints the size of a mountain crashed into Duke Long's chi wall with a crushing force. Inside the chi wall, Duke Long raised his head and stretched out his arms, trying his best to maintain the chi wall killer move. After the two strength path giant hands advanced several hundred steps, their speed became slower and slower until they almost stopped. Fang Yuan and Duke Long had solemn expressions as they exerted strength, falling into a deadlock. This is a good chance. Seeing this, Qin Dingling realized that her chance to make a move had finally arrived. In the earlier battle, she simply could not find a chance to interfere, she could only prepare her killer move. Now that the chance was here, she immediately threw out a golden dagger. The golden dagger was only the size of a finger at first, it flew into the air and grew in size. When it landed on top of Fang Yuan's head, it was the size of a horse carriage. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. The golden dagger slashed repeatedly, attempting to destroy Fang Yuan's luck. Cooking luck pot suddenly appeared above Fang Yuan's head, the latter flew up and blocked the golden dagger's attacks. Clang clang clang, the golden dagger slashed on cooking luck pot, causing golden sparks to fly. In a few breaths of time, the golden dagger had slashed over 100 times before it faded away. Meanwhile, cooking luck pot completely blocked this killer move, cracks appeared on its surface but it was still safe and sound. The golden dagger was clearly a rank 8 luck path killer move, while cooking luck pot's rank was raised to become a rank 7 immortal goo house. It could barely block rank 8 attacks. Cooking luck pot? Qin Dingling gasped in shock, immediately recognizing it. She was once Giant Sun Immortal's woman after all, she naturally knew of cooking luck pot's existence. Your cooking luck pot is only rank 7, even if you can block 10 of my attacks, can you block 20 or 30 of them? Qin Dingling snorted coldly in her mind, she started attacking Fang Yuan again. Cooking luck pot was only rank 7 after all, even though it could resist rank 8s. Qin Dingling was not an ordinary rank 8 goo immortal, she was also proficient in luck path. Cooking luck pot could block it temporarily but it could not last for long. Fang Yuan also realized this, he immediately retracted his strength path giant hand, stopping this immortal killer move. Duke Long was still maintaining the chi wall, he could not attack for the moment, Fang Yuan was able to get away easily. Qin Dingling, you did well. Duke Long praised inwardly. In the earlier stalemate, Duke Long was at a disadvantage. The dragon-shaped spiral chi currents in the chi wall had already disintegrated by half. Fortunately, Qin Dingling's interference made Fang Yuan stop. Thoughts flashed in Fang Yuan's mind like lightning, he quickly thought. He had many methods, but as long as he had the teleportation formation he could not use most of them freely. If he used these methods and Fairy Myrtle forcefully teleported him away, it might cause severe interference to Fang Yuan, causing his killer move to fail. If the killer move failed, the Goo Immortal would suffer varying degrees of backlash. If Fang Yuan suffered from the backlash, the consequences would be unimaginable. Because his Dao marks amplified his killer move's power by at least 1,500 times. The damage from the backlash would also rise accordingly. More terrifyingly, the Sovereign Immortal Body's Dao marks did not conflict, Fang Yuan would have to suffer the full backlash. In this case, as long as Fang Yuan suffered a single backlash he would die. Only killer moves like Strength Path Giant Handprint had a relatively short preparation time, and after activating it only a few thoughts were needed to maintain it. Even if the killer move was forced to activate, only the Strength Path Giant Hand would disintegrate, the backlash towards the Goo Immortal's body would be minimal. In that case I will use another move. Fang Yuan began to prepare his killer move. He cultivated all paths, he had too many methods, even dual cultivators like Duke Long and Thunder Ghost True Monarch could not compare to him. In a few breaths of time Fang Yuan activated his killer move. Immortal killer move, Myriad Self. Bam 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 bam. With Myriad Year Flying Warship as the center, Fang Yuan quickly appeared and floated in the sky, forming an army of over 10,000 people in an instant. The original Myriad Self killer move had already been modified by Fang Yuan into an Immortal Goo recipe. He had even successfully refined Immortal Goo Myriad Self. But the Myriad Self killer move that Fang Yuan used now was not the original version, it was a modified Human Path killer move that used Myriad Self Immortal Goo as the core. At the next moment, a vast number of Fang Yuans charged towards the chi wall. Their strength was weaker than Fang Yuan's main body to a certain extent. But Fang Yuan's main body had too many Dao marks. These myriad self-clones all had desolate beast-level battle strength. When Fang Yuan used this killer move, it was equivalent to having over 10,000 desolate beasts. Moreover, these clones were all controlled by Fang Yuan, they could do as he pleased. Some of the myriad self-clones charged towards the Qi wall, some attacked Qin Ding Ling, but most went around the Qi wall and attacked the teleportation formation behind it. Duke Long's Qi wall was powerful, but its scale could not compare to the primordial Qi wall. Duke Long's heart jumped, he immediately tried to cancel this move, but Fang Yuan's main body charged towards him again with myriad year-flying warship. Duke Long gave a muffled snort, he had to dispel his previous thoughts and continue to maintain the Qi wall. In a battle between experts, it was not easy to activate a killer move, but it was also not easy to cancel it. As for the other side, Qin Ding Ling was also surrounded by Fang Yuan's clones, they were attacking each other continuously. Qin Ding Ling had great battle strength, but even though these clones could not pose a strong threat to her, they were enough to disturb her and make her feel tired for some time. Fairy Myrtle breathed in deeply. She instantly realized that she was facing a severe test. If she could not pass the test and the teleportation formation was destroyed, it would lead to a series of failures that would cause the entire battle to collapse. Fate Gu's recovery would fail. There is no time to mobilize the Celestial Court's main force. I can only rely on myself. Fairy Myrtle's expression was grim, she used all her strength to instill all her concentration into the formation. One's heart, one's mind, one's full concentration. Star constellation chessboard rotated rapidly, the chess pieces on the surface of the chessboard were shining with starlight, 3 of them were the brightest. These were the 3 chess pieces that star constellation Immortal Venerable's silhouette had sent over. In Fairy Myrtle's mind, countless thoughts flickered like a myriad of stars. The formation rotated and shot out rays of fragmented starlight. Countless starlight shot accurately at Fang Yuan's clones, they rarely missed, even Fang Yuan's clones were dodging agilely and freely. As long as they were hit by the starlight, Fang Yuan's clones would be teleported out of Celestial Court, vanishing from Celestial Court's battlefield. These clones did not have Heaven Form killer move, it meant they could no longer participate in the battle. Good. Duke Long and Qin Ding Ling let out sighs of relief. Fairy Myrtle did not disappoint them at the crucial moment, she displayed her responsibility as a wisdom path great expert. Fang Yuan frowned slightly, we can't go on like this. Fate Gu is still recovering, the situation is in Celestial Court's hands. Fairy Myrtle cannot last for long, but she is clearly trying to stall for time. I still have Duke Long and Qin Ding Ling to deal with me. Fang Yuan looked at Longevity Heaven's side. These people were also obstructed by the teleportation formation. Calamity Luck Altar was charging towards Heaven Overseeing Tower, but was teleported back by the starlight pillars. If I let these people reinforce me, they will probably suffer the same fate. Moreover, I cannot use my full strength now that they are here, I should let them continue to attack and suppress and exhaust Fairy Myrtle. Duke Long's Qi wall could be teleported continuously, it could not block myriad self-clones, but it could block myriad year-flying warship. Fang Yuan fought with Duke Long while contacting Eastern Sea's immortals. Celestial Court's teleportation formation had a flaw, it needed stars to be used as a transit point. This was the case even in the Heavenly Court. The starlight pillars were all shot down from the stars scattered in the sky. Fang Yuan could not destroy the teleportation formation for now, but he could destroy the stars in White Heaven. Chapter 1950. The 8 Eastern Sea Gu immortals had already arrived in White Heaven, they had already destroyed many stars. Their target was not as huge as Southern Border, Northern Plains and Western Desert, they only wanted to plunder Central Continent's resources and expend Central Continent's foundation. Because they were worried that the Celestial Court's main force would teleport over to stop them, they targeted the stars in White Heaven. Coincidentally, this strategy had become the key to the entire battle. Among them were Zhang Yin, Granny Rong and the other 4 dragon generals. Wu Shuai did not summon them back, he left them in this group to destroy the stars. Wu Shuai's decision was very wise. If only Shen Songxing, Qin Yu and Hua Kai Yun and Song Qiyuan were left, they might not have the guts to destroy the stars. The 8 Eastern Sea immortals had many people, their efficiency in destroying the stars was not low. The 8 immortals arrived in front of a giant star. The star was as large as a mountain, the 8 immortals looked very tiny. The celestial court had countless stars in white heaven, they were connected to each other and formed a net, they had their own arrangements. Each area had a giant star as the formation core, and around the giant star were large numbers of large stars. And around the large stars were countless small and mid-sized stars, they were scattered and flying around, their positions were not fixed. Song Qiyuan flew to the giant star first, he closed his eyes as he sensed the connection between the stars. After more than 10 breaths of time, he opened his eyes and activated a light path killer move pointing far away. Every time he pointed with his finger, a sharp ray of light would shoot out from the tip of his finger, instantly shooting into the horizon and disappearing. In a distant place, small and medium-sized stars exploded one after another, turning into powder. This light path killer move was very mystical, it could trace any light to its source and attack. Even gazes were included. In the previous life, Song Qiyuan used this move to destroy a star that Fang Yuan refined, causing Fang Yuan's star eye's immortal goo to lose effect. But in this life, Song Qiyuan used this move to find trouble with the celestial court, the effect was also instantaneous. Only after Song Qiyuan destroyed all the stars he could sense did he stop and nod at Qingyu an immortal killer move, Myriad Mountain. Qingyu exclaimed in a low voice. The phantom he summoned was like a mountain range stacked layer by layer, smashing into the giant star. The giant star was huge, but it was only an immortal material. Under the attack of the rank 8 killer move, it gradually broke apart, eventually turning into countless star fragments. Almost as soon as the giant planet was destroyed, Fairy Myrtle, who was in the teleportation formation in the celestial court, sensed it. Her expression changed slightly. The destruction of a giant star should not have been a big deal. After all, the celestial court had many stars scattered throughout the day, and it didn't matter if one was lost. But under the current circumstances, it was a different matter. Right now, the Northern Plains Immortals as well as Fang Yuan and his clones were attacking the important areas of the celestial court. Fairy Myrtle had to activate the formation at all times to teleport these people away. The formation was constantly being activated, it was like a person running in a dangerous state of balance. Once a person stepped on a rock, even if the rock was very small, they would lose their balance and fall down, getting injured. The faster they ran, the heavier the injuries they would suffer after falling down. The teleportation formation was being activated furiously. If there was a mistake in one of the parts that needed to be used, the teleportation formation would suffer a backlash from its own power, it would be heavily damaged or even collapse. Fairy Myrtle had thought that the Eastern Sea Immortals posed little threat, but who could have thought that the 8 Immortals of Eastern Sea would become a fatal threat to her in this situation? She had no choice but to be cautious, she would not take the risk of using any suspicious stars. Fang Yuan acutely sensed the slight changes in the formation. He continued to attack while activating Myriad Self-Killer move while transmitting to Shen Songxing. Shen Songxing received Fang Yuan's message and immediately understood the situation of the Celestial Court battlefield. He was very excited. He summoned the remaining 7 Immortals. This is the best time, Fang Yuan has already made his move, the Celestial Court is starting to be overwhelmed. The more stars we destroy, the more trouble we will cause to the Celestial Court. The Celestial Court's main force is trapped in Hairy Foot Mountain battlefield, while the Celestial Court is being attacked by Longevity Heaven and Fang Yuan. If we do well this time, we might be able to completely destroy the Celestial Court. Shen Songxing's words greatly boosted the 7 Immortals' morale, their efficiency rose by another 10%. Hairy Foot Mountain battlefield. A sharp phoenix cry pierced through the air, resounding throughout the battlefield. It was Princess Impatience's killer move, Phoenix Cry Divine Flame. The flame burned intensely, roasting the world, it coiled around Di Zongxing's body and burned intensely. On the other side, Bai Tsang Shui also activated her killer move, endless waves of water surged without stopping, crashing onto Di Zongxing's body. Di Zongxing suffered more than just these 2 attacks, its body was too big, the Celestial Court's Immortals had ample opportunities to attack. Di Zongxing roared, he was burned by fire, drowned by water, electrocuted by poison, but he still charged towards the 9-9 consecutive unceasing formation. He was not successfully provoked by the Celestial Court's Immortals. This did not fit the historical records. In the past, when Di Zongxing caused chaos and attacked crazily, he was easily distracted by the enemy, he had never acted with such clarity and determination. Oh no! This legendary immemorial beast has probably been enslaved. Zhou Xiong cried out in shock. Celestial Court's main force did not have Wisdom Path Gu Immortals, but Zhou Xiong cultivated Information Path, He was most skilled at gathering information and clues. He even had an information path killer move that could imitate wisdom path effects. After fighting for a while, Zhou Xiong Xin deduced the truth about Di Zongxing. Di Zongxing was attacked by the Celestial Court's immortals. His body was covered in injuries. In terms of defense, it could not compare to Duke Long. It also did not have any wild immortal goo. It could only fight with its instincts. Every time it waved its claws, intense winds would form. The Celestial Court's goo immortals dodged. No one wanted to experience the feeling of being captured by Di Zongxing. Every time it roared, it would set off an earth-shattering sound wave, violently assaulting everyone's eardrums and hearts. Its body was too huge. Even if it suffered countless attacks, it was not a big deal to its body. It stared at the attacks of the Celestial Court's goo immortals as it charged into the 9-9 consecutive unceasing formation and started to destroy it. The Celestial Court's immortals felt a sense of helplessness. Against Di Zongxing, even if they used their full strength, they were like mice trying to shake an elephant. What do we do? At this rate, the 9-9 consecutive unceasing formation will not last for long. Attacking the enemy will definitely save it. We will fight back with attack. The Celestial Court's immortals were experienced. They immediately thought of a countermeasure. Whirling Boy and Jun Xinguang were the vanguard, followed by Zhu Ke, Zhao Shanhe, and the rest as the main force, charging towards the 5 regional limit formation. Right at this time, Di Zongxing opened its mouth as an immortal goo house flew out. This immortal goo house was shining with orange-gold light. It was mighty and domineering. It was the rank 8 immortal goo house, Dragon Palace. A plume of smoke flew out of Dragon Palace like a dream. Dream Path Killer move? The Celestial Court's immortals recognized it. They were shocked and quickly dodged. Wherever the dreamy light smoke went, the Celestial Court's immortals retreated, opening up a path for it. The light smoke wrapped around the 5 regional limit formation and quickly retracted. The Celestial Court's immortals quickly used their methods to attack the dreamy light smoke, but the Dream Path Killer move was unrivaled. The Celestial Court's immortals' efforts were all for naught. The 5 regional limit formation was directly kept into Dragon Palace. Zhan Budu kept the formation and landed on the floor of Dragon Palace, meeting Wu Shuai. Wu Shuai immediately used Dragon Palace's methods to heal his injuries. The Celestial Court was a strong enemy. Even though they were at a disadvantage, they still had the strength to retaliate. The Celestial Court's main force used the correct tactic, forcing Zhan Budu to retract the 5 regional limit formation. This formation had already suffered countless attacks. It was in a critical state. Not only did Zhan Budu need to heal his injuries, this 5 regional limit formation also needed to be repaired urgently. Without the formation supply, even though the 5-colored smoke was still lingering in the battlefield, it was like water without a source. It started to dissipate rapidly. Under Wu Shuai's control, Dragon Palace did not fight with the Celestial Court's main force. It followed Di Zongxing and charged into the 9-9 consecutive unceasing formation. Hold on. Hold on. The goo immortals controlling the formation shouted. The atmosphere was tense and solemn. To protect Hairy Foot Mountain and infallible Blessed Land, they had to maintain the 9-9 consecutive unceasing formation. However, be it the 5-colored smoke or Di Zongxing, they both posed a fatal threat to this formation. After entering the formation, Di Zongxing's strength rose sharply. It was also restricted by the 5-colored smoke. After all, it was a legendary immemorial beast born in Central Continent. It was not a life form of the 9 heavens. Immortal Killer move, Unlimited Wind. While Celestial Court's main force returned to reinforce the formation, Wu Yong finally found the chance to permanently expend his Wind Path Dao marks to unleash inextinguishable hurricane. The hurricane surged and exerted pressure on the 9-9 consecutive unceasing formation like in his previous life. It made Celestial Court's situation even worse. Emperor City Battlefield. Myriad Statue Palace and Divine Bean Palace took care of each other, firmly stabilizing Western Desert. Thousand Transformations Ancestor was alone. He continued to charge forward. All sorts of transformation path killer moves had incredible power. They forced Yuyang Palace and Frost Dragon Manor to retreat. Like Zhang Fei Xiong and Flesh Whip Immortal, Thousand Transformations Ancestor also had the strength to fight immortal goo houses with his body. But overall, Central Continent's side still had the upper hand. They all benefited from heroes among people. This human path killer move was worthy of being a venerable method. It could not be measured with common sense. In Emperor City, the competition had also reached a crucial moment. Hong Yi stared at the fire with rapt attention. No matter how intense the immortal battle outside was, it could not disturb him. Yi Fan was the same, he wanted to determine the victor with Hong Yi. But different from Hong Yi, he used a light path Gu refinement method. Aurora light continued to shine on his face, it was bright and dazzling. In the entire competition venue, Gu masters continued to fail, the failure Dao marks were transmitted to infallible blessed land one after another. Next, the success Dao marks in infallible blessed land were extracted by Celestial Court and sent to Yuan Qiong. Yuan Qiong controlled the refinement path formation and repaired Fate Gu. He made a lot of progress. Inside this refinement path formation, there were 2 Gu immortals, Che Wei and Song Yen, guarding it with all their strength. Northern Plains Gu immortals charged towards the formation one after another, they were shot by the starlight and teleported away, they could not resist it at all. As expected of Lady Zi Wei. So reliable. Che Wei and Song Yen sighed internally. Persevere, persevere. Fairy Myrtle was already covered in sweat, her face was pale, but her head was burning hot. She kept encouraging herself, the situation is still under my control. Perseverance is victory. However, at the next moment, on Myriad Year Flying Warship, Fang Yuan laughed loudly. Immortal Killer Move, Myriad Beings Assimilation Transformation. Immortal Killer Move, Falling Star Rod Transformation. He suddenly turned into a huge rod, it was black and thick. Next he used a Star Path Killer Move, Leading Stars. Oh no. Fairy Myrtle's expression changed, she felt like she was sitting on a horse carriage that was running madly. The horses that were pulling the carriage were in a frenzy, she who was controlling the whip could not stabilize this horse carriage. Boom. At the next moment, the entire transportation formation self-detonated, starlight disappeared without a trace. Chapter 1951. The teleportation formation self-destruction shook the world, Celestial Court's battlefield paused for a moment. Next, Northern Plains immortals erupted in cheers and screams, their voices surged to the sky. Zi Wei. Qin Dingling was shocked, she turned into a rainbow light and shot down, saving Fairy Myrtle from the ruins of the teleportation formation. Fairy Myrtle had fainted and was in a bad state, Qin Dingling needed to save her immediately. Qin Dingling did not hesitate, she retreated to a corner and did not intend to help Duke Long in battle. She knew her own limits, she knew that she could not be of much help to Duke Long. While Fairy Myrtle was the leader of Celestial Court's wisdom path, her position was crucial and could not be lost. Fang Yuan naturally wanted to kill Fairy Myrtle while she was weak, but Duke Long blocked his path. Needless to say, Duke Long's modified Qi Wall was very powerful. It swept away the rigidity of the primordial Qi Wall, it was flexible and tough. After Duke Long used this move, even with Myriad Year Flying Warship, Fang Yuan could not break through. Inside the Qi Wall, Duke Long had a solemn expression. He treated Fang Yuan as his greatest enemy, his previous disdain was completely gone. Only after Fang Yuan destroyed the teleportation formation did Duke Long realize, Fang Yuan's myriad self-killer move was just a distraction to attract their attention. Meanwhile, Fang Yuan's true method was secretly prepared. Once it was used, it was extremely effective. But how did Fang Yuan coincidentally have a method to break the formation? Duke Long knew that Fang Yuan had broken the Qi Wall earlier because of rebirth. But this teleportation formation was clearly out of Fang Yuan's expectations. He had been troubled by it for a long time. If it had existed in the previous life, he would have prepared a method to deal with it. This means that Fang Yuan deduced a killer move to break the formation at the last minute? But how is that possible? Duke Long was very confused. The Celestial Court made such arrangements, they were naturally guarding against Fang Yuan, they knew of his wisdom path attainment. With just Fang Yuan's foundation, it would take a long time to crack the teleportation array. Speaking of which, all of this was really a bit of a coincidence. Fang Yuan explored the Dragon Whale Paradise and obtained the Falling Star Rod Tree from Shen Songxing. The conditions under which this primordial desolate plant grew was still a mystery. Moreover, it had been exceptionally rare since ancient times, and its number was extremely small. It had a unique innate skill that allowed it to continuously attract stars into its trunk and turn them into star patterns. That was why it was called the Falling Stars. According to rumors, one of the reasons why Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable traveled the world alone was to collect these trees. The value of the Falling Star Rod Tree was not just for itself. If a Gu Immortal planted it in their immortal aperture, they could use it to create a star circulation system. This was a unique ecosystem. The benefits it brought would increase every year. Over time, the total amount of benefits would be inestimable. If not for this tree, even if Fang Yuan knew the name of the falling star rod tree, he would not be able to transform it. But ever since he obtained it, he carefully observed it and analyzed it patiently, resulting in the falling star rod tree's transformation. Other than the rod tree transformation, Fang Yuan also had Dongfang Naganori's Hitaru killer move, and Yi Lui Kunxing's leader star's killer move. These were his spoils of war. Especially the leader star's killer move, it was extremely exquisite. It used star fragments as the main body and expended very little immortal essence. It used the attraction between the star fragments to produce a lot of starlight magnetic force to pull in the stars. The more stars there were, the greater the power of this move. Back in the Northern Plains bloody battle, Yi Lui Kunxing used this move to gain unparalleled might. Almost no one could stop him. Leader stars cluster targeted stars and used stars to begin with. On top of this foundation, Fang Yuan also had both Star Path and Formation Path Grandmaster attainment level, as well as the support of the Light of Wisdom. He modified the killer move before the battle. With all these factors added together, he achieved this amazing result. He destroyed the teleportation formation. Even Duke Long was very surprised. In Duke Long's eyes, Fang Yuan had already become unfathomable. On Myriad Year Flying Warship, Fang Yuan stopped the falling star rod tree transformation and returned to his human form. Immortal killer move, Myriad Self. Bam bam bam, a vast number of Fang Yuan clones appeared again, filling the sky and spreading out like locusts. Celestial Court's side immediately felt troubled. They had suffered from a lack of manpower in this battle. Although the will of the stars had awakened many rank 8s of Celestial Court in advance, the teleportation formation was destroyed. These main forces were still trapped in Hairy Foot Mountain battlefield. Distant water cannot quench present thirst. Duke Long sighed and used a method helplessly. Chi Path killer move, Chi engulfing mountains and rivers. In an instant, an incomparably majestic pressure descended from the sky, covering all directions. All living beings turned silent. Heaven and earth became silent. Fang Yuan clones were directly destroyed. Calamity Luck Altar was also pressed on the ground. It resisted the strong pressure with much difficulty. Cracking sounds could be heard. The Tengu houses of Celestial Court's immortals within the range of the killer move were even worse. They were directly destroyed and turned into ruins. Fang Yuan and Myriad Year Flying Warship were also not spared. They were enveloped by Chi engulfing mountains and rivers. Their speed fell sharply. They fell from the sky like they were carrying a mountain range. Fang Yuan laughed. He was not shocked but happy. He was already familiar with Duke Long's Chi engulfing mountains and rivers. In the previous life, during the battle for Dragon Palace, Duke Long used this move to secure victory. But at this moment, Duke Long had no choice but to use this move to resolve Fang Yuan's myriad self. He was too passive. He could not even take care of Celestial Court's immortal goo houses. Immortal killer move, Immemorial Year Monkey transformation. Fang Yuan suddenly transformed again. His Dao marks turned into more than 1,500,000 time path Dao marks. Myriad Year Flying Warship was a time path immortal goo house. Now that it was activated by Fang Yuan, its power surged and it flew out like a flying sword. It was as if Chi engulfing mountains and rivers did not exist at all. Duke Long stared at Fang Yuan angrily, but he could not catch up. He could only watch as Fang Yuan charged towards the immortal graveyard. Fang Yuan did not intend to attack Heaven Overseeing Tower. Firstly, Heaven Overseeing Tower was protected by a formation. It needed time to break through. Secondly, Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's painting path methods were left in Heaven Overseeing Tower. Fang Yuan was very wary. The immortal graveyard was an important place of Celestial Court. Even though venerable methods might be hidden there, Fang Yuan had to take this risk. The immortal graveyard was a huge variable. Destroying it in advance was definitely beneficial to Fang Yuan and the rest. Inside Imperfection Regret Pavilion. Seeing that Fang Yuan was approaching the immortal graveyard, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's silhouette's expression changed slightly. She held a chess piece with 2 fingers and was about to throw it out. But at this time, Limitless Demon Venerable's silhouette smiled lightly as he placed a chess piece on the chessboard. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's silhouette stopped. If she threw this chess piece outside, Limitless Demon Venerable would definitely have the absolute advantage. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable would not be able to salvage the situation. Limitless, you really think highly of Fang Yuan. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable sighed as she placed the chess piece back. Next, her gaze turned sharp as a blade as she said coldly, but it is not so easy to stop me. Before she finished speaking, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's silhouette continued to move, placing chess pieces on the chessboard. Limitless Demon Venerable followed closely, not wanting to fall behind. Both sides moved back and forth in a few breaths of time. 100 chess pieces had already been placed. The chessboard was filled with countless chess pieces, but the strange thing was the chessboard seemed to be endless. No matter how many chess pieces the two venerables placed, the chessboard could accommodate them all. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's silhouette was restrained by Limitless Demon Venerable. Fang Yuan moved forward and arrived above the immortal graveyard. Fang Yuan. If you attack, I will make sure you die without a complete corpse. Duke Long was still chasing after him with all his strength. Fang Yuan smiled coldly as he used Strength Path Giant Hand. With a loud sound, the hand moved like a mountain, seemingly slow but actually fast as it descended. But the process of the giant hand's descent suddenly became very long. The space seemed unchanged, but it was already 10,000 li further than before. At the crucial moment, someone interfered, but it was not a venerable's method. Who is it? Fang Yuan shouted, his eyes shined with lightning as he looked towards his left. Under Fang Yuan's gaze, a female immortal slowly appeared. She had a strange appearance. Her entire body was made of green wood. She wore a green dress that was also woven from vines. Even though she had a human face, there were tree bark-like wrinkles on her face. Her eyes were as calm as a lake. Fang Yuan's pupils shrunk. Just from her aura, this female immortal was close to Di Zongxing's level. Human immortal, stop. Stop trying to destroy the celestial court. If you continue to be stubborn, I, Zhang Shenzi, will stop you. The female immortal spoke. Her voice was soft but firm. Zhang Shenzi. Fang Yuan understood immediately. There were 3 legendary immemorial beasts in the celestial court. They were Shabi 95, Ruan Dan, and Zhang Shenzi. Zhang Shenzi was a vast heaven vine. She had a special status in the celestial court. She did not need to listen to orders. She only needed to offer a batch of vast heaven fruits every 1,000 years. In the previous life, when Longevity Heaven attacked the celestial court, Zhang Shenzi was watching the battle from start to finish. She did not interfere. To think that in this life, Fang Yuan's invasion caused her to join the battle. It seems that Zhang Xianzi and Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable have a secret agreement that outsiders like us do not know about. Fang Yuan snorted coldly. He urged Myriad Year Flying Warship to carry him as he charged towards the immortal graveyard. Zhang Xianzi sighed. She turned into a green light and intercepted Myriad Year Flying Warship. With a loud sound, Myriad Year Flying Warship crashed into Zhang Xianzi's body. Its momentum halted as Zhang Xianzi was sent flying. She spat out a mouthful of green blood before attacking Myriad Year Flying Warship again. Fang Yuan, give me your life. At this time Duke Long rushed over. He roared as his teeth flew out, turning into huge white blades that slashed at Fang Yuan. In an instant, Fang Yuan fell into a situation of being attacked from both front and back. He did not panic. He pointed at Duke Long and activated Spring Scissors Killer Move, then pointed at Zhang Shenzi. Myriad Year Flying Warship below him shot out countless flying swords. They were daybreak swords. Spring Scissors flew out and cut off the dragon teeth, attacking Duke Long with an unstoppable momentum. Duke Long had no choice but to retreat. Daybreak swords slashed at Zhang Shenzi like a waterfall. Zhang Shenzi resisted for a few breaths of time before feeling that she could not hold on any longer. She retreated helplessly. Fang Yuan roared. Myriad Year Flying Warship flew into the sky before descending rapidly towards the immortal graveyard again. But the distance between them extended again. The surrounding space underwent an undetectable mystical change. Fang Yuan turned around and stared fiercely at Zhang Shenzi. He said through gritted teeth, "You're courting death." Zhang Shenzi was sweating profusely. She used all her strength to activate her Space Path Killer move, but she could only stall Fang Yuan temporarily. Fortunately, Duke Long was around. He charged at Fang Yuan again, but was repelled again. Fang Yuan had outstanding strength. He suppressed Duke Long and Zhang Shenzi. Both sides fought for over 100 rounds. Fang Yuan's aura grew stronger as he fought. While injuries accumulated on Duke Long and Zhang Shenzi, they were in a sorry state. Rumble. With a loud sound, Fang Yuan's Luo Pasil made Zhang Shenzi scream, and a giant hand seal slammed Duke Long to the ground. "Duke Long, you are old. How long can your old bones last?" Fang Yuan sneered. "Until the moment I die." Duke Long had a determined expression. His battle intent was high. One of his dragon horns was broken, his dragon scales were broken, he was covered in blood. He would fight to the death. Meanwhile, inside the refinement path formation, the Northern Plains experts had already surrounded Song Yen and Che Wei. Kill them. They are already at their limits. You want to stop us with just the two of you? Overestimating yourselves. The Northern Plains immortals glared at them, their killing intent filled the entire space. Song Yen and Che Wei were covered in blood. If they stood there for a few breaths of time, a pool of blood would form under their feet. It seems that our lives are going to end here. Then die. Even if we die, we will use all our strength to stall for time for Yuan Xiongdu. The two looked at each other, a smile of facing death calmly appeared on their faces. Come, let's have the final battle. As the weaker side, they shouted at the Northern Plains immortals. The Northern Plains immortals' expressions changed. These two are respectable opponents. I will use my strongest killer move to send you on your final journey. It is a sign of respect towards you. Boom boom boom. An intense battle erupted again. Emperor City. Countless gazes were fixated on the final competition's venue with fervent gazes. Most of the participating Gu masters failed, they quietly left the venue. There were only two people left in the venue, one was Yi Fan, the other was Hong Yi. The final victor would be decided by the two of them. The competition is about to end, our defense mission is about to succeed. Everyone persevere. Central Continent's defending troops cheered in advance. What do we do? Thousand Transformations ancestor could not take them down, he could not help but show an anxious expression. Fang Dichang was silent, but he snorted inwardly, you are too naive. Even if we are stopped, so what? Haha, it's finally here. In the blink of an eye, the ground split apart while the mountains shook, and an enormous trench was swiftly formed. Terrifying rifts stretched out like bolts of lightning, and they actually headed straight for Imperial Emperor City. How can this be? Earth Trench. Damn it, Emperor City is in the path of the Earth Trench. Quick, save them. Central Continent's defending troops were shocked, they wanted to help. But Fang Dichang was prepared, he controlled Divine Bean Palace to move out of the encirclement towards Central Continent's defending troops. Central Continent's Gu immortals could not attend to other matters, they tried to block Divine Bean Palace but could not save the countless mortals in Emperor City. We are finished. Who can save them? No, we cannot give up hope. Imperial Emperor City was in chaos. The River of Time. The river water was turbulent, Feng Jioge was standing inside a time path immortal Gu house, he was in deep thought, comprehending quietly. Suddenly he opened his eyes, shock was written all over his face. A stone lotus island slowly appeared in Feng Jioge's vision. This is. Instantly Feng Jioge thought of Qin Dingling's words before he left. I will observe your luck represents the river of time. Go, there will be your fortuitous encounters there, it will make you stronger. You originally wanted to comprehend the river of time and complete your destiny song, this is a wise decision, it is not wrong. Chapter 1952. Celestial Court Battlefield. You're finally awake. Qin Dingling looked at Fairy Myrtle who was slowly opening her eyes as she let out a breath of air. Fairy Myrtle's gaze was dazed for a moment before she regained clarity. How is the battle situation now? It is not looking good. Qin Dingling answered solemnly as she spread out her palm, creating a golden shadow. Within the shadow, it was the scene of Fang Yuan suppressing Duke Long and Zhang Xianzi. Immortal killer move, Purple Gold Dragon Chi. After using this killer move, be it attacking, defending, or healing, Duke Long's every move would be accompanied by the Purple Gold Dragon Chi. This was his main Chi path method, it was very comprehensive. In the previous life, 5 Elements Grandmaster died to this move from Duke Long. But even Duke Long was repelled by Fang Yuan time and time again. Duke Long was still terrifyingly strong, but Fang Yuan relied on myriad year flying warship to display terrifying time path battle strength. Spring Scissors, Summer Fan and other killer moves had terrifying power, even Duke Long and Zhang Xianzi could not block them. Fairy Myrtle took a few glances before exclaiming again, Fang Yuan's battle strength is so high. He seems to have a transformation path method that can transform most of his Dao marks into the same type. Not only did he advance to rank 8, his Dao marks are also beyond common sense. How did he do it? Instead of thinking about these questions, we should think about how to resolve the situation first. Qin Dingling urged. Fairy Myrtle was silent for a while before pointing at the shadow and analyzing calmly. Lord Duke Long's strength is actually not weaker than Fang Yuan, It is just that he is too passive and has to defend the immortal graveyard at all times. This allows Fang Yuan to hold the initiative. Every time he uses a killer move, Senior Duke Long has to block it to ensure that the immortal graveyard is not lost. Fang Yuan could easily dodge Duke Long's counterattack. But Duke Long had to deal with Fang Yuan's attacks. This was too much of an advantage. If one really looked into it, Duke Long and Fang Yuan's strength was about the same, and the gap between them wasn't big. But Fang Yuan's choice of tactic was really wise. If it was the sturdy heaven overseeing tower, Duke Long would not be too worried, but the immortal graveyard was different. The primordial Qi wall was destroyed by Fang Yuan. It was too shocking, too crucial. So much so that Duke Long was exhausted from dealing with Fang Yuan's attacks. The will of the stars could have awakened the Gu immortals in the immortal graveyard, but it was restrained by limitless demon Venerable's phantom. But how should he deal with the current situation? As soon as Fairy Myrtle started to think about it, she felt a headache coming on. It was so intense that her body trembled violently and she almost fainted again. "Be careful, your injuries are still very severe," Qin Ding Ling quickly said with concern. Fairy Myrtle nodded, frowning deeply as she endured the headache and analyzed. The immortal graveyard is the greatest foundation that the Celestial Court has painstakingly accumulated. It cannot be lost. Thus, we need to resolve the problem of Fang Yuan first. Go and reinforce Senior Duke Long, and let Guyue Fangjing take action as well. He has been cultivating in Demon Judgment Board during this period of time and has made a lot of progress. If you enter Demon Judgment Board and cooperate with him, you will definitely be able to obtain great results. What about you? Qin Ding Ling looked at Fairy Myrtle worriedly. Fairy Myrtle spat out a mouthful of blood. "I need to heal my injuries. Thankfully, there is a heavenly year hall that can help me greatly. Don't worry, this immortal Gu house is at the periphery of the battlefield. It will not attract attention." "Alright, be careful." Qin Ding Ling hesitated for a moment before gritting her teeth and flying away. Fairy Myrtle's vision turned dark. She breathed heavily on the spot for a while and stabilized her injuries before moving towards the Heavenly Year Hall. Immortal killer move, Summer Fan. Whoosh. Intense winds blew, sweeping everything in their path. Duke Long grunted as he flew back 300 steps, countless shattered purple gold scales scattered along the way. The storm also engulfed Zhang Xianzi. The female immortal cried out in pain as the vines on her body broke. She used her defensive killer move to block it with difficulty. Her space path defensive killer move was very mystical. Any attack that wanted to land on her would have to travel a distance that was much longer than what the naked eye could see. But no matter how long the distance was, the time path hurricane still engulfed the immortal graveyard. Even though the immortal graveyard only suffered a small portion of damage and was far from being completely destroyed, it was enough to make the Celestial Court's immortals feel great heartache. Fang Yuan snorted coldly, staring at Zhang Xianzi with a dark gaze. He was not satisfied with the current battle results. Zhang Xianzi, her participation was out of Fang Yuan's expectations. Fang Yuan knew nothing about her. Especially when she cultivated Space Path, Fang Yuan's attainment level was insufficient in this path. His Space Path attainment level was insufficient. Even though Fang Yuan had Deep Wisdom Path attainment level, he could not deduce anything. The one with the greatest threat is still Duke Long. On Myriad Year Flying Warship, Fang Yuan glanced at Duke Long. Not long ago, Fang Yuan used Summer Fan killer move to send Duke Long flying back by 500 steps, but now he only took 300 steps back. Summer Fan was an old killer move. Even though Fang Yuan had modified it many times, it had appeared before. Duke Long was also starting to get used to it. Of course, the most important reason was that Duke Long was constantly getting stronger. Supreme Dragon's last stand. Fang Yuan muttered. He could feel the emotions of those Northern Plains immortals who fought against Duke Long in his previous life. Duke Long was already very powerful, and more terrifyingly, he was still getting stronger. Fang Yuan knew that even though he had the upper hand now, it was because he was relying on a smart battle tactic, attacking the enemy's weak spots. Duke Long could only defend passively. In terms of true battle strength, Duke Long and Zhang Xianzi were evenly matched. Fang Yuan had Myriad Year Flying Warship. The two cooperated very well. Meanwhile, this was the first time Duke Long and Zhang Xianzi were working together. At the same time, even though Zhang Xianzi had a deep foundation and did not lose to the current Di Zhangxing, her battle techniques were still very rusty. It was clear that she rarely fought. Thus, Fang Yuan could clearly sense her growth. Zhang Xianzi's methods were becoming more and more proficient. After all, life and death battles were the best place to train people. Time is getting tight. If I can't make any contributions, I can only give up on the immortal graveyard. Fang Yuan looked at heaven overseeing tower. Once Genesis Lotus method was triggered, Fang Yuan would attack there. Before that, it would be best if he could destroy the immortal graveyard. Because no one could say for sure what monster would appear in the immortal graveyard. Including Duke Long, there were 4 Dao protectors like Duke Long in the celestial court. Fang Yuan's eyes flickered with bright light, all sorts of thoughts collided in his mind, each thought was faster than lightning, countless battle tactics were brewing in his mind. Up until now he still had many trump cards and killer moves. For example, Time Cutting Edge, Unlimited Chi Si, 5-Finger Fist Heart Sword, Lead Soul into Dream and other killer moves. If it were any other opponent, these moves would immediately determine victory and kill the enemy. But Duke Long and Sang Xianzi were clearly not simple people. For them, if their attacks were ineffective, they would be mentally prepared. It would be very difficult for Fang Yuan to make any contributions. Kill Duke Long and Sang Xianzi? It was not that Fang Yuan did not have a chance. But at the same time, Duke Long still had Triple Chi Retraction killer move. It was also a huge threat. Once Fang Yuan was hit by this move, the consequences would be unthinkable. Fang Yuan was also wary. Moreover, other than Triple Chi Retraction, did Duke Long not have any other methods that could match it? Fang Yuan was not sure. At the same time, Sang Xianzi was also unfathomable. She had existed longer than Duke Long and had a complicated relationship with Genesis Lotus. It was not strange for her to suddenly use a powerful method. Fang Yuan continued to attack the immortal graveyard, trying to find a chance to attack. But Duke Long and Sang Xianzi were old and experienced. They had vast battle experience. Fang Yuan tried for a long time, but he could not find any chance to attack. In the midst of the intense battle, a blood cloud suddenly attacked. The blood cloud approached Fang Yuan. It had a strange aura. Fang Yuan lightly stepped on Myriad Year Flying Warship. Myriad Year Flying Warship shook slightly. A small portion of the Daybreak Flying Sword split off and attacked the blood cloud. The blood cloud was pierced by the sword group and easily torn to shreds, almost instantly breaking into pieces and dissipating completely. But Fang Yuan's expression changed slightly. At the next moment, Cooking Luck Pot appeared above his head. Blood-colored markings appeared on the pot's shell and started to corrode Fang Yuan's main luck. Blood Path killer move? Fang Yuan's heart shook. He could not help but slow down his attacks, diverting his attention and quickly activating Cooking Luck Pot. But no matter how he changed his luck, he could not get rid of these blood-colored markings. To get rid of them completely, Fang Yuan needed to focus and spend a lot of time on them. Fang Yuan looked far away. An immortal goo house was flying over. This was a vermilion tombstone, and on the tombstone, there were countless words constantly moving. It was the rank 8 immortal goo house, Demon Judgment Board. Fangjing, is that you? For some reason, Fang Yuan immediately guessed the person inside Demon Judgment Board. Not only was Guyue Fangjing inside Demon Judgment Board, there was also Qin Ding Ling. Fang Yuan was hit. Fangjing was overjoyed. I need to thank Fairy for amplifying my killer move's power. At this moment, behind Fangjing, Qin Ding Ling was pressing her palm against his back, cooperating with him. Seeing the result of this attack, Qin Ding Ling was also surprised. She had a whole new level of respect for Guyue Fangjing. Fangjing only had rank 7 cultivation level, but just like Fairy Myrtle expected, the killer move he created was very effective against Fang Yuan. He is indeed Fang Yuan's nemesis, a chess piece left behind by Providence. Qin Ding Ling sighed inwardly. Providence wanted to destroy Spectral Soul's plan. They chose Fang Yuan as their chess piece. But Fang Yuan was an otherworldly demon. He was the biggest variable. Thus, Providence arranged for Fangjing to become the variable that countered Fang Yuan. Thus, when Fangjing became the Demon Judgment Board Lord, he combined the experiences of countless previous Board Lords and created the killer move Blood Kin Vendetta. This Blood Path killer move simulated Luck Path. It also contained the profundities of Human Path. Qin Ding Ling's amplification could only be considered as icing on the cake. Blood Kin Vendetta activated once again. As the blood cloud attacked, Fang Yuan dodged. But Shui Yun followed closely behind, staring fixedly at Fang Yuan, not giving up. Chapter 1953. Fang Yuan's current main body was formed from Sovereign Immortal Fetus Goo. Sovereign Immortal Fetus Goo was a consumable goo worm. It could turn any living being into a pure human body. Because the body was not obtained through normal reproduction, it also had half of the demonic nature of an otherworldly demon. The sovereign body had no blood connection with Guiyue Fangjing, the only blood connection was with Fang Yuan's rank 6 time path clone. But this clone was hidden in the sovereign immortal aperture, separated from the outside world. Could it be that Fangjing's method could penetrate the barrier and sense the things in the immortal aperture? It is more likely that this move does not rely on the bloodline connection, but on the user's inner senses. Fang Yuan's pupils shrunk, he felt that this deduction was more realistic. He had just come into contact with Fangjing's killer move, he had little understanding of it. Fang Yuan tried but he could not get rid of the blood clouds. If he were to destroy the blood clouds, the blood-colored stripes would appear and continuously corrode his luck. If anyone else used this killer move, it would not have such an effect. But Fangjing and Fang Yuan were closely related, it was not just a simple blood relationship. Because of the arrangements of providence, the luck of the two complemented each other. For example, after Fang Yuan obtained cooking luck pot, Guiyue Fangjing's luck turned into a pot lid, it naturally countered Fang Yuan. Blood-kin vengeance's connection was more complicated than Fang Yuan had expected. One was the bloodline connection, the second was the inner senses, and the third was the resonance of luck. Following the resonance of luck, the blood patterns were able to invade Fang Yuan's luck. This created a huge problem for Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan changed his target, he wanted to destroy Demon Judgment Board and kill Fangjing directly. But every time he made such a decision, Duke Long and Sang Xianzi would not sit by and watch, they would save him at the right time. Even if Fang Yuan's attacks occasionally hit, it would only cause the Demon Judgment Board to tremble violently and produce cracks. A moment later the Gu immortals inside repaired it. Demon Judgment Board was different from most immortal Gu houses in Celestial Court, it was complete. It had no weaknesses in defense, movement, recovery and so on. If I have all living beings' luck inheritance, no, even if I have heart blood immortal Gu, even if I cannot unravel this move, I can greatly alleviate it. Fang Yuan had sensed something earlier, but unfortunately during the Qi-Si banquet, he missed heart blood immortal Gu. This was indeed a regret. Who would have thought that it would manifest itself at this moment? In his previous life, Fang Yuan had lost the 5-world limit formation, which was a huge regret. In this life it was heart blood immortal Gu. Although Fang Yuan controlled the spring and autumn cicada and had the advantage of being reborn, when you underwent changes the effects would spread. Your enemies and even the entire world would undergo new changes that would target you once again. It was like a person shouting in a valley. No matter what the tone of his voice was, the valley would always respond to his every time he shouted. During the Qi-Si banquet, Fang Yuan had already sensed it. But unfortunately, due to all sorts of opportunities and the hidden conflicts between forces, Fang Yuan did not grasp this opportunity. From this, one could see Spring-Autumn Cicada's weakness. Spring-Autumn Cicada's rebirth was only a chance to start anew. The entire process, especially the middle and late stages, depended on the person's performance. If one relied on the advantage of rebirth, they might have different gains in the early stages, but it would be like a good swimmer drowning, they would only be digging their own grave. Thus, Red Lotus Demon Venerable had to be reborn countless times to slightly damage Fate Gu. This way, with Duke Long and Sang Xianzi as the main force, Fangjing and Qin Dingling controlling Demon Judgment Board as support, the three of them attacked Fang Yuan together, finally restraining Fang Yuan's demonic might. Fang Yuan is trapped. Bull Demon, who was inside Calamity Luck Altar, spoke loudly, he had been paying attention to Fang Yuan all along. Of course, not just him, all the other Gu immortals were paying attention as well. After all, Fang Yuan's victory or defeat would directly affect the entire Celestial Court situation. Flower Lady hesitated, should we help him? The two looked at Bing Sichuan. They knew that they had a trump card they could ask Limitless to turn around. In the previous life, Bing Sichuan used this trump card to lure Limitless Demon Venerable to temporarily trap Duke Long. In the current situation, as long as Duke Long was trapped, Fang Yuan would have one less obstacle, he would be able to break the stalemate. But Bing Sichuan shook his head, his gaze was fiery, let them fight. This is the best time, let's snatch Fate Gu and return to Longevity Heaven to refine Rank 9 Destiny Gu. His original goal was this, with Rank 9 Destiny Gu, Longevity Heaven could replace the position of Celestial Court and rule over the 5 regions. Earlier, Bing Sichuan was in a predicament, he had no choice but to give up on this idea and call for Fang Yuan's help. Now that Fang Yuan made a move and changed the situation, Bing Sichuan's situation took a turn for the better. Be grateful to Fang Yuan and help him? Bing Sichuan snickered coldly in his heart. His great achievement was right in front of him. He had waited for so many years. Giant Sun Immortals will, his unfinished business. How could he give up? As long as there was a trace of hope, he would try. He would not give up. Right now, even though the refinement path formation was not destroyed, a path was already opened. Go. For longevity heaven, for northern plains, for Lord Giant Sun Immortal, take back fate. Bing Sichuan shouted loudly. The phantom image of the river of time surged. All the experts in northern plains history shouted in response to Bing Sichuan. Mao Liqiu had already entered the battle, using the killer move Perfect Pair to fight Shabi 95 and Ruan Dan. Bull Demon and Flower Lady also flew out of Calamity Luck Altar at this moment. They had many northern plains Gu immortals with them. This force was much stronger than in the previous life. No. Yuan Qiongdu's eyes were bloodshot. He let out a shrill cry, but no one came to help him. Yuan Qiongdu was guarding the refinement path formation. He could not leave at all. Right now he was in a precarious situation. He could barely protect himself. Rank 9 fate was about to be completely repaired by him. If it was snatched away now, it would all be for the benefit of others. Seeing this, Duke Long was anxious. He shouted, Fang Yuan, to think that you were being used. Fang Yuan took a glance at Heaven Overseeing Tower. Just this glance alone made Bing Sichuan's breathing pause. If Fang Yuan turned around and attacked Longevity Heaven's side, what would he do? Bing Sichuan made this decision because he was under huge pressure. The truth was, Fang Yuan had been paying attention to the battle in Heaven Overseeing Tower. When he saw the Northern Plains Gu immortals charging towards Heaven Overseeing Tower, he was secretly happy. Finally, someone was helping him. Duke Long, you should worry about yourself. Let me kill you first before finding trouble with Longevity Heaven. Fang Yuan shouted. Duke Long did not speak. His attacks broke through his limits again, becoming fiercer. Fake Gu. Bull Demon and Flower Lady shouted in shock. They charged into the highest floor of Heaven Overseeing Tower and saw Fate Gu. But at the next moment, Genesis Lotus method activated. Ah. What is this? Painting path, Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerables method. Sure enough, like Fang Yuan expected, these Northern Plains Gu immortals entered but could not leave. All of them were trapped in the painting in the bamboo forest. Such a change shocked the other immortals. Inside Calamity Luck Altar, Bing Sichuan was even more dumbfounded. Yuan Qiongdu, Tsong Yen, and Che Wei obtained precious time to catch their breaths and survive. Bing Sichuan gritted his teeth. The phantom river of time continued to move, but no Gu immortals appeared. The closest one was Mao Liqiu. It was fighting with the two legendary immemorial beasts of Celestial Court. It could not leave. In this urgent situation, Bing Sichuan could only mobilize himself. At this time, Qi Lang finally woke up. What are you hesitating for? Use Calamity Luck Altar and destroy Heaven Overseeing Tower, Qi Lang said. When he was unconscious, he was still aware of the changes in the outside world. Now that he woke up, he received all of this information. Fate Gu was the core of Heaven Overseeing Tower. Fate Gu could only be destroyed by otherworldly demons. Thus, if Heaven Overseeing Tower was destroyed, the other core Immortal Gu might be implicated and destroyed, but Fate Gu would not be affected. But Heaven Overseeing Tower was a weakened rank 9 Immortal Gu house. It had thick defense. If Calamity Luck Altar attacked it, it would waste precious time. This was also the reason why Bing Sichuan sent Gu immortals to invade Heaven Overseeing Tower. Bing Sichuan was hesitant. He looked at the phantom river of time again. It had been a while since any Gu immortals came out. There were many Northern Plains experts in history, compared to 7 Extreme Desolation and others. Bing Sichuan had high hopes for them, but they did not appear. Bing Sichuan's expression was uncertain. Even if he did not know the previous life situation, he could sense something amiss. He was a time path great expert after all. He was appointed as the West Desolation Immortal by Giant Sun Immortal. He was entrusted by Giant Sun to hibernate for 300,000 years. He was a crucial leader in order to complete Longevity Heaven. This call of the ancient killer move seems to be fishy. I cannot rely on it completely. Red Lotus Demon Venerable is from the righteous path after all. His true intentions are questionable. Thinking of this, Bing Sichuan said to Qi Lang, 7th Prince, please make a move. Qi Lang spat. You are a luck path cultivator? I am more suitable than you to control Calamity Luck Altar. Can you display the full power of this immortal Gu house? The urgent matter now is, Bing Sichuan, screw your ancestors. Qi Xi Lang had just said half of his words when he was suddenly transported out by Bing Sichuan. He could not help but curse. The true authority of Calamity Luck Altar had always been in Bing Sichuan's hands. Qi Xi Lang could control it earlier because Bing Sichuan had given him a portion of the authority. Seventh Prince, please attack quickly. Bing Sichuan spoke politely, but Calamity Luck Altar was ready to attack. Qi Xi Lang suspected that if he did not act, Calamity Luck Altar would attack him first. Bing Sichuan, very good. Qi Xi Lang gritted his teeth in anger. Bing Sichuan was an old subordinate of Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. With his status and experience, he was not afraid of Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's son Qi Xi Lang. Just you wait. If not for father's great cause. Qi Xi Lang was furious and helpless. He could only charge into Heaven Overseeing Tower. Yuan Xiongdu and the rest were helpless, they could not stop him. Since when did Heaven Overseeing Tower allow enemies to enter freely? Yuan Xiongdu and the rest could not help but feel sad. They could only hope that Genesis Lotus Method would show its might again. Qi Xi Lang carefully stepped into the top floor of Heaven Overseeing Tower. He was immediately pulled by a jade light. He was shocked, seeing the painting of Genesis Lotus on the wall. He tried his best to maintain his body but he could not resist it. Seeing that he was about to be pulled into the painting, Bing Sichuan shouted, "Limitless, please turn around." Inside Imperfection Regret Pavilion, Limitless Demon Venerable did not turn around like in the previous life, but he still threw out a chess piece. The chess piece flew into Heaven Overseeing Tower and floated above Qi Xi Lang's head. Qi Xi Lang immediately stabilized his body. Most of the jade light was blocked by this tiny chess piece. Only some faint jade light remained on his body. Chapter 1954. Emperor City Battlefield. Rumble, dust clouds rumbled. The earth split open, a huge trench extended forward, devouring everything in its path as it approached Emperor City. Emperor City's destruction was right in front of them. At this moment, even though there were several Central Continent Gu Immortals defending Emperor City, to save so many lives in such a short time, these Gu Immortals were simply unable to do so. Earth trenches were naturally formed, and no one could predict where they would appear. Only Fang Yuan expected this. Because this earth trench had appeared in his previous life, it destroyed Emperor City. But Central Continent and Western Desert did not know about it. The appearance of the earth trench caught both sides off guard. But Western Desert's side was overjoyed while Central Continent's side was terrified. Right at the crucial moment of Emperor City's destruction, an immortal Gu House Ting appeared, turning into a jade light that flew into the sky at lightning speed. It was Divine Bean Palace. Stop him. Central Continent's Gu Immortals subconsciously shouted in unison. What is Fang Dichang doing? Thousand Transformations Ancestor and the rest felt strange. Divine Bean Palace's actions were not part of the battle plan. Fang Dichang had a shocked expression. At this moment, not only could he not contact the outside world, he could not even move his body. Divine Bean Palace buzzed and shook. A formless and powerful force was restraining him. In the painting that surrounded the hall, a will slowly emerged. The will quickly condensed into the appearance of a young man. He wore a green robe and had a white headband, his black hair draped over his shoulders. He had a cultured and refined appearance. Seeing this will, Fang Dichang's expression turned ashen. He cried out, "Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable! Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable!" Among the Venerables, he had the most immortal essence. He was the third-generation immortal king of Celestial Court. He created Heavenly Lotus Sect. He got rid of the demonic chi and restored order to heaven and earth. Indeed, this will was Genesis Lotus Will. Damn it, he hid in the painting. That's why I was fooled? Fang Dichang instantly understood. He did not understand painting path at all. But why did I lose control of Divine Bean Palace the moment Genesis Lotus Will appeared? I was tightly bound and lost my freedom? Fang Dichang instantly thought of Qingqiu. His heart turned cold. He once thought that he had completely refined Divine Bean Palace, but the cruel reality showed that there were still secrets in Divine Bean Palace, and the final authority was still in the hands of Genesis Lotus Will. Be it the real Fang Dichang or Fang Yuan's clone, they could not see through this method. They were kept in the dark. How could a Venerable's immortal Gu House be so easily seized? With a loud bang, Divine Bean Palace landed steadily at the center of Emperor City and started to oversee the situation. Boundless jade light spread out from Divine Bean Palace. It was warm like water. The light wasn't dazzling, it illuminated half of the sky. Everywhere in Emperor City, Regardless of whether it was the city bricks or the corners of the walls, they were all soaked in jade light. Amidst the light, mural after mural gradually appeared in every corner of Emperor City. These were numerous paintings of life, and they depicted the scene of a certain moment in Imperial Emperor City. Some were markets with people moving around, peddlers were shouting and selling all sorts of goods. Some were the silhouettes of several courtyards, and on the tall trees in the courtyards, there were several bird nests with nestlings waiting to fly away. And under the trees there was a group of children playing and chasing each other. They were filled with hope towards the future. There was a wedding procession coming from the south. The groom was riding a horse. There was a mortal goo house behind him. The bridegroom was riding on a horse. Behind him was a sedan. This mortal goo house was usually taken out for weddings in central continent. The sedan was decorated with flowers of all colors. Behind the sedan, there was a group of porters carrying the bride's plentiful dowry. There was a tea house. There were many people on the street outside. The upper floor of the tea house was filled with guests. They were eating breakfast while looking at the street outside the window. The tea house's banners to attract customers were fluttering in the morning wind. There was also a painting depicting dusk. At a corner of the street near the city gate, there was a stall. A blind old goo master who might have wisdom path goo worms was acting as a fortune teller, predicting the future of a woman. No matter if it was early in the morning or at night, at the side of the city gate or in the downtown area, the scenes of the people in Imperial Emperor City living and working in peace and contentment formed numerous scenes. Undeniably, this was a painting path method. It was filled with the profundities of human path. Immortal killer move, peaceful life. Emperor City actually has Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's method. Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable had once lived in Emperor City as a mortal for some time. Don't tell me this is not a story but a fact? Painting path is truly profound. Central continent's goo immortals were overjoyed. Western Desert's side had a bad feeling. Divine Bean Palace and Emperor City were connected, forming a huge immortal goo house. The center was naturally Divine Bean Palace, while the periphery was the former Emperor City. The earth trench surged over like the mouth of a giant beast, instantly destroying Emperor City's foundation. But Emperor City was completely different. It floated in the air, unmoving. The countless people in the city gasped in shock. They hugged each other happily, they jumped around, they actually managed to escape from death's door. A large number of people cried tears of joy. They knelt on the ground and worshipped the paintings. Suddenly, new paintings appeared in many places. The content of the paintings was the scene of these people kneeling and worshipping. This killer move, peaceful life, seemed to be able to absorb strength from mortals to strengthen itself. The power of the paintings continued to accumulate, flowing back into Divine Bean Palace. Genesis Lotus will control this power. He controlled Divine Bean Palace even more firmly. He looked at Fang Dichang with a smile that was not a smile. Fang Yuan, I need to thank you for bringing Divine Bean Palace here. You saved the human world from a calamity. This was the arrangement of Genesis Lotus' main body. In the previous life, Divine Bean Palace was not brought by Fang clan, thus Emperor City was destroyed. But in this life, through Fang Yuan's clone as a bridge, Divine Bean Palace appeared in time and saved countless people. The bad feeling in his heart intensified. Fang Dichang struggled with all his might. But at this time, a wave of profound strength pulled him and sent him into Divine Bean Palace's painting. Fang Dichang's vision changed. He looked again and found that he had already entered the painting. He was very familiar with the scene in front of him. It was a gray-white land with a deep pit on the ground. This was where he had planted the immortal beans. Now, most of the bean seeds had hatched into divine bean soldiers to be used in battle. There were only a few bean seeds left in this land. They were still growing and fermenting. Fang Dichang found that he could move freely, but it was useless. No matter what he tried, he could not break out of this painting. I am sealed and suppressed in the painting. Fang Dichang instantly thought of Flower Lady in the previous life. She was suppressed in the painting inside Heaven Overseeing Tower. Fang Dichang tried to contact his main body but found that he could not communicate with the outside world. He could not even sense jewel yellow skies. All the relevant communication methods were ineffective. Calm down, I still have one last hope. Fang Dichang was silent for a moment before activating Karma Divine Tree. Fortunately, this killer move had been modified. Once it was activated, the expression of Genesis Lotus will in the palace outside the painting changed slightly. This method was indeed the key to resisting him. Even Genesis Lotus will could not stop it completely. At this moment, inside Emperor City, Central Continent's Refinement Path Convention's final competition venue. This thrilling competition had finally reached its final moment. The victor was about to be determined. I succeeded. Success. Yi Fan and Hong Yi said in unison. They had refined goo worms almost at the same time. To determine the victor between the two, a time path goo master would have to be invited to investigate the minute difference in time. But right at this moment, a green light suddenly appeared and firmly wrapped around the two of them, bringing them flying away. This jade-green light was extremely fast. It carried Hong Yi and Yi Fan and quickly rushed to the front of Divine Bean Palace. Genesis Lotus Will inside Divine Bean Palace gritted its teeth. Looking at this, these two people in the jade light were deeply connected to Feng Yuan. They were likely not his pawns, but his capable subordinates. Genesis Lotus Will hurriedly activated Divine Bean Palace. The jade light that wrapped around Yi Fan and Hong Yi smashed into Divine Bean Palace. Suddenly the light turned and shot into the distance, landing in one of the murals in Monarch City. Yi Fan and Hong Yi were sealed. What is going on? Who will win and who will lose? Hong Yi and Yi Fan looked at each other with a dazed expression. They were inside a painting of contented lifestyle. There was a peaceful scene in front of them. They could not help but feel puzzled. Where are we? Aren't there goo immortals fighting outside Emperor City? Why can't we hear anything? Am I dreaming? Chapter 1955. Hairy Foot Mountain Battlefield. There was very little of the five-colored smoke remaining. Di Zongxing roared continuously. His power surged endlessly as he tore the formation apart. His mountain-like body was still charging forward. We can't stop it. Another child formation has been torn apart by it. How many subformations do we have left? Only the last one. Quickly set up the subformation. No, the enemy is too destructive. We don't have enough time. The 9-9 consecutive unceasing formation was in chaos. Many Central Continent goo immortals were guarding this place, but they were restricted by the five-colored smoke. Be it controlling the formation or setting up the subformations, they would suffer backlash at any time. The stronger the person, the more effort they put in, the stronger the backlash. Di Zongxing was extremely powerful. He could break the subformations with just his own battle strength. He was constantly getting stronger. The 5 regional walls were getting weaker, the 5 earth veins were starting to unify. The earth trench that extended to Emperor City was a huge proof. The earth trench had already extended to the center of Central Continent. It meant that the fusion of the earth veins had reached its peak. Be it the 4 regions or Central Continent, because of the rapid spread of the new earth trench, countless tragedies occurred, lives were lost, human will was surging. Di Zongxing was different from most legendary immemorial beasts. He was created from the fusion of the earth veins' power and the negative emotions of humans. Right now, Central Continent's earth veins had expanded into the 5 regions' earth veins. Di Zongxing's strength had increased by 5 times. And the negative emotions of humans were also increasing rapidly. From Central Continent's humans to the 5 regions' humans, Di Zongxing's strength would soar again because of this. Duke Long was getting stronger because of Heavenly Dragon's last stand. And Di Zongxing's speed of growth was even more terrifying than Duke Long's. Thus, even with the main forces of the Celestial Court here, they could not stop Di Zongxing's advancement even with all their strength. The main forces of the Celestial Court were furious. We can't let it advance anymore. Even if we have to sacrifice our lives, we have to stop it. Damned evil dragon. Get out of the way. Let me block it. Zhang Fei Xiong suddenly roared and transformed into a giant with a bear's head and a human's body. Bang. A muffled bang resounded as he was directly crushed into bloody mush and he perished. This 8th transformation Dao transformation mighty figure was only able to stop Di Zongxing for a moment at most. Zhang Fei Xiong. The immortals of the Celestial Court could not help but tear up. At such a crucial moment, the members of the Celestial Court were willing to sacrifice themselves. Let me do it. The next moment, the Flesh Whip Fairy went up and transformed into the primordial walking meat tree. This was her strongest form. Bang. With another muffled sound, Flesh Whip Fairy was crushed into a piece of broken limbs, and blood splashed everywhere. Flesh Whip Immortal. The immortals whispered. When she was needed, she disregarded her own safety, a grand rank 8, a genius of her generation just to fight for a breath of time. Even the southern border immortals were moved. What drives them? It seemed that it had been like this since ancient times. The goo immortals of the Celestial Court were all like this. The spirit they upheld had never declined and had instead flourished. The celestial court never lacked martyrs. Although primordial origin was gone, his spirit did not die. Unfortunately, all your efforts are in vain. Wu Shuai willed and countless clones flew out of Dragon Palace. They were pure dream reality seeker physique bodies. These dream path clones turned into a large vanguard, flying in front of Di Zongxing and attacking the final subformation. Watch me. Under the expectant gazes of the immortals, Feng Kim Hong stepped forward, her youthful face full of seriousness. She used the power of the immortal formation to activate the immortal killer move, Shatter Dream. Bang bang bang. The pure dream reality seeker physique body self-detonated, turning into lumps of dream realms that slowly circulated and spread. Immortal killer move, pure dream reality seeker transformation. Feng Kim Hong activated another method. These dream realms that self-detonated turned into human shapes again, but this time they were used by Feng Kim Hong. With Feng Kim Hong around, Dream Path was no longer the weakness of the Celestial Court. Then what about this? Before the Celestial Court could let out a sigh of relief, at the crucial moment, a formation was thrown out of Dragon Palace. 5 regional limit formation. 5 colored smoke burst out again, spreading rapidly and covering the whole area. The eyes of the Celestial Court's main force were bloodshot. Zhu Ke screamed, "Quickly destroy it." Whirling Boy and Jun Xinguang had already pounced over. It's too late. Zhan Budu cheered loudly inside the formation. He did not disappoint them. At the crucial moment, he repaired the entire formation and could fight again. The 5 colored smoke surged and covered the subformation. Puff puff puff. The Central Continent Gu immortals who were still setting up the formation were caught off guard. They coughed out blood. Many fainted on the spot, some even died from the backlash. At this point, they were at the end of their rope. The 5 regional limit formation had become the final nail in the coffin for their deaths. As for the Gu immortals controlling the formation, they could not help but slow down, resisting the backlash with difficulty. Roar. Di Zongxing took the chance to exert strength again, directly breaking the final subformation. 9 consecutive unceasing was finally broken. The formation shattered, the light faded. Hairy Foot Mountain, which had been concealed by the formation all along, was revealed. This mountain was very small and inconspicuous. It was ordinary, but it contained infallible blessed land. A large number of the main formation Gu immortals were lying on Hairy Foot Mountain. The formation's destruction caused these Gu immortals to suffer heavy injuries again. Almost no one was conscious. Most of the Gu immortals had already lost their life force, only a small portion were in a daze. Feng Kim Hong, who had received the most attention, had a pale expression. She fell to the ground without any strength to escape. At this moment she could only watch as Di Zongxing charged towards her. She could do nothing but wait for death. As death approached, the intense feeling of threat made Feng Kim Hong feel suffocated. Am I going to die? At once, this young female Gu master was at a loss. Protect Feng Kim Hong. Quickly save her. Forget about infallible blessed land. The final success Dao marks have already been sent to Celestial Court. Celestial Court's main force desperately returned to rescue Feng Kim Hong. Wishful thinking. Southern Borders Gu immortals laughed sinisterly. They also exerted strength to restrain the Celestial Court's Gu immortals. Wu Yong manipulated unlimited wind to attack. This huge tornado wind pillar held up the sky and ground. The intense winds held up a large number of Celestial Court's Gu immortals. Jun Xinguang and Whirling Boy charged at the front again. One of them cultivated Light Path while the other cultivated Space Path. They were the fastest when using killer moves. Immortal killer move, Dreamy Light Smoke. Dragon Palace endured all sorts of attacks while forcefully attacking Jun Xinguang and Whirling Boy. Jun Xinguang and Whirling Boy could not dodge in time. They were struck almost at the same time, being swept away by Dreamy Light Smoke. But after imprisoning these two, Dragon Palace had reached its limit. It could not imprison any more people, unless they entered the Dream Realm and killed these two. Destroy Hairy Foot Mountain and infallible blessed land. Wu Yong shouted as he took the lead and rushed to the front. He was not on Celestial Court's side. He naturally did not know that Celestial Court had already completed their mission. Even if he destroyed infallible blessed land now, it would not affect the overall situation. Don't even think about it. A lump of fire blocked Wu Yong as Prince's impatience flew out. With just you. Wu Yong's eyes were filled with sharp killing intent, his figure suddenly vanished. When he reappeared, he was already behind Prince's Impatience. Immortal killer move, farewell friend wind. We felt like old friends at first sight, but you want to leave. We are about to part, good friend, let me send you off. Wu Yong smiled lightly. Hearing this, even Prince's Impatience, who had gone to Northern Plains alone and worked as a spy for many years, turned pale with fright. Next, Prince's Impatience lost control of his body. He slowly floated forward. In the process of flying, his hair, his clothes, his hands and feet all began to scatter in the wind. Damn it! Farewell friend wind is actually in Wu Yong's hands. Qin Yi screamed in his heart, but he could not shout. He could not move, he could not use any methods. Without the final obstruction, Wu Yong dove down like a falcon hunting its prey, attacking Hairy Foot Mountain. The rest of the Celestial Court's main force wanted to go back to help, but they were restrained by others. Wu Yong exuded an awe-inspiring aura. Even before he actually pounced on Feng Jinhuang, the wind pressure he created was as heavy as a mountain. Feng Jinhuang was pressed so hard that she couldn't move. She closed her eyes in despair. But the intense pain she imagined did not appear. Feng Kim Hong opened her eyes in confusion. She then saw a figure blocking in front of her like a heavenly moat, firmly blocking Wu Yong. She was very familiar with this figure. She cried tears of joy, calling out, "Father!" The rank 8 Gu immortal who appeared at the crucial moment was Feng Jioge. He wore a red and white robe, his posture was tall and straight, like a spear or a sword. Hearing Feng Kim Huang's call, Feng Jioge slightly turned his body, looking back at Feng Kim Hong, his eyes under his sword-like brows revealed gentle concern. He was confident and calm. Feng Jioge did not say anything, he only nodded at Feng Kim Hong, then turned to look at Wu Yong. But Feng Kim Hong felt a huge sense of security, she was completely relaxed. This sense of security was completely baffling and had no basis, but Feng Kim Hong she believed in her father Feng Jioge. Wu Yong's eyes shined with a dangerous light. Feng Jioge, Wu Yong muttered this name, killing intent flashing in his eyes. Last time you stopped me from chasing after Feng Yuan, this time we will settle the score. Saying so, he prepared a killer move, trying to use farewell friend wind again. Feng Jioge did not dodge. He hovered in the air, a smile on his face as he slowly opened his mouth and sang a song. The song was ethereal and heavy, it seemed to be filled with contradictions, it was very strange. Wu Yong was unconsciously attracted by the song, his attacks stopped. The song was like a small stream in the mountains, gurgling and flowing. Next, the stream seemed to turn into lava, expanding into a long river. It was like a giant dragon swimming in the mountains. Damn it, what song is this? Wu Yong's expression changed, he started to struggle because he was the closest, he was the first to be hit. The song gave Wu Yong a bad feeling, it made him feel like he had returned to the past. When he was young, he was shrouded in the shadow of his mother, Wu Duxiu's strict teachings and restrictions, he could only listen to her obediently. At the next moment, Wu Yong stared with wide eyes. He saw that the farewell friend wind killer move that was used on Prince's Impatience had stopped. What song is this? It can directly counter farewell friend wind? Wu Yong was shocked. At this moment, Prince's Impatience felt something different. He felt like he had returned to the past, when he disguised his identity and cultivated to rank 8 in Northern Plains. He controlled the grotto heaven, he could finally hold his head high, he no longer had to worry about the attitude of Northern Plains Superforce, Gong Clan. Due to Destiny's Song, Southern Border's immortals were weakened, they were dispirited. In contrast, Celestial Court's side was filled with pride, they recovered and recovered from their injuries. Destiny's Song's power was very comprehensive. What was even more amazing was that it could differentiate between friend and foe. This was something that the previous life could not compare to. At once, even Wu Shuai and the rest were restrained by the song. Only Di Zongxing roared, as expected of the number 1 legendary immemorial beast. He resisted the song and charged forward. Feng Jioge looked at Di Zongxing with rapt attention. Di Zongxing's body was so huge that it covered heaven and earth. Just his dragon head was like a mountain. Feng Jioge stood in front of the mountain, he was as tiny as an ant. But at the next moment the song was focused on Di Zongxing. Di Zongxing felt like he had returned to the time when he was suppressed in Hidden Dragon Cave. He was trapped in a dark cage, he could not obtain freedom no matter how much he wished or how much power he had, he could not free himself. Helpless, helpless. Di Zongxing gradually stopped. It wanted to roar, it wanted to cry out, but it could only whimper in the end. The immortals were shocked. The scene in front of them was truly shocking. Feng Jioge defeated Di Zongxing in one move. This was the legendary immemorial desolate beast with the strongest battle strength in the current world. In the previous life, it was able to fight against Duke Long at the end of his life. If the latter had not attacked Dragon Palace, it would not have been able to defeat Di Zongxing so easily. This is Destiny song that I created. I have just completed it. Everyone please take a look. Feng Jioge transmitted while singing. Destiny song. Be it friend or foe, the immortals deeply engraved the name of this killer move in their hearts. The moment this move appeared, it became famous. From today onwards, everyone in the world would know of it. Destiny drifted from place to place, rising and falling. Who would not have a low point? Even Feng Yuan and the previous venerables had times when they were humble and weak. The Song of Destiny could bring the highs and lows of the fate of all living beings to themselves. When the time comes, heaven and earth will help, but when the time comes, the hero will not be free. Feng Jioge's ninth song, Sound Path Immortal Rank 8 Killer Move, Song of Destiny. This is troublesome. Wu Shuai's expression was extremely solemn. He actually managed to create the complete Song of Destiny, as expected of Feng Jioge. Zhan Budu also let out a long sigh. When the news of the battle reached the Celestial Court, Fairy Myrtle was naturally overjoyed. Feng Jioge had always been in a state of enlightenment, so he volunteered to explore the River of Time. Qin Dingling was observing his fate, and when she saw his opportunity, she strongly recommended him. Fairy Myrtle thus secretly arranged for a time path Immortal Gu House to send Feng Jioge into the River of Time. Fairy Myrtle believed Qin Dingling's words, and also thought highly of Feng Jioge's potential. But she did not expect Feng Jioge to give her such a huge surprise. Rank 8 Immortal Killer Move, Destiny Song. Just with this move, Feng Jioge's battle strength soared. He became one of the strongest people in the world. Celestial Court wanted to repair rank 9 Fate Gu and snatch Fortune Completion Gu to refine rank 10 Destiny Gu. Longevity Heaven had the same plan, but their target was slightly lower. They wanted to use the incomplete Fate Gu to refine rank 9 Destiny Gu. But neither side expected that before them, a Gu Immortal had already created the incomplete Immortal Gu recipe of Destiny Gu. An Immortal Killer Move condensed into an Immortal Gu recipe. The best example was Feng Yuan's Myriad Self Immortal Gu. The Immortal Gu recipe to refine Myriad Self was derived from the killer move Myriad Self. It was not an exaggeration to say that with just this move, Feng Jioge's name would go down in history, as expected of a Dao Guardian. With such overwhelming talent, even Fairy Zi Wei felt that it was dazzling. She admitted her inferiority. Father, you are amazing. Feng Kim Huang's eyes were wide open as she looked at Feng Jioge's back. Admiration and love were overflowing. The young girl's heart was filled with pride and joy. Yes, Father has never disappointed me. Chapter 1956. Celestial Court Battlefield. Immortal Killer Move, Dragon Roaring Wave. Immortal Killer Move, Body Flicker. In the intense battle, Duke Long's figure suddenly appeared on the starboard side of Myriad Year Flying Warship. He was too close. Almost at the same time he appeared, the daybreak swords flying around Myriad Year Flying Warship swarmed up and instantly engulfed Duke Long. Countless dragon tattoos appeared on Duke Long's body, blocking the fierce attacks of the swords. This was Duke Long's main defensive killer move, 9 Dragons Protection. 9 was just an imaginary number, it meant countless tattoos. This was a rare passive defensive method that usually lurked on Duke Long's skin. Once he was attacked, it would activate automatically and did not require any thoughts from Duke Long. It was extremely convenient. Duke Long relied on this move to forcibly resist the attacks of the daybreak swords, then he clasped his hands into a fist. Immortal Killer Move, World-Shaking Dragon Hammer. Boom. The Dragon Hammer's heavy strike directly sent Myriad Year Flying Warship flying. Myriad Year Flying Warship was repelled and suddenly stopped. The surrounding space suddenly collapsed like countless broken glass shards. Each of these glass shards was incomparably sharp. Whenever they collided with Myriad Year Flying Warship, deep marks would be left on it and a large number of goo worms would be destroyed. And Feng Yuan, who was standing at the bow of the ship, had a bloody wound on his cheek because of this. This was Zhang Xianzi's work. He used space path killer moves to set up formless traps all over the battlefield. They were extremely powerful. But this scene only flashed in Feng Yuan's mind. It had not happened yet. This was time path killer move, 3 Breaths Future Vision. 3 Breaths Future Vision was an investigative killer move from He Fan's True Inheritance. It could allow Gu Immortals to see their own future within 3 breaths of time. With the amplification of the Tao marks on Fang Yuan's body, its power had increased by 1,500 times, thus it could be used in battles with experts on the level of Duke Long. However, because this move was essentially only rank 7, it was not effective every time, sometimes it was effective, sometimes it was ineffective. At the next moment. Immortal Killer Move, Dragon Roaring Wave. Immortal Killer Move, Body Flicker. Duke Long suddenly appeared on the starboard side of Myriad Year Flying Warship, just like the investigative killer move 3 breaths later. Fang Yuan snorted coldly. He controlled Myriad Year Flying Warship to move away, brushing past the invisible space path trap. What a pity. Zhang Xianzi saw this and felt extremely regretful. Fang Yuan was so close to activating the space path trap. She floated in the air without making any obvious movements, but in the dark, space path traps were being formed and laid out. After fighting with Fang Yuan for such a long time, the battle experience that had been slumbering in the depths of her memory came back to life, and Zhang Xianzi's methods started to become more and more experienced. Over 300,000 years ago, after Zhang Xianzi and Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable made a secret agreement, she moved to Celestial Court and lived a peaceful life, almost never taking action. But before that, Zhang Xianzi's name and status as a primordial legend were all fought for by her own hands. Fang Yuan rode on Myriad Year Flying Warship and dodged while looking at Zhang Xianzi from afar. Although Zhang Xianzi's battle strength was recovering, her fighting style was very clear. She retained the habits of an immemorial desolate plant. She tended to stay in one place and attack from afar, using space path methods to pull apart the distance between herself and the enemy before setting up space path traps. From this fighting style, one could see her temperament. She liked to wait patiently until the end. But at the same time, this also meant that she was not aggressive and would not take risks. Even though Zhang Xianzi's methods were still very mysterious, Fang Yuan had already started to understand Zhang Xianzi's foundation. On the contrary, Duke Long was still unfathomable and unfathomable. Even though Fang Yuan had fought with Duke Long in the previous life, and Duke Long's methods were mostly understood by Fang Yuan, Duke Long's fighting style was ever-changing, sometimes conservative, sometimes aggressive, sometimes attacking, sometimes dodging. It was hard to figure out what he was doing. This level of fighting was not just because of his battle experience, but also because of Duke Long's innate talent. For Fang Yuan, even though it was difficult to defeat Zhang Xianzi, there was hope. But to defeat Duke Long, he could not see any possibility of doing so. Unless I can directly break Duke Long's defensive killer move. Fang Yuan analyzed in his mind. Duke Long's main defensive killer move was 9 Dragons Protection. Fang Yuan had been searching for clues and analyzing it during the battle. But there was little effect. It was very difficult to break a strong enemy's killer move in the middle of a battle. Compared to 9 Dragons Protection, Fang Yuan wanted to break Heavenly Dragon's Last Stand more. But this killer move was even more untraceable. Fang Yuan did not even have a way to search for clues. According to his original plan, Steel Life was the best method to deal with Duke Long, but after testing it, Steel Life did not work. Wait, I seem to have overlooked something? Suddenly, Fang Yuan had a flash of inspiration. However, just as he was about to delve deeper into the matter, he was interrupted by an incoming attack. Fang Yuan did not need to look to know that this was the Immortal Gu House Demon Judgment Board's attack. This rank 8 Immortal Gu House was indeed troublesome. It had no weaknesses, it was extremely fast, not inferior to Myriad Year Flying Warship, and its defense was also very solid. Fang Yuan could break through it by force. In a one-on-one battle, Demon Judgment Board was not Fang Yuan's match. It would take a lot of effort. Theft path methods were the best way to deal with Immortal Gu houses, but it was not easy to use them in front of Duke Long and Zhang Xianzi. Fang Yuan was currently in the Immemorial Year Monkey form. It was very compatible with Myriad Year Flying Warship. Once he turned into Theft Path Tao marks, his battle strength would fall by a lot. Duke Long and Zhang Xianzi would have a chance. What made Fang Yuan even more worried was that even if he transformed into the Theft Path Immemorial Desolate Beast and used Great Thief Ghost Hand, he might not be able to hit Demon Judgment Board. Even if he hit it, he might not be able to steal the Immortal Gu. Fang Yuan's luck path advantage had already been compensated by Qin Ding Ling, and Demon Judgment Board had Guiyue Fangjing, who countered Fang Yuan in terms of luck. Thus, theft path methods were not the correct way to change the situation. Fang Yuan. At this moment, Guiyue Fangjing, who was in charge of Demon Judgment Board, had a complex feeling. To him, was Fang Yuan his blood brother? Not really. Fang Yuan's body had changed, his soul was also that of an otherworldly demon. Was he a stranger? Also not. Childhood and youth memories could not be erased, the two of them had been companions in the past. Was he angry? Yes. Fang Yuan toyed with him, disregarding his life and arranging for him to stay in Langya Blessed Land. He definitely had a sinister scheme. Was it hatred? Of course. Fang Yuan slaughtered his own clansmen, it was the shadow and nightmare of Fang Jing's childhood. Then what else? After experiencing so many things, Fang Jing started to understand Fang Yuan, sometimes he even admired Fang Yuan. In the world one had no choice. Fang Jing gradually understood his own incompetence, he had self-awareness. The so-called A-grade aptitude was just a form of narcissism, Fang Jing was already maturing. Other than understanding and admiration, Fang Jing even felt a trace of gratitude towards Fang Yuan. He was thankful to Fang Yuan for the setbacks, the pain, and the hardships he had gone through. These were all wealth, they helped Fang Jing grow until now. If not for the chaos of war in Langya Blessed Land, how could Fang Jing have fused the cultivation experiences of Demon Judgment Board Lord and created the killer move Blood Kin Vengeance? In the past, Fang Jing had dreamed of this day he would be able to fight Fang Yuan and take revenge personally. But now that the moment had truly arrived, Fang Jing's emotions were very different from what he had expected. He did not feel the joy of revenge, but he felt gratification. His emotions were very complex, very complex. Duke Long, Zhang Xianzi, Fang Jing and Qin Dingling. Besides them, there is also Fairy Myrtle. Fang Yuan's expression became increasingly solemn as he fell into the encirclement. As Duke Long grew stronger, Celestial Court's Gu Immortals cooperated better and better. Fang Yuan's thoughts were all used to maintain the battle. His judgment of the entire situation was slipping. Be it activating killer moves or controlling myriad-year flying warship, they were extremely taxing on his mind. Fang Yuan had to take care of the overall situation, he had to look after all the battles and secretly influence the Gu Immortals of the other regions. In fact, Duke Long and the rest were the same. As the battle became more intense, they activated their killer moves more frequently. The stronger the killer move, the more steps it would take and the more Gu worms it would involve, the more thoughts and concentration they would have to expend. If Fairy Myrtle recovers, be it joining the battle or taking care of the overall situation, it would be disadvantageous to me. Fang Yuan's eyes flickered with cold light. Ah! Duke Long laughed loudly, he had already learned of the latest battle situation on Hairy Foot Mountain. Fang Yuan, no matter how many times you rebirth, it is useless. Use all your methods, it will be too late if you don't. Fang Yuan's expression was grim, he had also learned of the latest battle situation. In Emperor City battlefield, he lost his clone Fang Di Chang, Divine Bean Palace defected to the enemy. In Hairy Foot Mountain battlefield, Feng Jioga appeared and used Destiny Song with unparalleled power, even Di Zongxing fell into a disadvantage. Celestial Court's foundation was truly too deep. Fang Yuan was not just fighting with Duke Long and the rest, he was fighting with the millions of years of accumulation of Celestial Court. The outside world was not worth relying on, all the pressure was shifted onto Fang Yuan's shoulders. Fang Yuan's gaze turned sharp like lightning, I can't hold back anymore. Since the start of the battle, he had not found a flaw in Duke Long's defense. But now that he was forced by the situation, even if there was no flaw, Fang Yuan had to use his full strength. Myriad-year flying warship rapidly rose into the air and pulled apart the distance. Fang Yuan started to prepare his killer move. Duke Long did not chase, he hovered in the air and looked up. His expression was like he was facing a great enemy, he did not dare to underestimate Fang Yuan anymore. Zhang Xianzi breathed in deeply, he was extremely vigilant. Qin Dingling, Fang Jing and Fairy Myrtle who was recuperating at the edge of the battlefield were also focused, they stared at Fang Yuan without blinking. Even Bing Sichuan, who was crazily destroying the refinement path formation and attacking Heaven Overseeing Tower, diverted a portion of his attention to observe Fang Yuan's every move. Everyone knew that the outcome of the following battle was likely to determine the outcome of the entire battle. Immortal Killer Move, 12 Zodiac Battle Formation. Fang Yuan first summoned 12 immemorial year beasts and used this already exposed method. But different from before, the 12 Zodiac Battle Formation did not condense into a giant monster, it turned into a shining golden ship rudder. The ship rudder was like a wheel, it had 6 axles and 12 handles on the surface of the ship rudder, each handle had 12-year beast carvings with different expressions. The 12 Zodiac Battle Formation flew into Myriad-Year Flying Warship and rapidly fused into one. The surface of Myriad-Year Flying Warship, which was originally shining with silver light, suddenly shone with a golden silhouette that was like sand. It was ever-changing. The golden silhouette turned into a coiling golden dragon at times, a giant tiger at times, a rooster that was singing loudly at times, and a charging bull at times. The 12 immemorial year beasts and myriad year flying warship had perfectly fused together. Fang Yuan's previous concept was displayed in front of everyone at this moment. He actually perfectly fused the ancient battle formation and the immortal Gu house together. Qin Dingling's eyes opened wide. Fang Jing watched in a daze. Amazing talent. Even Duke Long could not help but praise. He had never seen such a scene. This was the first time in history. Although ancient battle formations and immortal Gu houses were both immortal killer moves in essence, no one had succeeded in fusing these two killer moves before Fang Yuan. Be careful, it is attacking. Zhang Xianzi shouted with a trace of panic on her face. Myriad year flying warship's aura was so terrifying that even she was shocked. Immortal killer move, Daybreak Torrent. Myriad year flying warship charged down, piercing through layers of air along the way and emitting shrill sonic booms. It was an outstanding rank 8 immortal Gu house to begin with, and after fusing with the ancient 12 zodiac battle formation, it even had the strength to fight against Duke Long. After the two fused together, their battle strength overlapped and became even more fearsome. Duke Long growled as he activated a chi wall. Myriad year flying warship's momentum paused for a moment before it directly broke through Duke Long's chi wall. Duke Long's brows furrowed as he activated the chi wall again. Myriad year flying warship broke another chi wall without a doubt. Duke Long rebuilt again. Myriad year flying warship broke again. After breaking 5 chi walls in a row, Myriad year flying warship's momentum was greatly reduced. Fang Yuan sneered. Immortal killer move, Myriad year hunting. At the next moment, the phantom river of time below Myriad year flying warship suddenly expanded. Countless year beasts surged out like a tide, covering the sky and covering the earth. The year beast army that filled the sky charged towards the immortal graveyard like a tsunami that was about to devour everything. There were countless year beasts in the army, including a large number of ancient year beasts, and immemorial year beasts were not rare either. More terrifyingly, these year beasts obeyed Fang Yuan's commands like they were his own arms. Terrifying. With just this move, Fang Yuan can deal with any super force in the world by himself. Is he trying to summon all the year beasts in the river of time? This is almost a copy of Call of the Ancient. It is just that Red Lotus method is to summon past Gu immortal experts, while Fang Yuan is summoning the year beasts in the river of time. But isn't myriad year hunting only used to lure year beasts? I can't control them. This is the qualitative change after the fusion of 12 zodiac battle formation. Celestial Court's side was shaken. Fang Yuan's trump cards were indeed peerlessly powerful. Just the first one was already able to display such overwhelming might. Duke Long, Zhang Xianzi and the rest felt troubled. This year beast army was too huge and Fang Yuan was still summoning them endlessly. Where was his limit? The year beast army spread out and attacked every corner of Celestial Court. Celestial Court's side, which lacked manpower, found it even harder to defend. Zhang Xianzi gritted his teeth as he activated space path killer moves, trying to kill as many year beasts as possible to relieve the pressure. Be careful. Suddenly Duke Long shouted. Zhang Xianzi seemed to have seen the phantom of a small blade, her pupils shrunk to pin size. She had just reacted when she was hit. How can this be, so fast? I had already set it up. Zhang Xianzi looked at Fang Yuan in disbelief. Her body froze as a bloody hole appeared on her forehead. The wound was filled with dense time path Dao marks. Even a legendary immemorial beast's self-healing ability could not heal it. Immortal killer move, time cutting edge. This was a super method that originated from Central Continent's Bo clan. Once this blade was used, it would never miss, it would hit its target and kill all who got hit. It had once caused the whole of Central Continent to tremble in fear. The killer move's content was extremely complex and varied. Among the methods that Fang Yuan had, it was undoubtedly the most complex. What was even more ridiculous was that it had a strict activation condition. The activation time could not be more than 3 breaths. Thus, every time Fang Yuan used it, he would need to use the supplementary killer move shrink time. Its aftereffects were also terrifying. Every time it was used, a portion of its information would disappear. It was like an eraser. While erasing a strong enemy, it also expended itself. After hitting Zhang Xianzi, Fang Yuan's mind went blank. Most of his memories regarding time cutting edge had become blurry. At this rate, after I hit Duke Long again, I will lose this move completely. Fang Yuan's mind was as calm as ice. He glanced at Duke Long subconsciously. Duke Long took a few steps back. Boom. With a loud sound, Zhang Xianzi fell to the ground. She returned to her original form in the air, turning into a huge green vine. This green vine had once supported heaven and earth. It was extremely eye-catching like a heavenly pillar, but now, it was lying on the immortal graveyard, motionless and without any aura. The immortal graveyard suffered from this attack. The damage was far greater than all the previous attacks, but Duke Long could not care about this. His gaze was like lightning. He stared at Fang Yuan without blinking. Time cutting edge was amplified by at least 1500 times. He needed to be fully focused to defend against it. Inside Demon Judgment Board, Fang Jing's mouth was wide open as he looked at the vast heaven vine on the ground. His forehead was covered in cold sweat. Behind him, Qin Dingling's body was stiff like a stone statue. If that move hit Demon Judgment Board, could we have blocked it? The two had similar questions in their minds. They did not have the confidence to say, we could. This move was too powerful. After one move, Zhang Xianzi's life and death were unknown. Her aura was almost non-existent. Don't be intimidated by him. When he used this move, he was using the aura of myriad year hunting as a concealment. Just by using this move, the aura will be huge. It cannot be concealed. At the crucial moment, Fairy Myrtle's words echoed in the battlefield. As expected of a wisdom path great expert. Fang Yuan snorted. His weakness was exposed. Duke Long's expression eased up a little. But at the next moment, Fang Yuan left myriad year flying warship and flew down alone. He is going all out. Instantly Duke Long's heart shook. Immortal Killer Move, Myriad Beings Assimilation Transformation. Immortal Killer Move, Immemorial Sword Dragon. Roar. Fang Yuan instantly turned into a giant dragon. Rank 6 and 7 were dragons, while rank 8 were dragons. Immemorial Sword Dragon. The dragon body was over 100 meters long. The dragon horns on its head were like two sharp spears. Its eyes were silver white. Its dragon scales were pure white and emitted dense sword intent. Fang Yuan's Dao marks had all turned into Sword Path Dao marks. And Sword Path, everyone knew that this path's advantage was offense. Chapter 1957. Roar. The ancient giant dragon that dominated the sky let out a long roar, swung its tail and swam its body. Its speed was so fast that it left a faint white afterimage where it stood. Boom. With a loud sound, Demon Judgment Board was hit by a huge impact. It fell down like a meteor. Duke Long quickly came to reinforce it. Fang Yuan snickered as his dragon body flew into the sky, leaving behind an afterimage on the spot again. In the sky, he went from extreme movement to extreme stillness. His aura burst out. Immortal Killer Move, Triple Sword Wave. An offensive killer move that was amplified by at least 1,500 times. Its power was completely different from before. Huge waves surged, toppling the world. Every drop of silvery white spray was the power of the Sword Dao, dazzling and sharp to the extreme. The sword wave did not charge at Demon Judgment Board, nor did it target Duke Long. It charged at the Immortal Graveyard. From start to finish, Fang Yuan's main target was still the Immortal Graveyard. Duke Long gritted his teeth. He had no choice but to use self-moving Dragon Chi Wall again. The Chi Wall blocked the sword wave, but it only lasted for 8 breaths of time before collapsing. Duke Long grunted, blood flowed out of his nose. He wanted to continue using Chi Wall, but the overwhelming sword wave had already reached the Immortal Graveyard. Earlier, Celestial Court could defend with ease because of Zhang Xianzi's space path methods. He could widen the distance between them. This gave Duke Long ample time to continue using Chi Wall to defend. But now, Zhang Xianzi had no aura. He was lying on the ground like a corpse. Without the protection of space path methods, Duke Long could not activate Chi Wall in time. Duke Long was not rank 9, he had the same cultivation level as Fang Yuan, they were both rank 8. But Fang Yuan's Dao marks far surpassed him. Duke Long could only rely on Heavenly Dragon's last stand. But regretfully, even though Duke Long was getting stronger, there was still a gap between him and Fang Yuan. Especially when Fang Yuan truly unleashed his full strength and displayed his strongest attack. No dash. Duke Long let out a sorrowful roar as he watched the sword wave sweep across the tomb and wash away everything. Any Gu immortals sleeping in the Immortal Graveyard had no way to resist. They were turned into dregs by the sword wave. Even the massive body of the firmament vine, which was lying on the ground, was being melted by the extremely sharp sword wave, shrinking rapidly. During the entire process, Song Xianzi did not wake up at all. It seemed like he was really in danger. The demon judgment board quickly rose into the air, but Fang Jing was already stunned. He really did it, he's destroying the immortal tomb. Immortal tomb. Compared to Fang Jing, people like Fairy Myrtle and Qin Dingling had a bigger reaction. They were veteran rank 8s, true members of the Celestial Court. The immortal graveyard was not just an important place of the Celestial Court, it was also their spiritual sacred ground. But now, it was desecrated by Fang Yuan. Countless predecessors of the Celestial Court who were sleeping inside were killed like chickens without any resistance. Fang Yuan, I want you to die. Qin Dingling screamed in agony. We have let down our seniors. With a loud sound, old man Jing Yuan knelt on the ground in Central Great Hall, sobbing uncontrollably. Fairy Myrtle felt her entire body was empty, the immortal graveyard was heavily damaged. As the leader of the Celestial Court, she had an undeniable responsibility. It's me, I did not do it well. 2 lines of regretful tears flowed down from Fairy Myrtle's eyes. Inside Imperfection Regret Pavilion, light shook intensely. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable Silhouette wanted to make a move, but she was obstructed by Limitless Demon Venerable Silhouette. She could only watch as Fang Yuan massacred the members of the Celestial Court and destroyed the immortal graveyard. Shock and anger filled Star Constellation Silhouette's face. Her gaze was cold as ice as she stared at her opponent. Good, very good. Limitless Silhouette smiled. Very good indeed. Back then, when I attacked the Celestial Court, I also wanted to destroy the immortal graveyard. But because the variant humans were too huge back then for the sake of humanity, I did not make a move. Even if you destroy the immortal graveyard and the whole of the Celestial Court. As long as you do not destroy Fate Gu, Providence favors us. Central Continent can still establish a second Celestial Court, a third, or even a fourth immortal graveyard. Star Constellation Silhouette retorted. That's right. Limitless Demon Venerable Silhouette sighed. Fate Gu is the root of your Celestial Court. If you cannot destroy it, no matter how many members of your Celestial Court are sacrificed, it will not matter. In fact, the more you suffer, the more valiant you become. You will get rid of the old and send in new blood. You will get closer to the tides of the new era. Eras were constantly changing. Gu Immortal Cultivation was also constantly developing. The prosperity and weakness of Chi Path and Strength Path was proof of this. Limitless Demon Venerable had left behind the immortal graveyard because of this consideration. Leaving behind the eliminated Chi Path and Strength Path Gu Immortals was better than destroying the Celestial Court and allowing the Celestial Court to rebound, allowing a large number of Rule Path, Wisdom Path, and other Gu Immortals to emerge and be absorbed by the Celestial Court. Now I am very curious, after the immortal graveyard is destroyed by Fang Yuan, how long can your side last? Limitless Silhouette smiled. Star Constellation Silhouette could no longer remain calm. You are ignoring the big picture. You are abandoning the great cause of humanity. You are unworthy of being the venerable of humanity. Limitless Silhouette sneered. Back then my main body was restrained by this reason, but now, hasn't humanity's great cause been realized? It was time for the human race to pursue greater things. You should know what I mean. Star Constellation Silhouette narrowed her eyes, falling into a rare silence. Fang Yuan, I will pull out your tendons, flay your skin, grind your bones and scatter your ashes. Duke Long roared at the sky. The anger and hatred in his heart had accumulated to the limit. He charged at Fang Yuan without any regard for his own safety. Fang Yuan directly dodged. He did not compete with Duke Long, activating 3 layers of sword wave. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The immortal graveyard was completely covered. The sword wave even dug 3 feet into the ground, not letting a single slumbering immortal escape. The millions of years of accumulation of the Celestial Court was destroyed in an instant. Duke Long's hair was disheveled, his face was distorted, his eyes were bloodshot, he was about to spew fire. Every time Fang Yuan attacked the immortal graveyard, it cleansed his heart. He was in so much pain that he wanted to die. Immortal killer move, Dragon Descendants. At the moment of danger, Duke Long roared in anger. The purple dragon scales on his body moved and mixed with Duke Long's blood, turning into Dragon Man Gu Immortals. They had their own names, they had their own appearances and methods. There were rank 6, rank 7 and even rank 8 Dragon Men. Even though Duke Long was not an enslavement path Gu Immortal, he had a similar killer move. This is a transformation path killer move. It contains the profundity of human path. Fang Yuan's pupils shrunk. He mocked. Duke Long, back then you slaughtered the Dragon Man race to refine them into a killer move. Aha, what difference is there between your actions and demonic path Gu immortals? You disregarded human relations, you trampled on your bloodline and kinship. Not only did you kill your descendants, you even refined them into puppets to fight for you. Facing Fang Yuan's accusation, Duke Long did not retort. His eyes flashed with deep sorrow as he attacked Fang Yuan again. At the same time, the Dragon Man Gu immortals that he created were like flowers blooming. They spread out and defended against the sword wave and the countless year beasts. At Duke Long's level, he truly had no shortcomings. A huge chaotic battle unfolded in Celestial Court. Demon Judgment Board rampaged around, creating a path of blood in the year beast army. But the atmosphere inside Demon Judgment Board was stifling. Qin Dingling and Fang Jing were both silent. The dragon descendants that Duke Long summoned were indeed Dragon Man. Fang Yuan's accusation was not wrong. It was no wonder that Duke Long rarely used this move. He had no choice but to use it now. He was forced into a corner by Fang Yuan. Many Dragon Man Gu immortals surrounded the immemorial sword dragon. Fang Yuan snickered in his mind. Sword wave triple layered had already been activated. He activated another immortal killer move, Golden Thread Sword. At once, the sword dragon's body turned hazy. Each of its scales emitted a warm yellow light. Suddenly, a golden thread shot out from the dragon's scales. The number of dragon scales on the immemorial sword dragon's body corresponded to the number of golden threads that shot out at an incredible speed. The golden threads pierced through the air, destroying all obstructions along the way. The surrounding Dragon Man Gu immortals were riddled with holes by the countless golden threads. Bam bam bam. These Dragon Man Gu immortals suffered such heavy injuries, they could no longer maintain their bodies. They self-detonated and turned back into scales and blood pearls. Fang Yuan got rid of all the enemies around him. The sword wave that he had just activated was still spreading. He moved his body and rode the wave. The immortal graveyard was already cleared. The biggest variable was eliminated. Now Fang Yuan was targeting Duke Long. Tsang Xianzi was already lifeless. His vine body was in a terrible state. Demon Judgment Board could not resist Fang Yuan alone. As long as Duke Long fell, who could stop Fang Yuan? Immortal killer move, Five-Finger Heart Sword. The dragon claw clenched. Fang Yuan's aura fell to rock bottom. He was no longer a threat. Duke Long's mind was ringing with alarm. His body flew out as the purple gold dragon-shaped chi flickered. His body flickered left and right, up and down. He dodged crazily. First sword. Fang Yuan's dragon eyes shined with a strange light. A sword light flew out of his dragon claw. Fast, fast, fast. The speed of the sword light was simply unimaginable. Duke Long had just seen Fang Yuan's dragon claw shoot out a bright light when he found that the sword light had already arrived in front of him. In an almost impossible situation, he forcibly turned his body and twisted his body. The sword light brushed past him. Blood splattered. A huge wound extended from his left shoulder to his left chest. The wound was empty, be it his bones, dragon scales, or even a portion of his left lung. They were all gone. Five-Finger Heart Sword was so terrifying. If this had struck Duke Long's head, he would have been sent flying. Since the battle started, Duke Long felt the threat of death for the first time. This was a feeling that he had not felt for many years. Duke Long roared loudly. His body moved like lightning as he charged towards Fang Yuan like a raging gale. Fang Yuan could not help but praise in his heart. Five-Finger Heart Sword's every slash was the process of accumulating strength. Duke Long saw through this weakness with one glance. He took the chance to attack fearlessly. Fang Yuan's dragon body turned and retreated, trying to pull some distance away from Duke Long. Chapter 1958. Fang Yuan transformed into the immemorial sword dragon and also had the advantage of speed. Duke Long chased for a while but found that he could not shorten the distance between them. Immortal killer move, Dragon Gate. The Dragon Gate suddenly appeared. Two giant red pillars had giant dragons coiling around them. The giant dragons wriggled as their upper bodies left the pillars and converged at the center, forming a gate. The giant dragons opened their mouths and a pearl shone brightly in the middle, forming a pattern of two dragons playing with a pearl. Two dragon gates appeared at the same time, one in front of Duke Long and the other behind Fang Yuan. Duke Long stepped into the dragon gate in front of him and disappeared. At the next moment he appeared in the dragon gate behind Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan had a bad feeling and quickly dodged, but Duke Long used Qi engulfing mountains and rivers to delay him. Immortal killer move, Chaotic Dragon Fist. At the next moment, Duke Long punched the immemorial sword dragon's head and punched wildly, sending Fang Yuan crashing into the immortal graveyard from the sky. Bam! The immemorial sword dragon fiercely smashed into the ground, causing dust to rise and rocks to fly. The immemorial sword dragon raised its head with difficulty, but its claw that was clenched into a fist did not fall apart. Instead, it shot out a second sword light. Five-finger fist heart sword, second sword strike. Duke Long was already on guard. The moment Fang Yuan moved, he immediately dodged and jumped onto Fang Yuan's dragon back. The second sword strike missed and brushed past the dragon's body, piercing through the sky and forming a hole. Five-finger fist heart sword light was extremely fast, but it could not make any turns. Duke Long might not be able to block the sword light, but he could dodge it. Dodging the sword light might be difficult, but he could judge the timing of Fang Yuan's sword light based on Fang Yuan's movements and dodge in advance. Without a doubt, the five-finger fist heart sword was an extremely powerful killing technique. Its power was peerless, and compared to the time cutter, it had a huge advantage. It would not forget itself. However, under Duke Long's clear strategy, the five-finger fist heart sword was unable to achieve any results. It even caused the primordial sword dragon that Fang Yuan had transformed into to suffer from Duke Long's close combat. In the short span of a dozen breaths, Fang Yuan had already suffered countless heavy blows from the dragon fist. The strongest was never any immortal Gu or killer move, but the Gu immortal. The most ideal time to use the five-finger fist heart sword was when the first sword was released. Fang Yuan and Duke Long were quite a distance away from each other, so he could attack from a distance. He was in an invincible position. Even if Duke Long's reflexes were extremely sharp, it would still be difficult for him to parry. Every sword strike could put him in the grave threat of death. However, when Duke Long engaged in close combat, Fang Yuan's dragon body instead became the obstruction of the sword light and Duke Long's protective umbrella. Looking back at the battle, in a way, it could be said that Duke Long had used Dragon Gate to break Fang Yuan's five-finger fist heart sword. Without distance, there was no space to use the five-finger fist heart sword. Thus, after the second sword, Fang Yuan immediately stopped using the five-finger fist heart sword and switched to the golden thread sword killer move. Duke Long saw Fang Yuan's dragon scales start to flicker with yellow light and immediately retreated, using Dragon Gate again to retreat far away. Countless golden threads covered every inch of space around Fang Yuan, but Duke Long had already retreated. But it did not matter, Fang Yuan had once again pulled away from Duke Long, and he could continue using the five-finger fist heart sword. Duke Long was in a dangerous situation. He had no choice but to approach Fang Yuan again in an attempt to engage him in close combat. When he engaged Fang Yuan in close combat, Fang Yuan would have to stop using the five-finger fist heart sword killer move and use other methods to fight Duke Long. This demon has actually modified the five-finger fist heart sword to such an extent. Casually canceling the killer move does not cause any backlash. Perhaps I should say that he has separated each sword into individual parts, Duke Long thought quickly. Five-finger fist heart sword was Bo Qing's trump card. How could the Celestial Court not know about it? Duke Long naturally knew a lot. If Fang Yuan did not modify it, he would definitely be targeted. Duke Long's Dao marks were inferior to Fang Yuan's, so it was difficult for him to use a defensive killer move to resist Fang Yuan's various sword Dao methods. His best choice was to dodge. Thankfully, in terms of battle experience, he was far more experienced than Fang Yuan. And most importantly, as long as he did not die as his lifespan decreased, he would continue to grow stronger. Five-finger fist heart sword has been modified by me and can be cancelled at will. But the thoughts involved have increased greatly, causing me to be unable to use other offensive methods when fighting with Duke Long. Also, Duke Long is getting stronger. Fang Yuan was anxious. Earlier, he could suppress Duke Long and Sang Xianzi because of his tactical advantage. When Fang Yuan attacked the Immortal Graveyard, the Celestial Court had no choice but to defend and take a beating. But now that the Immortal Graveyard was destroyed by Fang Yuan, there might still be some slumbering Gu immortals left, but Duke Long no longer had any burdens or restraints. Thus, Duke Long could advance and retreat at will. He immediately displayed his original battle strength and style. Fang Yuan fought Duke Long. The two inevitably fell into a deadlock. Duke Long was happy to see the situation, but it was very disadvantageous to Fang Yuan. Thus, with a turn of his dragon head, Fang Yuan opened his mouth and spat out a waterfall. Immortal killer move, Myriad Thought Sword Waterfall. The sword waterfall rumbled with a grand aura, every drop of water was a sword thought. Immortal killer move, swordsman. Sword thoughts surged and collided, forming human-shaped warriors that looked like Fang Yuan. They were all wielding swords. Countless swordsmen charged forward. This move was created by Fang Yuan after he advanced to Human Path Grandmaster. It contained the profundities of Sword Path and Human Path. This was the first time Duke Long had encountered this killer move. He quickly retreated. Fang Yuan took the chance to escape, crashing towards Heaven Overseeing Tower. Outside Heaven Overseeing Tower, Calamity Luck Altar was destroying the Refinement Path formation with ease. Inside the tower, Qi Xi Lang was struggling with all his might against the faint green light on his body. Duke Long was pale with fright when he saw Fang Yuan's movement. Demon Judgment Board did its best to block him. In the end, Fang Yuan's dragon claw sent it flying. At this crucial moment, a song descended on the battlefield, coiling around the immemorial sword dragon's body. Fang Yuan immediately felt his condition deteriorating, as if he had returned to the lowest point of his life, being controlled by others, unable to express his talents and ambitions. Without freedom, his future was bleak. The immemorial sword dragon's speed fell sharply. Duke Long quickly arrived and blocked Fang Yuan. Good job, Feng Jioge. Fairy Myrtle. At the crucial moment, Feng Jioge's destiny song successfully interfered with Fang Yuan. And the one who guided him in was Fairy Myrtle. Fairy Myrtle opened Central Heaven Gate. This immortal goo house was the entrance of Celestial Court. It had the ability to differentiate and teleport, but it was not as large and convenient as a teleportation formation. Destiny song continued to play. Fang Yuan's battle strength fell sharply, while Duke Long's battle strength continued to rise. Boom boom boom. The immemorial sword dragon was forced back by Duke Long, unable to get close to Heaven Overseeing Tower. Since the start of the battle, this was the first time Fang Yuan had fallen into such a disadvantage. Without a choice, he stopped all his sword path killer moves and started to prepare Reverse Flow Protection Seal. Duke Long saw that he was retreating and his aura was rising. He immediately knew that he was preparing another killer move. How could he give him a chance? Duke Long roared repeatedly. Purple gold dragon-shaped chi surrounded his body as he chased after Fang Yuan and attacked fiercely, creating a storm of attacks. The immemorial sword dragon that Fang Yuan had transformed into had its skin and flesh torn, dragon scales flew and blood splattered. More terrifyingly, Duke Long's chaotic dragon fist could disrupt his thoughts, causing his killer move activation to fail. At this difficult moment, Fang Yuan opened his immortal aperture's entrance slightly and let out the pure dream reality seeker physique bodies that he had stored. The pure dream reality seeker physique bodies flew towards Duke Long and self-detonated. Duke Long was very wary. He quickly dodged and restrained his attacks. Fang Yuan finally had a chance to breathe and activate Reverse Flow Protection Seal. Duke Long could not help but sigh when he saw this seal. The opportunity earlier was very good, but he did not make use of it. He had fought with Fang Yuan for so many rounds, he had already seen through Fang Yuan's fighting style. Fang Yuan used a transformation path killer move to transform into an immemorial beast or plant while also transforming his Dao marks into the same path. With such a foundation, any killer move would have a much stronger power. Even a rank 7 killer move could threaten a rank 8. Fang Yuan had many methods. It was hard to imagine that he had cultivated and accumulated to such an extent in less than 100 years. Even with a venerable inheritance, it was shocking. Duke Long believed, as long as Fang Yuan was given enough time, he would definitely reach an unprecedented height. Fortunately, Fate Gu's recovery had created a huge momentum. Fang Yuan had no choice but to attack Celestial Court in advance. Fang Yuan might be able to use some exquisite and terrifying methods to defeat most enemies in the world. But against an existence like Duke Long, these methods were far from enough. He needed a strong and stable combat system with trump cards. Just like Duke Long's transformation path and chi path methods, they formed two different combat systems. 9 Dragon Protection was a strong defense. Clear Dragon Vision was used for scouting, Dragon Claw Strike, Chaotic Dragon Fist, Spiraling Dragon Fangs, and World-Shaking Dragon Hammer were used for offense. These 4 methods covered close combat, mid-range and long-range combat. Among them, World-Shaking Dragon Hammer had the power to break through all obstacles with a single strike. Dragon Roaring Wave and Body Flicker were normal movement methods, while long-range teleportation had the outstanding killer move Dragon Gate. There were also Dragon Descendants to make up for the lack of group attack methods. And the strongest method of this combat system was Heavenly Dragon's Last Stand. As for Chi Path, there were Chi Wall and Self-Moving Dragon Chi Wall as defensive methods, Chi Breath Mountain, Hidden Dragon Chi Explosion, Chi Engulfing Mountains and Rivers, Giant Chi Hand Explosion, and Chi Current Scissors as offensive killer moves. Compared to Transformation Path, these offensive methods were much more effective at long range. The Purple Gold Dragon Form Chi was a jack of all trades. This killer move was so outstanding that it helped Duke Long in all aspects. Of course, the most important thing was movement. Reverse Insect Dragon was almost specially prepared to deal with battlefield killer moves. And this Chi Path trump card killer move was Triple Chi Retraction. Duke Long's two combat systems took into account offense, defense, movement and many other aspects. They had no weaknesses or gaps. What was even more precious was that these two combat systems could complement each other. For example, Transformation Path offensive methods were stronger in close combat and mid-range combat, but weaker in long-range combat. Chi Path offensive methods were the exact opposite. In comparison, trump cards were not needed. One or two of each set of these methods were enough. In a real battle, the most practical methods were still those normal killer moves. For example, even though Duke Long had Triple Chi Retraction, he had not used it since the start of the fight with Fang Yuan. The entire battle was intense. Fang Yuan was not an idiot. Duke Long did not have the chance to use it. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.